your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi-chan?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number one team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are in the North America region covering the December Cup. It is going to be a very exciting day of competition. We have so many amazing teams that have made it here into our top 8. I cannot wait. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy, aka Spraggles, ye to the haw, and all those wonderful things. I am joined by 3 fine gentlemen who are going to be guiding us through this amazing top 8. The one and only Doob Snacks is with me. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Hello, Spraggles. Once again, we managed to get...
It's the first time I've seen your face, by the way.
We managed to get the same jacket, just in different colors. For those of you who are paying attention at home, keeping everything the same. And what is not the same is our top 8, but I'm excited for NA to see who reigns supreme here in December.
Amazing, and of course we have Zoinks. Hello, Zoinks.
I also have funny glasses on, but I am super excited for today's tournament, Spraggles. This is going to be a fantastic one. We got our first look at North America and the AOS Cup play-ins, and now that we're into the monthly cup grind, it's going to be exciting to see what teams can be consistent, what teams can really emerge at the top, and see if someone randomly spikes a tournament today.
And of course, the one and only Chef. Hello, Wonder Chef.
I was under the impression that people were wearing sweaters, but I'm underdressed for this. But at least I brought the hat, and yes, I do like the fact that none of us got to see each other before this, and you both have the amazing glasses.
Incredible stuff. Zoinks, why don't you tell us a little bit about what the players are playing for here today?
Yeah, sounds good. So out of our online tournaments, this is the first tournament that will have a prize pool. $3,500 is up for grabs for these teams to be competing over, with $1,500 going to the championship team, as well as championship points. We're going to be trying to earn these things all season long. It is going to give the same amount of championship points that our play-in event did just a couple of weeks previous, but 300 championship points going to the victor, but championship points get paid all the way out to 128 placements. So teams that were competing in the qualifiers yesterday who maybe didn't make top 8 are still walking away with something.
Now, Chef, we were talking a little bit before broadcast about some of the teams that made it to our top 8. If we have our bracket, I'd love to have that up on the screen, but tell us a little bit about maybe who we didn't get to see last week.
Right. Well, of course, it's pretty rare to get 2 events so close to each other, but it's especially rare to get 2 events so close to each other where so much of the top 8 is completely different. We did get a chance to see Luminosity and the Orange Juicers, of course, playing off in our grand finals last time, but every other team that we have in this top 8 is different. And that may be a little bit confusing, just a little preface for everybody. There is a team named Sanguin. It is a 100% different team that does not have the championship points of Team Sanguin from the previous week. So not confusing at all, certainly not going to confuse us, and certainly not going to confuse anybody watching.
No, how could it? That makes total sense. Doob Snacks, one team that I know you've got your eye on is Ignorance. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, Ignorance is kind of one of my the perennial darlings of NA. They're a team that has stuck together, the same 5 players on repeat. They had a really show-out performance during the final stretch last year at NAIC in New Orleans, and I was a bit disappointed when I didn't see them hit top 8 for the AOS Cup play-ons. So seeing them here in the top 8 for the December Cup warms my heart, but man, are they up against it here against LG.
And then, of course, we have an NA team that you've known and seen a lot last year, Nemesis, with kind of a different look, Zoinks.
Yeah, a squad that we were pretty shocked that didn't make top 8 in our previous tournament, the AOS Cup play-ins, so exciting to see them here in our top 8 bracket for the December Cup. But yeah, few changes to the roster. We now have Machisel being added to this squad, which is a really exciting look for this team, as well as Joey. So a rounded out roster, a bit of a different look for for them going into this tournament top 8, but obviously it's paid off for them already. We got a little peek in that bracket graphic of the matches that they had to play in the qualifier to make it into the winner's side top 8, and taking down a team like Zephyr is no easy feat. So very cool to see what they're doing. They do have to go up against the last year's regional champions, as well as the AOS Cup play-in victors in Orange Juicers for a first-round opponent, but no better way to test your mettle than the literal first game of the day.
We have some really cool teams, obviously, in our lower bracket as well. Team YT making an appearance once again in a top 8. I hope we get to see them as the day goes on. They're such an exciting team. They've also had some roster changes. Pika Diff is now back on Team YT. Phil is back in that defender role. Such an exciting team, and I was watching them, fight their way into this top 8 last night on stream, which is always an exciting time. So a ton of amazing teams here to watch in NA. NA has been really exciting. I feel like from the jump, we had obviously what happened at LAIC, where LG just looked unbeatable. Then they run into the Orange Juicers, beat them in the winners finals last month. Somehow OJ comes back, sweeps them, not sweeps them, excuse me, but takes them to a bracket reset and then beats them. The region just seems so incredibly exciting. We also had some Pokemon changes that I think would be good to sort of talk about a little bit here. I don't know if there's a Pokemon that everyone has their eye on. One that I'm really interested to see if it gets play in North America, because it hasn't in a while, is Zarina. So Zarina got a nerf to Stomp, which has kind of been its premier build, but it also got buffs to both of its dash moves as well as triple axle. I don't know if NA teams are picking it up. I know Metallic on Nemesis has a pretty mean Zarina, but I'm really curious to see if this Pokemon gets any play, Zoinks.
Yeah, it's an incredible Pokemon. I think internationally we've seen a lot of play of this, especially from Japan, so I would not be too surprised if we see a little bit more Zarina pop up here and there. It did have a small showcase in EU earlier this morning for all our friends across the pond. To kind of middling success. It wasn't exactly taking the whole house down, but it certainly wasn't losing the game either. Triple Axle Dropkick being the premier build right now, like you mentioned, is a pretty exciting change to this Pokemon. I feel like we've been watching Zarina Goomba stomp enemy opponents for so many months now. It's exciting to see a bit of a new look, but it is a really strong Pokemon. It's one of those Pokemon that really works well with multiple support picks. Normally you have your all-rounder play in the top side, and usually the support is going alongside of that Pokemon. So it is a Pokemon that works well with something like a Comfey, with a Blissey, or even a Hoopa. So definitely a lot of viability to this pick with the supporting cast as well.
Doob Snacks, something I was thinking about. I know you are a bit of a Hoopa buff yourself. Hoopa recently is not going to get any. Hoopa is not going to get any tournament play, not recently, but because of a bug to one of its moves. However, Trick Hoopa is not bugged, and Trick Hoopa can play in this tournament. So we won't be seeing Hyperspace Hole. We could be seeing Trick. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm a big fan of Hyperspace Hole. I think it's definitely the hallmark of what Hoopa can do, bringing players up and down the map. But if there's anything that last year taught us, in the EU region, we were seeing a lot of Trick Hoopa, actually, and it was doing pretty surprisingly well. And also, Talonflame just got some great buffs, and the Trick Hoopa Talonflame combination is one of the flashier things you can do in Pokemon Unite. And I know, just before this call, Spraggles, you're kind of gassing up Brave Bird specifically on Talonflame, and that's a great combo with this Trick Hoopa. So is there an option for some viability there? I absolutely think so.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So Brave Bird recently got a buff where Brave Bird Plus, its move at level 13, will give you an insane amount of damage reduction per enemy hit that you land with that Brave Bird. So you can get up to 75% damage reduction on Brave Bird Plus. You combo that with Trick, giving you not only a shield, but some extra life steal on your auto attacks, as well as the ability to retreat through Phantom Force. You could literally Brave Bird in, decide if the fight's any good, and then pull right back out. It's been a pretty cool combo. Chef, is there any other Pokemon that you've had your eye on at all here this week?
Ooh, mostly I think it's been relatively the same. Obviously, talking about the Hoopa was kind of the big one that I was looking at as well. There's one thing that I would like to see, though. I know, of course, me and Steel Agent Kyle, who was nice enough to stream a lot of the previous part of this tournament. We both really want to see EXP share Miraidon. We've been really pushing that for a long time. I don't know if we're going to see it, especially with who we have today. But that's really all that I've got. I mean, the changes, well, pretty big, I think, are primarily mostly for that Serena as far as what we've been seeing in tournament. I know a lot of us were watching the Japanese tournaments that were happening right now, and the meta is really interesting for them, as it usually is mostly interesting, but I don't think we saw too many Pokemon that we didn't see before. Obviously, still pretty close to the meta that we saw 2 weeks ago, so I'm excited to see what people are going to do around the new Hoopa ban, quote unquote, for this day.
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting changes, right? And I think one of the interesting things, I mean, one of the things I'm most excited about seeing when you get to see these big teams is there something that got changed in a patch that really has made a huge difference? Or yeah, are we sticking to a lot of these strategies, sort of the tried and true stuff that we saw? We just had a tournament very recently, but we did receive a pretty interesting balance patch. Talking about ACL a little bit, because I know we've all been watching it a lot, we're seeing a lot of interesting picks. One of the biggest one being Tyranitar, who recently got nerfs, but somehow Tyranitar is back in the meta in a big way in Japan. What do you think about that, Zoinks?
I don't know. It feels like a pick that our region as a whole has never really found a lot of success in, and by not a lot, I mean almost none. It is a Pokemon that is difficult to play in certain conditions, one of those being if attackers are really prevalent. And it feels like North America and Europe, and Brazil included actually, are some of the last regions where attackers are extremely popular as options, and it makes Tyranitar a little bit more difficult to play. It's a lot of poke damage. Tyranitar doesn't have the easiest time dealing with that. Now that the Sand Tomb build is more popular on that Pokemon, it is a bit easier, but still is a challenging Pokemon to play in that kind of field. So yeah, in terms of influence from other regions, I think that is going to be one that we have to watch. One that we've talked about a lot as well is like, this is both in APAC and Japan, is so popular, is the Trick Room Mimikyu. We have seen so much of that pick in particular, whereas in the regions that we tend to cover on broadcast are almost all on the Shadow Sneak style of that build. It is a powerful Pokemon, no matter how you slice it, but looking at different strategies really is interesting. Trick Room gives you the ability to do a lot more dashes, maybe not as targeted, and has a little bit more counterplay into heavy defender-based compositions, which currently is kind of all the rage over in the East.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? I mean, Shadow Sneak can start to tear through an enemy team, but there are a lot of targets you don't want to Shadow Sneak into, and if teams are picking things like Tyranitar, it really does feel like a not very opportune time for Mimikyu to jump in. Yeah. Mimikyu is a really interesting Pokemon. I think it's very good, and I think in the hands of really skilled players, it looks absolutely unbelievable. I'm excited to see if any NA teams do pick up Trick Room, because it is gaining so much popularity. But we have our first match of the day ready to go. Zoinks and Wonder Chef are going to take this first game, and it's going to be a great one. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks, for joining us for the pre-show. Very happy holidays pre-show. I think all of us definitely got the vibes there. Wonder Chef, I really do love, though, that you have the Honolulu influence beside your holiday spirit. It's great.
Yeah. Actually, my mom yelled at me and said, hey, your room is really boring and nobody else's is, so you need to do something with it. So.
Guess you didn't see mine. Okay, I'll take the win.
You have the whiteboard. That is more than good enough. So, yeah, I put up these posters. By the way, these posters are extremely curled. It's going to be very surprising if it doesn't pop up at some point in the future. But we don't need to talk about posters. We need to talk about this match. I'm very excited. Like we said, North America looking so good. Well, okay, we didn't talk about that today. We talked about it last broadcast, but North America overall as a region has so many strong teams, and the fact that we're seeing 6 different teams from last event, one fortnight ago, is, I think, a really cool sign. And the fact that I know so many of these players, we've seen them on other different teams, or these teams, we've seen them in grassroots events. I think that every one of our matches today should be quite good.
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting time here at the start of the season. Obviously, with some of the format changes to how championship points work, we talked a lot about how it is encouraging teams to stick together as one roster through the entirety of the season. But when you kind of face that reality, if you know you're kind of in it for the long haul with some of these teammates you're having, the first few tournaments are most likely where we're going to see the most changes in terms of roster shakeups or even entirely new teams emerging. So a very exciting time to be a fan of the region. And these two teams are obviously some of the most exciting. Orange Juicers currently don't have a great track record of losing. They've been winning constantly. Ever since the North American Regional Finals in New Orleans last year, they won that tournament. A pretty solid performance at the World Championships, the only North American team to make it into Day 2. And then, of course, the AOS Cup play-ins also taking those ones down. So, a lot of great performance for them. Nemesis, though, was kind of the face of consistency in our last season, but just unfortunately falling a little bit short in those play-ins.
Yeah, not just the last season as well. I mean, so many members returning from Amaterasu from previous seasons. They are a mainstay, but this is the most different that we've ever seen. I think their roster, as we're going to go into the ban phase and see how they're going to approach it. Of course, with the global Darkrai ban, with the global Hoopa Hyperspace Hole ban, everything's going to be quite different today.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly adjusted. But okay, here we go. We have that Psyduck ban, one that we almost always tend to expect on that orange side, and we have a Miraidon ban from Nemesis. I love this choice. This has been one of my... I feel like I've been preaching this from the mountaintops, is that Miraidon needs to be considered more often for a banning phase. But one Pokemon that we did not talk about at all, Wonder Chef, and I think we're going to see it on the Nemesis side especially, or sorry, the Orange Juicer side. I think we got the name switched up on the screen, but with the Umbreon pick, we likely will be looking at a lot more Venusaur play in today's tournament. It has been taking North America by storm.
Well, they did highlight it for just a second. We'll see if they pick it or they maybe pick it a little bit late. I would be pretty surprised to see this Ho-Oh that's been falling out of favor. And while they're picking it, I want to talk about Umbreon. Umbreon's been a really common ban. So is Zacian, actually. Both of them in a lot of the other regions, especially with less, with no Hyperspace Hoopa. The Umbreon gets to do a little bit more, I think, or just is a little bit more impactful as far as there's less full supports that you can choose. Blissey, of course, they're doing great in every region right now.
Yeah, it is a really solid choice. I have been saying for a while now, I'm quite surprised by the lack of Eldegoss play that we've seen. We won't see it in this game one. What we will see, though, is the Alolan Ninetales, a pick that I feel like globally has been so overlooked, but interesting to see Nemesis still locking it in. Obviously, Relic's a huge fan of that pick in particular. Orange Juicers now hovering their final choices. It'll be Flareon's picking up the Inteleon, really their iconic pick, and currently Kratos hovering the Greninja. Very interesting.
I know we've been seeing a little bit of Greninja recently, and it's looking pretty good a lot of the time, to be honest. It's just a very specific use case, and the last pick on the side of Nemesis for Metallic is going to be that Urshifu, giving them that nice secure, which you're really going to need when you see that you've got potentially, I mean, we don't know what the moveset's going to be on the Greninja, of course, but it looks like it might be Water Shuriken, but definitely at least the Inteleon Snipe Shot. You want to have some sort of secure against that.
Exactly, yeah. Secure with a bit of counterplay built into it, but I mean, the amount of damage that Inteleon does, even trying to body block those Snipe Shots, is sometimes a losing gambit. So, a lot of play around there. On the side of Nemesis, though, it really is a very straightforward composition. It's got a little bit of all the pieces you'd want in a winning recipe. You have Alolan Ninetales and Snorlax to kind of shore up your early game in the bottom path, Urshifu for last hit secures on objectives throughout the game, and if you need those objectives to be a little bit lower on HP before you swing for the secure, Garchomp is exactly the Pokemon that you would like for that position. So, a really fantastic, well-rounded composition for Nemesis. Orange Juicers playing a little bit more in the team fight-centric way. Greninja, when they do get those attack weight stacks on, are a very, very high source of damage, but they're also a tricky Pokemon to really knock out on the other side. Whether they go Smokescreen or Double Team, I think we're likely looking at a Double Team game. It is very tough. It is a huge dash, as well as creating clones to get away, but it is a very tricky Pokemon to lock down.
I will say, actually, that's one thing that's really cool about Orange Juicers comp in general, is that they have a lot of mobility on their team. Almost every single Pokemon on their team is slippery in some sort of way, has some sort of escape tool built into their kit, so it's not going to be easy to lock them down in any sort of way. We'll see if they can manage to do it for the side of Nemesis. Of course, Orange Juicers are going to be your purple team, not confusing at all, on your left, and Nemesis Orange on the right for the first game of the day.
A name designed to mess with the casters is working. Unfortunate for us to do it. But I am excited to see Machisel on another iconic pick for them on this Garchomp headed into the top path, and currently is Metallic versus Roland in a secure battle, and Roland is going to be taking the red buff, so a successful invade against this poor Cub for Metallic, who unfortunately has no support from the team, as finally Yeet Fan is rotating in with this Alolan Ninetales.
Ooh, things could be tough if we do manage to see the last hit taken here. One more time, no. Finally stolen away from Relics. So Roland's not going to be able to evolve, but still, we got to feel extremely good about that. Kubfu, extremely hard to level up. Oh my goodness, just barely escaping at 1 HP. Both members actually just barely escaping.
Yeah, Orange Juicers coming in clutch there with the escape pattern, but unfortunately with how low HP they have, Typhlosion not going to have any chance to take that wild Pokemon experience in the top side. So, Nemesis is going to have a successful push. They will be trading some points on the bottom side, but if they can break this top goal zone, Garchomp becomes so much more deadly. A Regieleki and a Garchomp really go hand in hand in a lot of the play patterns we see, so I imagine Nemesis is going to be focusing on the top side of the map a ton.
Ooh, and I like this. It's like you steal my experience, I'm going to steal your experience, and alongside some support here from what we believe is Joey. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just going to call him Oogway for the rest of this match just to be sure. But a lot of good XP to try and catch up. A little bit late, but you know, you made it there eventually.
Yeah, but now Metallic is in a devastating spot already. That Wicked Blow earning a KO. Flareon's was able to take down Machisel, though. A nice range shot from the Drizzile. Not even at the final evolution yet, but I think the dangerous part of Orange Juice's composition is starting to show itself. Kratos at that level 7, fully evolved Greninja. They have their moveset. They do not have that level 9 yet, but with 45 seconds until the first Reggie spawn, they are on good pace to make it to that point.
We are actually seeing what I was talking about, too. The entire team of Orange Juicers is very hard to lock down, and so they haven't been able to catch even when a lot of the members have been very low, which is really good for this early game where they're really trying to scale. Of course, they're a pretty strong late scaling team. Well, actually, I would say on both sides, but Nemesis, they want to kind of pop off early if they get a chance to, and they just have not been able to quite yet, but they are going to fight a little bit over some of these wild Pokemon, and finally catching OG, the first one to go down.
Yeah, nice eject button tech from Machisel to extend the range of that Dragon Rush just a little bit, but they actually choose to escape at the moment. Urshifu does go down, but Machisel just trying to take a few wild Pokemon out before they get KO'd, whereas Kratos hitting that level 9 just means they're at a devastating point of the game. Flareon does use the Unite move, is able to see anybody hidden within that tall grass, and is getting a lot of damage done to the Regice. So now Orange Juicers secure the Regieleki and are at great pace to take the Regice. They do. Snorlax body blocks the Snipe Shot, but Flareon secures it with an auto attack.
Yeah, the one singular auto attack afterwards. I mean, it was a great body block. Flareon's, though, trying to escape still. It's going to be able to be a little bit sneaky over by that wall. Great stuff from OG to, I was going to say help defend, but really, I mean, assisted in a KO right there. Yeah. So good stuff to Flareon's. Again, everybody on Orange Juicers getting away at 1 HP. It's just, it's going to be a thing this match, and that's why they're ahead by quite a bit, I would say.
Yeah, it's nasty. Also, great Rock Tomb there from Zugrug to really isolate 2 targets at once. It makes Flareon's just shot a little bit easier. But we do have OG diving in, but Chisel's going to try to buy a little bit of time. They do have their Unite move used almost as a defense mechanism, but they do get the KO and exhaustion, so worth that play.
So far, it's been the Zacian going down pretty consistently, but they're just getting so many KOs in return. Flareon's, once again, sniping from so far away, taking out that all-important Garchomp as well, just to be able to slow them down for a little bit late in the game. And you can see the levels are almost 2 levels advantage now for Orange Juicers. They've got a 124-point lead. They've got one entire Tier 1 gold zone down on top, so all the Regielekis are going to be that much scarier. And we're not even halfway through the game yet. This is looking very good for the Juicers.
Yeah, I was talking about how Nemesis was going to prioritize the top side as much as they possibly could, but then Orange Juicers go and take 2 objectives on both sides of the map at once, which really is just setting the pace in a brilliant way for this Orange Juicers team. Nemesis need to find a counterpunch, and it looks like they're going to try to do so on the bottom side of the map. They have a defensive goal zone to utilize. Azabel's got vision on Zugrug, and they're going to try to kick it off with a heavy slam, but all that they receive is a Snipe Shot to the back.
Just a little bit of poke back and forth as they're waiting for the second basement Reggie to spawn. Only 2 members, now 3 members, rotating down for Orange Juicers, with the entire team is here for Nemesis, which is a little bit scary as well. They do have the Tier 1 down up top, and that Regieleki's going for free to OG, as they're going to be fighting even before this basement Reggie spawns. Zugrug up in the middle of everything. We're going to see Snorlax go down relatively quickly, but no, actually manages to survive, as Urshifu is going to take the final hit on that Registeel, and the Nemesis is going to be chasing down all of Orange Juicers. taking down Flareons for the first time, despite 2 KOs in return. That is huge as far as Rubber Band EXP trying to take down this tier 1, but just rolling is enough to... oh, no, I'm sorry, Zugrug's here as well. Hiding in the tall grass, I didn't even see them, but the two combination of defenders should be able to defend pretty well.
Yeah, they'll be able to at least buy enough time, but yeah, I don't think this goal zone is going down at any point. I actually do love Zugrug's decision there. Maybe they weren't involved in the team fight and you lose the Inteleon to the Urshifu in that exchange, but you do so by breaking that bottom tier goal zone. For a team with the lead, having the map positional advantage is absolutely fantastic. We do have Asimal eject buttoning to escape, but eventually we will have OG closing the gap on that Zacian getting the KO. But now we have Machisel joining the fight. Eject button tries to chase down Flareons, and Unite move is going to be the second, but caught in a mean look. They wasted Unite move at 330.
That was a beautiful coordination to make sure that Flareons was able to get out of there safely, but can't say the same for OG, who has definitely been, again, the majority of the KOs so far. Has to be a little bit more upfront than a lot of the other members. Even the defenders on the side of Orange Juicers aren't really full commit defenders per se. They're using a lot of their range, so I think that Zacian is just taking the brunt of the damage. Like you mentioned, though, 3 minute 30 Unite should be back in time, and we can kind of look at how things are going, and I mean, this is a pretty significant lead for Orange Juice as far as points. The levels have evened up more than a little bit. We are very, very close on levels. And one thing we got to watch out for, Nemesis, I think, has one of the best Ray Flip comps that you could possibly have. With the burn from the Garchomp, with the Blissey, with the Urshifu Secure. Everything's really good there.
Yeah, it could be a really scary composition, but that's what I was talking about with Orange Juicers. Breaking those goal zones is so phenomenal. Now getting map position is going to be extremely difficult for Nemesis. To even get into position to try to rip the Rayquaza will be challenging with both of Orange Juicers tier 1 goal zones available to them. But the first fight we're going to be looking at 230 is going to be this Regis. Flareons does land one snipe shot for a bit of poke damage. Asimal just puts up that block to regain the shield in terms of HP, but Chisel takes yet another snipe shot, and basically Nemesis has to make the call to abandon ship at that point, no longer have the HP to contend around that objective.
Yeah, Zugrug was like targeting with Chisel. If those were snipe shots, that would have been a KO, I think. We need to see the Zugrug and Inteleon at some point soon. But really, really great way to solo them out and force them to retreat, because they know that of all the people that they could potentially lose, that's the most important maybe. This is when the Garchomp really needs to pop off. It did hit level 13 as we're hitting into this final stretch, so that's going to be pretty big.
Oh, nasty Rock Tomb. That is 3 targets taken there. Wicked Blow will give a bit of damage reduction, allows Metallic to walk off that first snipe shot, but if any more of those land, it won't be so lucky.
Oh, Kraos just barely escaping. They're going to use the Unite, trying to hunt him down, and they will be able to know. Oh my goodness, they actually managed to escape at 1 HP using the Unite. A beautiful play and a beautiful snipe shot from Flareons as well. 3 members left up on Nemesis. They're all getting very, very low. Lumberno Unite coming out, stealing away some of those shields, but the Garchomp Unite finally taking down Flareons. This could be their chance to make a comeback, and they do not have that much extra damage. They need it to happen, but Machisel being chased down by all of the damage on the side of Orange Juicers, managing to stay up somehow. I don't know how nobody's getting KO'd, but finally goes down, and that's all the damage gone. Although we're starting to see the run back from this Urshifu.
Yeah, we got a bit of a refight now, but no Unite moves available except for the Alolan Ninetales, so Snow Globe is going to take out the Zacian. Relics walks up and lands an absolutely phenomenal Unite move. Zacian is back in this fight. I meant the Greninja a moment ago. We do have OG diving in, Metallic and OG just trading blows one by one. Huge avalanche push from Relics, but they are too low of HP. Snipe Shot will take a rare miss as Relics is trying to buy as much time as they can. Flareons takes the second one.
We're down to 4v4, 3v4. There is still a chance here for Nemesis. They've got the damage. They've got the secure. Another member down as OG falls. They've got to burn it down. Only 29 seconds left on the clock, but Chisel's starting to burn down the Rayquaza. They've got everybody in position to try and secure this final hit. Flareon's getting body blocked from the top left. Tries to get the last hit, but it will be the Wicked Blow. 18 seconds to score. There's not too much counter-scoring potential on the side of Orange Juicers. There's going to be a Hundo Burger up top for Nemesis. We are going to see Flareons get some points in, but with all of these points, the extra overdunk as well, I think that this might be Nemesis's game.
Yeah, Zugberg attempts to score this 50, but Oogway with the defense, Metallic quick to join them, and I think you are correct, Wonder Chef. Nemesis hold on to their points lead and take this down with the help of Rayquaza. That refight so difficult for Orange Juicers. Nemesis finding a way to the back line, allowing Metallic to really get to work. Machisel's Unite move, letting this team hang on by a thread, and it's just enough for the W.
It did come down to the fact that comp was so good at ripping and flipping Ray, as they say. I mean, such high damage just from a chisel alone, eventually making it back. They got the secure perfectly, Metallic with that wicked blow. But I gotta say, I mean, the fight was played excellently by Orange Juicers. Zugrug had some of the best Rock Tombs that I've ever seen. Split out people, managed to get like a full KO on Relics just from that alone. But it was a little bit too extended, and you can only stop that for so long. Unfortunately, Orange Juicers just lost a few too many members, I think, when they had to take that refight, and they weren't able to hold on as long as they wanted to.
Yeah, what a phenomenal showing from Nemesis there in the late game. I was praising Orange Juicers for their macro strategy, their early game lead, but you were correct, Wonder Chef. Nemesis taking a couple of key KOs in the late to mid game, earning back their level experience, allowing them to be a bit more relevant in some of those team fights, I think was kind of the final case for Nemesis, enough to take them all the way to the win.
I wonder if maybe there was a little bit too much aggression from Orange Juicers. We did see a big majority of that fight being the engagement from Orange Juicers, which we'll see again in the replays in a minute, I'm sure, which is why we saw that entire fight kind of on this right side of the raid pit, kind of right here, just maybe 3-4 minutes later in the actual match. But I wonder if the poke advantage certainly went to Orange Juicers. So I wonder if maybe they could have played a little bit safer. Regardless, they did win that first fight in a kind of awkward way. They just weren't able to take the refight. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's not that they made a wrong decision, just one of those things you can think about later. And well played from both sides. We didn't talk about it, but Nemesis is running we kind of talked about it. They're running a few new members this time around, which is very surprising, and I was excited to see how they were going to play with them. They're all looking good.
Yeah, they're looking amazing. Now, we just watched that instance with the full heal from Greninja, was able to dodge that Ebon Fist, and then Flareon's picks up 2. This was ridiculous. I mean, at this moment, I think everybody was thinking Orange Juicers, but this Bliss assistance plus the Garchomp Unite really turning things around. At this point in time, with Umbreon and Zacian being KO'd, Kratos not having Surf or the Unite move as a secure for the Rayquaza, instead of going with the Water Shuriken build, and of course not having the Unite move back off of cooldown, just means they were all out of secure options outside of the Inteleon. You can see how Nemesis respond to that. All hands on deck towards the Intel, making sure that they're isolated away from the Rayquaza pit and don't even give them the chance to auto-attack that objective, allow Urshifu to pick it up for free.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, because we were just having a conversation about the idea of drafting for secure in Pokemon Unite, which is a really, really important part of the strategy. It's not a game where you can easily just like get less hits on a lot of the really important objectives, and getting less hits on the objectives more important than mostly any other game. So it's very important to be able to secure these objectives with teams that you draft intentionally to do so, rather than just assuming that it's going to happen. So very cool to see that kind of play out. And that's, of course, why Urshifu is so good. Especially once you get to a high level, people start kind of full healing out of the ult or the Unite, and that's something you got to expect. But we're going back into game number 2. Same bands, looks like.
Yeah, identical bands, and honestly, I think we're looking at identical picks so far. Machizel really wanting to take that Garchomp. I think that's something that OG would potentially try to steal away if it was left past that first pick position. So far, these teams just running it back. Now, this is a swap that Nemesis could make. We could steal away the Inteleon. Relic's looking to pick that up. If Metallic plays Phalanx, that would be a wild choice. I don't think we see that happen. I do think Urshifu is most likely going to be the potential option, but they're not changing. Okay, they finally hover away, and Asmo picks up that Snorlax, but we might be seeing a Phalanx later in this draft.
I mean, Phalanx last pick would be fine, but I feel like Phalanx is super scary to pick right now because the particular counter build of Venusaur is so strong right now, aside from the Phalanx, and that was already one of the best options against it. But we'll see if we end up seeing that. I'm curious what we're going to see everybody else go to. Flareon's hovering over that Mew now that the Inteleon is stolen away. We know that Flareon's has a great Mew, and Kratos on the Dodrio, which is going to be interesting. Going to be a really nice way to target out maybe that Inteleon that now they've stolen it away, but one that we've been seeing actually picked quite a bit in a lot of other regions recently. I would say more than like even a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Wow, okay, so Nemesis really changing their strategy around, not wanting a traditional all-rounder in that central like Nemesis has been playing before. Metallic actually swapping up to the Glaceon, so wanting a bit more range to deal with, as well as maybe having a nicer early game. I don't know if they didn't expect the invade with the Umbreon Crustle core on the opposite side. Maybe they thought, well, there's not a lot of Pokemon that would want to leave the lane in the early game. They might have a bit of space, but having a Pokemon that's a little bit easier to pilot within those first couple of minutes will be a boon for them with this Glaceon pick.
I have never seen Metallic play Glaceon, so I'm really interested to see how that's going to go. And I do know that there's a little bit of like a high value on Glaceon. In fact, I believe the last match that I watched Fennel play, they actually banned out Glaceon. So it's they were running actually kind of a somewhat similar comp. I don't remember it 1-for-1, but a somewhat similar comp that we're seeing the other side. Like that's going to be a great option in taking care of that Dodrio if it's running around trying to be annoying. So I'm excited to see that in general. Have you ever seen Metallic play? I mean, anything that's not melee even?
I do know that this player loves their melee Pokemon. They love their all-rounders. I do believe I've seen a pick of Glaceon here and there, maybe even a Sylveon or a Leafeon as well, which is still melee, I suppose. But with the Glaceon pick, yeah, I do think a really solid response to Dodrio, of course, like you mentioned. I think that's the on-paper nice counter. The other benefits of it is a decent anti-tank attacker. So they have a couple of those options. Garchomp and Glaceon are both Pokemon that really excel at bringing down those high HP targets little by little with their auto attacks, with the Icicle Shards. I think having two responses to this Umbreon Crustle team is a really, really clever decision by Nemesis.
Little by little, or also sometimes a lot by a lot.
Yeah.
We are going to see the invade again. Eevee versus Eevee. This is the cutest invade you could ever see. And oh, was that stolen? Oh wait, no, it wasn't stolen away. It looked that was weird. They like leveled up. It looked like, or no, it was stolen away. I'm sorry. I'm a fool. I got really confused by the double Eevees on top of each other for sure.
As adorable as they are, we both had hearts in our eyes. We could not see which way the buff ended up going, but Roland is going to be hanging out in this enemy central area for maybe as long as they like, setting up camp. They're going to take one buff, and it looks like both the ball toys before returning to the path. We actually have Metallic hanging out on the top side, though, actually ignoring their own central area, saying that Roland can just take whatever they like.
It is very ironic because I 100% agree with you that seemed like a much safer pick than the Kubfu, who's one of the weakest in the center area. And then, of course, after you say that, they immediately get a more successful invade.
Yeah, exactly.
Just cursed it completely. But I mean, I love Invade Umbreon. A huge fan of Invade Umbreon. I think it's one of the best options for it. And you can kind of just run around and be obnoxious for the rest of the game. As you're pretty far ahead, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's a strategy we've seen every now and then show up. Basically, at this point of the game, especially with this early lead and the scoring lead they've been able to find on the top side, Roland doesn't really need to play in the path any longer. They can hang out in the enemy central area for as long as they wish. They are going with that mean look. They grab the Gabites, but with Machisel using that Dragon Rush before the mean look finishes, they will be out of range from all the enemies. So early decisions are going to have to be prominent for Nemesis to avoid getting nasty mean looks.
Yeah, this was a game that Nemesis, I mean, last game, they had to kind of play catch-up, and already it's looking like they're going to have to play catch-up again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world yet, but they're down by points, they're down, on levels just from that early invade. It's, I don't know, it's looking a little tough, but I mean, certainly they can do it. They've also got multiple scaling Pokemon this time around, now that they've got the Inteleon as their attacker, and they still have to get a Garchomp up top, so they're going to be weak for a while, and I do expect that they can play from behind like this, but it's all about how they're going to and how Orange Juicers are going to put on that pressure to prevent them from playing that game that they want to play.
Yeah, last game when we were in this position, Orange Juicers were getting both of the objectives on top and bottom side to start this game. So if Nemesis wants to shore up anything, I think it's going to be trying to get a little bit of advantage there, even if they are playing from behind. Try to take at least one of those, and there it is! That's why you pick Glaceon, folks. The Icicle Shards will chase you all the way to the other side of the map. Dodrio getting KO'd by those pesky Glaceon Shards.
I felt Spraggles hurting in the green room. from all the way over here, but we are going to see an attempt to steal. We saw the Rock Tomb, and it was the Mew Flareons. A great steal away. The Rock Tomb actually just barely pushing a few of them away, maybe slowing down a little bit of their rhythm, but a beautiful play. Flareons it's such a good player. I can honestly not talk enough about how good a player Flareons is. They showed it last game, they're already showing it this game on a completely different Pokemon.
And an interesting choice to take the Solar Beam. I mean, realistically, I always find Electro Ball a little bit better of a secure tool. It does splash damage, so even if you hit one of the enemy Pokemon, instead of the wild Pokemon, you're still going to be able to hit. Solar Beam did receive some nerfs, but the Light Screen amped for damage, and Mew was forced out at such a drastic range that Solar Beam was kind of their only option to secure that objective, and they still make it work. So, very clean play from Orange Juicers to take that steal, as well as getting a ton of points in on the top side, and yet another engage. OG definitely having a smoother early game in this game with this Zacian at level 10, knocking on the door of 11 pretty soon.
Yeah, that was certainly I don't want to say a problem, but it was like the one small weakness in the armor of Orange Juice's last game was how much OG was getting, just taking the brunt of the damage and getting KO'd, but it's not happening this time around, instead being the one to KO. And as we have experienced before, Zacian is one of those Pokemon that can really run away with things once they start to get over-leveled, and then they just become impossible to KO. Right now, Roland kind of winning a 1v2, saying, I'm as high level as your highest level carry. You're going to have to deal with that, even though I have EXP share. Now they're just kind of sitting in the grass and touching grass and being very cool, but I don't know if you're going to be able to get all that much out of that, Machizel.
Oh, yeah, not with that mean look. The Safeguard does allow the Garchomp to walk forward a little bit more. So, reminder, if Uguay is able to land those Safeguards in the before the mean look eye opens, they will be able to cleanse that mean look effect, and Machizel will be able to walk free. But we have yet another fight. Solar Beam does stop a couple of scoring attempts. Great shot from Flareons, but it's Machizel able to strike. Finally, Roland falls, and they take two as well. Kratos also gone. Zacian gonna go down. Great shot from Relics on this Inteleon. And now, Nemesis on the board. Just moments ago, they were sitting at a donut in their scoreline. So feeling a lot better now that we've hit the midpoint of the game.
Really great play from Asnabul right there to space out Flareon, to honestly could have gotten like a triple KO there. It was very, very possible, but just being able to block them out with that wall was extremely, extremely good. Their spacing was perfect, and they managed to get away pretty scot-free. Oh, there was certainly a chance for a steal there, right? I mean, let's see how many times we've seen that steal. They had that awkward moment where they're like, oh, we didn't quite finish it. I thought they were going to get it, but we managed to make it happen, I think, with the enhanced auto from the Tadria.
Yeah, no explosive eggs to try to steal it this time. Instead, just a large slap. Unfortunately, coming a little bit shorter. At least, fortunately for Orange Juicers, they're able to take that one. So, they get that bottom objective with that Reg Ice. I always say this, the Regirock and Reg Ice, well, they are considered to be maybe the weaker of the options. Registeel definitely a more popular, desired, legendary beast in the bottom side of the map. I do think with double defender compositions, you just get more and more value out of this constant healing. So, we will see the benefits there. Snorlax going to lose half their HP bar. The nice little combo play from their Giro, Crustle, and Umbreon, but they will still walk away.
Yeah, and I think hold on, Roland going in, realizing there's maybe a few too many members there to want to continue that fight, but the poke game still going to Orange Juice's favor. They've got to be careful of these snipe shots. Unite coming out from the Garchomp is going to be mean looked once again. That is like the third time that we've seen that happen. It's really rough to see as they're just throwing a little bit of a tantrum in their own timeout corner. Unfortunately, are not able to find anybody. Now they've got to build it back as we're just about a minute away from the final stretch.
Yeah, you can start to see the game plan of this Umbreon pretty clearly. Roland is essentially solo targeting this Garchomp with these mean looks that is their entire job, and, well, they're stepping up to the plate. Roland's been doing very well at just that. But look at this rotation from Nemesis. They are going to beat out Orange Juicers to the top side of the map easily to this Regieleki. They're going to have Garchomp to be able to burn it down very, very quickly. No attempt from Orange Juicers to try to take away this point-focused objective. Instead, they want a little bit more experience. Take what you're winning at and just push that lead a little bit further if they could take this basement Reggie.
I do wonder if they're going to defend against this Regieleki. It does look like they're full committing down on the south side just to make sure that they don't get picked and lose before the 2-minute mark even begins. But this Regieleki is certainly going their favor. They are spacing out a little bit with both their defenders up closer towards Rayquaza, and they are going to let the Regieleki go in with a few members to actually get those points. And it looks like we're going to see Relics hold on a little bit longer, going to get a Hundo Burger in, but that means we could see a quick burn.
Yeah, this is a huge gamble. Rayquaza already taking a ton of damage. We see Asnable forcing out a couple of targets with that block, and it's up to Machisel to try to get the damage done around the Rayquaza. Roland trying to body block onto that Inteleon. They are focusing on them, not allowing Relics to shoot a slim shot towards this Ray, but Nemesis are winning the positional battle right now. Zogro takes a little bit of that with the Rock Tomb, so they bought some space, and now that at least Orange Juice has a defender in position, but they've already lost 2 members. OG looking for a way in. They're targeting Uguay. That safeguard going to allow him to walk in towards that Rayquaza, and it's Relics picking up KO after KO. Currently, Nemesis are in position, and they take the Rayquaza. In the face of the X's or Umbreon, they will not be deterred. Inteleon takes the main objective. Nemesis on their way to score a Penta KO from Relics.
Relics, aka formerly Yeet fan, what an amazing set of plays. They're like, yeah, you know what? Flareon's got to show off so strong last game with this Pokemon. Now it's my turn to show it off. And that was just key to winning. And this, I mean, there's a minute left, so I'm never going to say that anything is over. As we still got, I mean, some pretty strong power on the side of Orange Juicers. They are definitely fighting to still win. You can see the pace that they're playing. They're still farming 45 seconds. They do have some pretty accessible goal zones, but they're going to need to do more than just take one singular goal zone. They're going to have to completely win. Everybody will be moving up top. Only 18 points left on this goal zone. I wouldn't be surprised if Nemesis didn't somewhat try to run away, but that's a huge KO to immediately get one of the best scorers on Orange Juicers.
Yeah, that slam shot with the amplified damage from the Rayquaza, just ridiculous. Can Relics find a second Penta in this game?
Oh, no.
No, just a 3 KO streak. They will be eventually brought down. A 4 KO streak? Give it to him. The double Penta game, please. The Glaceon doing all the damage to Roland. This time shot is dodged.
No, don't dodge it. Don't dodge it. They pump the Unite just to make it happen. Oh, a little bit too late to be counted in the Penta, but it was all 5 KOs from Relics. And that means that last event's champion, Orange Juicers, are going to go down to the losers bracket in round 1 winners of our top 8.
And in 2-0 fashion from Nemesis. Wow, what a final play from them as well. We were talking about it, Wonder Chef. You were calling it out with that score in the final stretch time to double up on that Regieleki goal. That's a huge risk, not having your Inteleon there. Orange Juicers have the chance to all in and focus on that Rayquaza, but one thing this double defender composition doesn't really have available to it is great Ray Rip. They don't have the chance to burn down a ton of damage, not to mention Asnable and Uguay put up a great defensive perimeter around that Ray Pit, not allowing OG to get in there on the Zacian, and then allows time for Relics to rejoin the fight, allows time for Machisel to really get some damage done on that Garchomp, and what a showing from Nemesis, showcasing that, yeah, maybe they missed top 8 last tournament, but taking down last tournament's champion, that's a comeback story.
Yeah, with how questionable, I mean, I make that sound like it was like, well, they could suck, but no. With how up in the air it was with their new teammates for this week, how they would do, clearly they've already made a gigantic statement. There's literally no better statement that you can make than beating the previous champions, and a 2-0 victory over them is gigantic. So very much looking forward to it. I mean, obviously Nemesis is a great team to watch, one that we loved watching throughout the entirety of previous seasons, and so I'm glad that they're kind of back in form, because certainly they were looking a little bit out of it before this. However, zero question in my mind that they are another huge contender in what is already a really, really difficult region this season.
Yeah. I put out some power rankings way too early, we can all agree. And Orange Juicers was extremely high on that list, right? So Nemesis even making waves here within the region, but I think if you can even rule of transitive property, really globally, look on the lookout for this squad. I mean, we've talked a lot about what Nemesis did really well in this game, Wonder Chef. I think it's unfortunately time we start talking about what went wrong for Orange Juicers. I think this game plan of the mean look to shut down this Garchomp was fantastic, but it felt like maybe that was where it all stopped. Look at this Snorlax play, by the way, blocking out completely on that Zacian, making it that had to walk all the way out and completely retreat before joining back into this fight. What an amazing defender positional play, but Yeah, I don't know. Taking away that Inteleon from Flareons did hurt. However, the Mew looked exceptional. I got to admit, though, I did not see a lot of value from the Kratos Dodrio in this game. Oh my gosh, what a dodge!
The manual dodge. Didn't manage to pick that guy up in the end. I do agree, though. I think one big thing was that while I love the idea of, like, let's immediately make a move now that we see that they're going to be fighting a 4v5, I think the team just did not have the ability to jump into a Ray Pit and do a bunch of maybe big AoE options that maybe we're going to have some strong CC on them and then win an entire fight. Yeah. They have a very low amounts of normal CC, one would say. They had the mean look, they've got the rock tomb, so it's a lot about denying where people want to go. But past that, I mean, you're doing some splash damage with Mew, you're doing some, I mean, the X Scissor is like an option for being able to kind of CC, but they walked in and they were the ones that just immediately, it was just like, oh, well, now Snorlax is going to jump on us, and now Zacian is going to just cut us, or I'm sorry, it was the other way around. But yeah, it's just like there's just so much damage that they could, they took themselves trying to make that move that maybe it just wasn't the comp for that.
Yeah, well, they're going to be left scratching their heads. They will have another chance in this bracket as Orange Juicers dip down to the losers' end of the bracket. Nemesis, on the other hand, are going to be moving on to our winners' final. It's going to be a very exciting match. We have a ton of exciting matches for you coming up here in the December Cup, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Phil's probably streaming his game.
And welcome back, everybody, to the December Cup Finals for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We're now partway into the top 8, and while we were on our break, we had a chance to see an off-stream match, you and I, Zoinks. And can you tell me what just happened? Because I'm not sure that I believe it or saw it right.
Right, I don't know if I believe in my skill to talk about this match either, but yeah, no, we were watching the Team YouTube versus Zephyr game, and Team YouTube are eliminated from today's tournament, losing their first round in the top 8 of the losers bracket. The Team Zephyr, and the compositions were all over the place. We had a Tacker Psyduck for Team YouTube. The Buzzwole made a reappearance. Of course, we had So Sad Sam's iconic Gardevoir. Phil on the Slowbro with no EXP share, of course. But in the end, they lose the game to a Gengar Phalanx composition. Zephyr, we're bringing out Oblivion on this Phalanx, a Pokemon that we almost never see picked ever since last year. Actually got a Penta in the final moments of the game to really turn the tide and bring it around. Celestial's Urshifu was able to make it back to the Rayquaza in time to secure, despite the Gardevoir being in a pretty nasty position, and JL buying a whole lot of time and Phil headspace to be able to take out that Rayquaza. I mean, a crazy finish. Unfortunately, you're just getting kind of the spark notes from me, but still a very intense matchup, with Zephyr's going to be moving on in our bracket.
Yeah, that was unexpected. That was not only a Penta, by the way. It was like a reverse Penta where there was the only Pokemon left. There were only two members left on the side of Zephyr. So we're going to see them later, and I'm very excited for that. That's a team that we haven't had a chance to talk about as much. But first, we're going to be looking, it looks like, at Sanguin and Orange Juicer.
Okay, interesting, which does give us, obviously, the intel that Sanguin won their first round matchup in the bracket. So they're going up against, again, the previous tournament champs. Not an easy run. I don't think they expected this to be their opponent either. It could be a very challenging one. And one more reminder for all the folks at home, as confusing as it may be, this is an entirely different Sanguin than a 2 weeks ago tournament, a brand new roster, and so therefore will not be carrying the same amount of championship points from that last team. This is a new team making their own way in the UNITE Championship Series world, and like we mentioned, their next round opponent going to be a very difficult one to take down.
Right, we just saw Orange Juicers lose in what I would call somewhat of an upset, obviously, with names and the history of the team of Nemesis. I don't think anybody losing to them is ever really truly an upset, but just based on how they'd been performing recently, how both teams have been performing recently, Orange Juicers at the really true top of the pack, and then Nemesis maybe a little bit underperforming compared to what we're used to seeing from them. I would say it's a little bit of a situational upset, especially that going 2-0 in the favor of Nemesis. So Orange Juicers, they're going to have to bounce back, which I know certainly they can, but fighting a more unknown team, which again, it's bizarre that it's a completely different team, a lot less players that I know on this Sanguin, and we're going to be seeing just how they play together kind of for the first time for our eyes up here on this broadcast. I don't think I had a chance to watch on Kyle's stream yesterday any of their matches, so I'm fresh to them.
Yeah, this roster, if you watch any of last season, has a lot of elements of that exiled roster from last season, with just I would say 3 members of that squad are kind of joining in, with Yard kind of being included in that category. So definitely players who have had quite a bit of success. I think a top 4 team in the region in North America last season. So they certainly have a lot to prove again going into season 4. Now, what we saw from Orange Juicers was really interesting, like you were talking about, Wonder Chef, a bit of an underperformance for what we know they're capable of in that winner's side. One of those things in draft that I think I found myself scratching my head a little bit and questioning Orange Juicers' decisions was a few different things, but one of them was, we have seen so much Venusaur from North America in tournaments leading up to this event, in kind of grassroots events, as well as even a little bit of showcasing it in the Eos Cup play-ins. I'm so shocked we are not seeing that, especially with how popular the Umbreon support or even the Blissey support is. It feels like it's just a match made in heaven. I feel like now is the time for Orange Juicers to bring out that comp.
Yeah, I mean, obviously now as well with the, I was going to make a point, but then I forgot that we just saw a Phalanx as well, so that also could help quite a bit.
True.
But yeah, I mean, reminiscent of how strong that was as a pick in the previous metas, many previous metas ago, I think NA still has a good knowledge of how to play with that Pokemon when it's in a strong state, and we'll see if that does end up happening as we're going to get now into our losers bracket quarterfinal. Orange Juicers, we just saw on broadcast, they're getting their second chance, and we're getting some relatively normal bans. However, Miraidon this time going to be allowed through.
And that's going to be an immediate pickup from Flareon's, a really incredible Miraidon player. Flareon's is actually kind of a unique Miraidon player as well. They do flex between the Electro Drift or Charge Beam, but almost no matter what, Flareon's tends to pick that Parabolic Charge as that second move. So that HP recovery move instead of that pesky Thunder for the extra damage. Flareon's almost always going with the self-sustain.
Extremely strong extremely strong Miraidon player. I'm really surprised that we ended up giving that away so early. We are going to see OG back on the Zacian, or Typhlosion currently right now. Zagorg back on the Snorlax, so everything looking quite good for them as far as the picks that they want. However, picks on the other side, we are going to see our first Eldegoss, I think, of today, which is a Pokemon that's been doing very, very well. However, a lot of these picks very similar also to the last set that we saw.
Yeah, it is funny. It's a very Nemesis-coded roster, but I do love the Eldegoss, like you mentioned, has been doing extremely well as of late. Statistically, one of our best performing supporters entirely in the worldwide. And wow, okay, so Roland, sick and tired of playing the Umbreon Central Area Invade, is going to take a whole new flavor to this experience, and it will be the Sableye. So our favorite, I believe Doomsnacks likes to call him the Little Gentleman, and as our resident Sableye expert, I will refer to them as such. It's going to be a devastating option, but oh man, one of my favorite Pokemon in the Ceruledge is going to be locked in by Kuzi.
Oh yeah, Ceruledge is really interesting. It's a Pokemon that's valued very, very differently between a lot of different regions, and we've seen it do really well, but we've also seen it shut down completely. It does mean a lot whether or not you can land a huge Unite move, because that is one of the most devastating in the game if you do, and if you don't, you kind of just throw yourself out there for bad things to happen, which could certainly happen with the amount of damage that's on the side of Orange Juicers. We didn't talk about the Absol as much either. That's very, very much going to punish any sort of misplay. Just generally, I mean, high damage, low defense, quote unquote, not really any healing, but a little bit of support on the side of Orange Juicers. So I like this team, but it seems pretty risky.
Yeah, it is, especially in New World composition that might have 2 melee damage dealers and only 1 mid-range dealer, but don't underestimate the poke damage. I mean, Ceruledge's passive does get damage over time. A lot of that, like, you know, cursed armor, little damage ticks that while you're trying to run away can be very difficult to deal with, and with not available healing from a traditional support will be a challenge to overcome. Orange Juicers is going to have to make up for that in terms of big engages, dives that are executed flawlessly, and making sure that their KOs do not escape them. One of the most important parts about a Sableye composition is if you get that perfect engage, you cannot allow the enemy team to have a chance to rally back, because taking that fight a second time is so difficult.
Now we get to see the invade. A very good job from our observers. Be able to immediately ID exactly where we want to watch, which is going to be a huge part of this game, whether or not they can steal away the experience. And that already, Roland, by the way, doing an amazing job of invasion so far today.
Yeah.
That is, despite the fact they've lost 2 games, both games started with extremely strong starts.
I think they're 3 for 3 on red
now
buffs, right? Like, I think they're 3 for 3 on broadcast, taking away red buff. A very, very impressive feat. Not easy to achieve, but this Sableye, a new look at it, which is exciting. They do have to deal with this Alola Ninetales, who is playing in the top side of the map, by the way. Split going to be bringing the Vulpix to contend on the top side. Normally, we do see the all-rounders take up that spot, but instead, an attacker hanging out on the top side.
Oh, that evolution getting a little bit more life, and wow, are they going to be able to escape? We are going to see the focus van. No, not quite escape. They're just going to run forward. There were a lot of members of Orange Juicers sitting there at the pad waiting. Just they made it, so certainly not going to happen. And huge, by the way, priority from Orange Juicers on that bottom tier 1 right now. They are just stacking it. They have a lot of really strong Pokemon there, and they're basically living on it.
Yeah, I mean, Miraidon versus currently a Gible is a very easy play. Love that engage by Roland. They get the boosted auto attack to fear the Ceruledge, and then immediately follows up with that knockoff. A really lengthy stun. Not to mention, when you fear an enemy Pokemon, they have to walk away from you, which means it's so much easier for Absol to line up those moments where you hit from behind and get additional damage with that Absol move. So big play from Orange Juicers, working together in perfect unison.
It's a really cool combo. Absol, a Pokemon that we've seen kind of doing pretty well, but just very rarely do we see it picked. But a lot of times when it's picked, it's for a very good reason, which it does seem to be this time as well. A lot of this Central Wild XP going just to the side of Sanguin, not really contested, which is a little bit surprising. They had a lot of members there, but they are going to defend this Tier 1 goal zone. Sanguin sending 5 up top, which quickly became 4 as the little Ninetales went down, and still, they're trying to push, trying to be aggressive. They have 0 points in up top, only 4 points in general, so they've had the opportunity to get stacks. They're going to want to. However, we're seeing the pushback from the side of Orange Juicers as OG trying to take down this Umbreon. Not going to be able to do it, but they're going to be happy just taking a stalemate here, I think.
Man, Absol carving through even an offensive target like Umbreon. Those critical hits absolutely crushing it already. And yeah, like you were mentioning, Wonder Chef, scoring is going to become so important for Sanguin as this game goes on, more than any other traditional game. With Sableye in the battlefield, you have to try to keep up with the score game, otherwise you have too many win conditions to contend with at the end of the final match. Kratos with the Unite move will not get a KO with that, but will follow up with 2 Eldegoss, and soon to follow this Umbreon.
This Absol is looking great, can I just say. Also, can I say how much of a fool they made me look like? Because immediately I was like, oh, they're going to be happy with a stalemate. And then Kratos walks in and gets 2 KOs immediately. And I'm like, oh, that's not a stalemate anymore. But yeah, Kratos looking amazing on this Absol. It is doing exactly what it wants to do. It does have a little bit of an earlier power spike than some of the other speedsters. So I think being able to use that advantage to take care of low level, especially like Garchomp, is going to be really good. And right now we're going to see some defense. And I don't know how you ever push a gold zone against a Miraidon. It seems impossible.
Oh man, Kuzi attempts to do so, pushing their advantage with the Unite move, but comes up quite a bit short. I don't think they even get that full cross slash onto the Snorlax and have to just walk away. This is a Ceruledge that is building with X attack and energy amplifier. So a Ceruledge with the full intent of uniting early and often and effectively. Unfortunately, none of those boxes are really checked in that last push. Sanguin back to the drawing board.
Oh, rolling, sneaking in behind, but not going to be able to get all that much. That was actually quite a bit of damage. I'm not going to lie. That was a surprisingly high amount of damage, but was not able to have any friends there, and they didn't want to 1v1, and Flareon's getting caught out. Unfortunately, not going to be able to escape that situation. That is a duo that will not let you escape very easily. And by the way, not the moveset that was predicted, unfortunately. Ooh, trying to push down, but they're getting melted. Absol, huge. They've got to run away.
Yeah, good healing from Yard. Unfortunately, they haven't hit 9 yet, so they don't have the Unite move, but that's the moves that we're talking about. They get exited quickly, but we're looking at a ground chomp game, by the way. Dig Earthquake. Randomly, a move that did get nerfed in that most recent patch, so very surprising to see this moveset out of Ganon, but, I mean, so far, it seems like they're finally getting back online after a really tough early game in the bottom side. Good news, though, for them is that Split has been doing quite well so far. They try to force the Unite move, but Orange Juicer's Zugrug responds with a big old nap.
I think the Split just one-shot Kratos a second ago. Just disappeared off the map. We are going to see, like you said, that ground chomp. A really interesting choice, but it's trying to burn down this Regirock. Absol doing a ton of damage. They're going to be able to follow that up beautifully. Final hit, though, will go to the Eldegoss, of course. Greatest secure in the game. Every support. Doesn't matter what it is. Looked like that might have been an auto as well.
Man. And speaking of caster curses, by the way, Flareon's is on the Thunder build, not on Parabolic Charge, of course. So really just having to deal with that all the time. Oh, unfortunately, Split finds themselves in a tough position. Zugrug doing a really good job of isolating that attacker away from the rest of the group, means that Yard cannot get the Eldegoss healing out of them. So Sanguin might have gotten both objectives on both sides of the map, but they still are having a tough time translating it into any kind of points advantage. Top side might be a little bit easier, but currently, OG crushing on the Zacian in this fight.
Yeah, they're trying to get any sort of space to score. They just really haven't been able to. But they are creating a pretty big distraction, as we're going to see at least one member go down. Defender going down on the side of Orange Juicers. OG now trying to run away. Could get a lot of extra damage in there, but gets CC'd. We're seeing this little Ninetales do extremely well in all these fights. Certainly something to look at later. Roland going in, though, trying to get the last hit maybe on this Umbreon, as Flareon's just trying to space out. They will be able to escape, but there's a lot of low HP members scoring on this goal, so they're gonna jump in. Kratos taking out 2 immediately, looking for that third if they don't get one shot again. And Kratos is actually gonna have to maybe run away. They're taking a big risk. They will be able to finish off Yard. No, Yard alive, and everybody's low. Everybody's scared to fight.
You gotta watch out for the A button from Eldegoss. It is a formidable tool in the hands of Yard, and they are able to chase down a couple of targets. They might not have gotten the KOs, but they at least do get away. I think one of the most important moments of that last fight, by the way, was that the Alolan Ninetales able to score a point threshold of over 30 points, despite Orange Juicers constantly trying to stop those attempts. But because of all 4 members being on the goal zone, the scoring acceleration was just through the roof. So A9 able to score, break that tier 1, has now put them in a really good position, and it looks like Sanguin is having a huge comeback moment.
Oh, well, they're looking like it, but now they're 4v5 near the final stretch for the Spacer Reggie. They will be able to take the Reggie Rock, but they've got to turn this around into some sort of win for themselves. They did manage to KO Kratos on that Absol, as we're going to see OG very, very low. However, pretty much everybody on the side of Sanguin's low, and we do see Roland sneaking around the back. OG going back in with no HP, manages to pick up a KO. Extremely risky. However, Roland trying to find that final hit on Kuzi, will not be able to, has to kind of sneak away, and this is an awkward moment, but we're entering the final stretch. There's still fights going on in a bunch of different places. That is a huge KO for a post 2-minute fight.
Oh, wow. I mean, we spent so many Unite moves in that battle as well. Due to the Energy Amplifier, it does mean that Kuzi will have the Revenant Rend again, and that's one of the only Unite moves back. However, the Zacian does have it as well. Kuzi found. Great Snorlax engaged by Zugrug. Is isolating a single target. Umbreon trying to buy a bit of space as well, but Flareon's able to dish out enough damage that the Umbreon's got to go running back to the Eldegoss.
Kratos at level 15. They've got to be careful. They know exactly where he is, and certainly is looking for a flank. We're just going to go in and burn. It looks like Garchomp's going to try to make it happen, but we're going to dive in on the side of Kratos, be able to take out Split immediately. Kuzi, though, going to be able to get a reverse KO onto Flareon's, it looks like. They want to burn down this Rayquaza. They want to make this flip actually happen. Down to about 20%. Everybody getting launched up in the air, and it's going to be Orange Juicers.
Roland Sableye is the one to take the Rayquaza. I don't know if it was via a Sableye doing damage or a Confuse Ray actually allowing another target to take it. Either way, I think the replay will tell us more, but a very tight situation. Kratos gets in a really dangerous spot in front of 3 members in that final fight, and the Absol Unite move is enough to bail them out and exchange a KO. The problem is, Kuzi's Unite move does the same thing on the other side of the battlefield, and it's such a huge trade back and forth. I thought the Zacian was in a great position to secure the Rayquaza, but when you got a support as solid as Roland is on this Sableye, I mean, we really didn't want this to end any other way.
I mean, can I just say that as this game is basically ending for Furry, there's no way to make a comeback at this point. I gotta say, this is one of the best days already that I've seen from Roland ever. Like, this is an incredible day of Roland gameplay. All 3 games that they've played, I'm glad they finally picked up a win off of the back of that, but they have been extremely successful in basically everything that they've done, and a great showing of a Pokemon that we don't get to see as much recently, the Sableye, obviously winning the game in a few different ways. So Orange Juicers finally put themselves on the board for today, but it was close. It was a weird game, it was awkward, and it was down to the wire.
Yeah, and also, I think I found my favorite Central Area Kratos pick today. That Absol was absolutely phenomenal. I'm so sorry. But I do think my favorite combo is what we got to see a little bit earlier in the game. I think at the 3-4 minute mark, that Sableye stun, forcing the enemy to walk away, turn their back to the Absol, which was, we all know, is devastating. Kratos with 107,000 damage in that game. Truly incredible. Movesets that I didn't expect. Ground Chomp on the side of Sanguin?
I mean, I don't even know why you choose that. I mean, I think that they're really cool. I'm a big fan of how those moves look. I think Dig is a very, very cool looking move, and it avoids projectiles, I guess. So maybe if you want to try to get away from Rhydon, I don't know. Do you have any reason? You're definitely a Garchomp expert. Do you know why you would choose this moveset over anything else?
Yeah. The only thing I can truly think of is Defense Shred. Like, if you were trying to run Earthquake, I'm like checking desperately right now. But yeah, of course you do slow enemies with the Earthquake, right? That is going to be the major portion of it. You want to make sure that people can't escape from you, and do a little bit of damage over time at the same time. But, I mean, you want to slow them down, allow the Sarah Ledge to have easier engages? I'm not too sure. And especially if you're playing it in the bottom path like they were. You know, you're running this Garchomp against an attacker on the opposing side. Like, Dig and Earthquake usually mean that you're intending to fight up close and personal, and in the early game, that is not going to be possible at all. I mean, I still think Ganon actually found some great ways to make this Garchomp work, but I very rarely thought that it was coming from the Earthquake moveset.
Right. I mean, the biggest thing about Garchomp is that once it's powerful, it almost, I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't matter which moveset you use. It obviously matters quite a bit, but you can make it work if you were to use no moves at all, except for maybe your Unite, right? Like, your autos and your Unite alone are enough to shred down an entire team. So they still played well, and they still got a good amount of mileage out of that Garchomp, but just it's a curiosity as to why that was the moveset used. A lot of different movesets that we didn't expect, I think, in general this game, which is a really cool thing to see from Unite at the moment. But all right, I'm curious as to how this all went down. We gotta look at this again.
I know. Okay, so that was the Absol engage that I was talking about. That Revenant ran almost KOing them, and Kuzi kind of bringing this thing back to parity. So this is the moment here. Watch Roland Sableye. The heavy slam lands. Roland confuse Rays. Who's confused? Kuzi! Kuzi's confused Ray. Kuzi gets confused Ray and auto attacks the Rayquaza, giving Sableye the credit for it. Absolutely unbelievable. At least that's what it looks like to me when I'm watching that replay. Maybe people can get even nerdier on it in some recaps later on, but we got a draft to get into for game number 2, so we're going to jump right into it, Wonder Chef. Sanguin are going to lead us off with a Leafeon ban, Orange Juicers following up with the Psyduck ban.
Real quick before we the Garchomp ban. Okay, but before we talk about that, I want to give a shout out to Bob doing our replays. Thank you for always finding the slow-mo moments that we're looking for. That is huge and great for the viewers as well. But Garchomp ban is really interesting coming from Sanguin. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so obviously they were the players picking that Pokemon previously. Orange Juicers now have the option to go with that Zacian like they have been going with so frequently throughout this tournament, but Roland, unfortunately for Deucenax, is going to return to the Umbreon.
I do see in chat, by the way, Kuzi saying Dig was a misclick. So
okay.
that does answer our question. Could this be a real pick, though? No, okay. I was kind of excited for a second. There's been a lot of Goodra discussion recently, I think, from a lot of different regions, and some people saying it's the worst Pokemon in the game, some people saying it's much better than that, but we're not going to see the Goodra. They always like to bait us out. The Trevenant, though, we haven't seen as much Trevenant just today, which is just, again, we've only seen a few teams, so nice to see that kind of for one of the first times, although this would be really interesting. I would love to see this kind of, I don't want to say copying, but referencing Japan. Oh, no. Stop baiting me. I'm going to stop talking about draft. You finish this one.
Okay. That would be sick, though. I do love watching some good Tyranitar games, and I actually do think Kratos has a mean Tyranitar, if memory serves, so that would be pretty exciting. Kuzi hovering this Ceruledge yet again. I think it was one of the brighter spots of their team composition, so wouldn't be too shocked to see that Pokemon reemerge, and I think a Greedent pick is actually looking pretty okay in this enemy lineup. The biggest thing you have to remember is it is a very, very defensively bulky Orange Juicers team. Umbreon, Crustle, and even Zacian all have very impressive defensive stats. You need to have some kind of way to shred that. Ceruledge, one of the best in the biz with that Psycho Cut style of build. And Scyther, another Pokemon that can truly burst down targets before we even get to rally back. But Kratos will lock in that Dodrio yet again. Didn't have the best performance on the winner's side of the bracket, but looking for a bit of a revenge story here in the losers.
I'm a little bit curious as to what the strategy here is for choosing Dodrio. Maybe it's just that there's not that much to actually control it. Not a huge amount of CC, I'd say, in general on the side of Sanguin. So maybe you're just like, okay, I'm just going to run free and you're never going to be able to catch me. But we know that Dodrio can work in a lot of different situations, so I do like to see it. But I do really like the comp of Sanguin, of the Scyther, of course. We get the first Scyther match this time around, so we get to craft the propaganda as to whether or not Scyther is actually a good pick. I'm assuming it's going to be Scyther and not Scizor.
Well, they did misclick Ground Chomp, so who knows what might be available in that pick. I think Scyther in this kind of position, I don't actually dislike it, really. I think it is I'm always defending Scyther, it feels, but into a composition whose only source of healing is from Wish, which does give you damage reduction, but is a slower heal. It's not instant. It does allow Scyther to burst down targets. One of the weaknesses that Scyther has within its kit is that if it can't burst you and you get get a chance to heal back up, you're very rarely finding that KO. However, it is one of the best speedsters at bursting down enemy targets, especially when Leafeon is banned. So, I don't hate this pick. However, I think where it ends up in the battlefield in the early game is going to kind of be defining. It is roaming towards the top side of the map, and oh boy, that does mean we might be wanting a bit more of a defensive option.
It could be. It could be. I'm never gonna. I think we just can't call anything at this point anymore. By the way, didn't Scyther get a little bit more self-sustain on like dual wing beat? I think maybe in the last patch, like 10% more.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is a nice buff on a Pokemon that already honestly saw a good amount of tournament play over the past, I don't know, 6 months or so. So we'll see if what it ends up becoming. But first, we've got a little bit of a pathing phase to get through. It is being supported by that Blissey. Up top, though, it's going to be scary. Getting through Zacian is never going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, we see the Miraidon from Split. So they were running the Alola Ninetales, of course, last game, and I wonder how much of a defining force this Miraidon is going to be throughout this game. I mean, both teams prioritizing it a lot, but neither team banning it up until this moment. So Miraidon not doing super hot over in EU earlier this morning, but here in North America, it's absolutely crushing.
I'm surprised it's not doing hot, but we're going to get a pretty quick fight as the Drizzle's going to go down. Zugrug as well, immediately falling. Only Kratos left to defend. Does manage to get a reverse KO on what is still currently a Scyther. Has not hit that level 5 point yet. OG coming back down to help with the assist, but already 30 points going into that goal zone. So they did manage to get somewhat of what they wanted, and now you're going to have to push this against a Miraidon. However, you're 2 level 6s against a poor level 4, and that's got to feel pretty good. This goal zone is going to take a ton of damage.
Man, Kratos is already at level 7, probably fully stacked up at this point as well, and has only had 1 clear of their central area so far. In fact, I'm not even going to go look for theirs. I'm going to take a quick peek at the enemy central area, see if anything's available there. There'll be a quick rotation to the top, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Flareons actually roam in and take even just the blue buff out minimum, but we'll have to wait and see what they do. And yeah, I think on the minimap, it is looking like the Intel going to do a quick clear. OG chasing down Ganon is going to get the execute. That enhanced Metal Claw just doing a huge burst of damage, as well as a very lengthy dash. Scyther not able to make it away, thanks to Zacian utilizing the AOS energy.
I'm curious if there's any interaction, if anybody in chat knows, if there's any interaction between Dual Wing Beat and Metal Claw, because I know Metal Claw is like the anti-projectile properties, but I don't know if Dual Wing Beat's considered a projectile. It is ranged, but I don't know. Somebody tell me if that's the case, because that would actually be a huge, actual counter pick, but maybe they would know that if that was the case. So we are going to see it be a Scyther. Right now, Split is gone. There's split between here and their home goal zone, maybe. And that goes, the Tier 1 goes on going down very quickly as well.
What a dream come true draft for orange juicers, specifically for Flareon. When you want to run this Inteleon, you want to make sure that your snipe shots are landing, and you have Mean Looks and Rock Tombs to just set you up, tee up constant snipes. That is going to be so much fun for them. And wow, OG diving back into that fight. Very risky, but the Metal Claw does allow them to back out immediately. Big Rock Tomb by Zugrug locks down Kuzi, and it will be good enough for the KO. That's a Scyther. They dive in and immediately take it up by Destodrio. Kratos has access to that triple trample. They immediately burn it for this engage. And that's what you get from these early games. You essentially get one free team fight where your team has Unite moves and the opposing team does not. And you want to make sure you pull that trigger, because by the time the enemy team who's playing from behind catches up, you will have most likely earned a second set of Unites. You want to get that value when the opposing team does not. And
Pop it so
okay.
that, ooh, yeah, we're going to see that go in. They could have stopped it from going in. I'm not really exactly sure why it ended up going in, but I was just going to say that this is a really tough game for Scyther as well, because Scyther's one of those Pokemon that if you're down on life, you don't get that burst that you were talking about. Oh my goodness. Well, that's a way to start catching up, because we're going to see OG get melted, and we're seeing Unite from the Scyther trying to chase down Kratos, but no chance. That is really, really tough. Just so far behind in levels.
Yeah, this Scyther pick is looking tougher and tougher right now. Yard gets caught into that Mean Look, but I don't even think they would have been able to walk away from that fight regardless. Kratos outrunning this Thunder. Not easy to do, but does pick up a KO streak of 3, 1 on each of the mantle for their heads, as they now have to escape another 1v3 they've gotten themselves into. A much more challenging one, but they do bait out a Bliss Assistance. Huge value from that push.
Ooh, Kratos getting a little bit low, but does have the speed to basically ensure that nobody's going to catch them if they really don't want to. OG rotating up top as well, but the real objective is going to be down on bottom. We're only 20 seconds away from this basement Reggie, and I did get some confirmation in chat, so thank you, that dual wing beat is not considered a projectile, so there is no interaction, and I don't have to worry about that kind of cool or maybe not cool thing happening. This Flareon's barely escaping.
Ooh, okay, so we got Split trying to defend this goal zone with the Bright Future Meteor Storm, and so far so good. That goal zone remains at 2, which it has been for quite some time, but make no mistake, Orange Juicer's not exactly struggling in the scoring department. In fact, Zugrug and Flareon's able to take a 2v1 versus Kuzi in the bottom half. Not even sure how that emerged, but they win it and push all the way to the goal zone. Really tough for this team to deal with. Sanguin not really having an answer so far.
I have terrible news for you, Zoinks. As soon as Doop Snacks and Spriggles get on camera, they are going to talk about Scyther, and they're going to talk about you. And
you know what? I can't stop. Like, they deserve it. This is, they truly deserve it. Orange Juicers have every answer. Sanguin does not, and certainly it doesn't feel like their draft selections have been doing them many favors. I do think they have a couple of options to bring themselves back into this game, but so far, the Scyther has been a struggle point for this roster. One good thing, though, and I talked about it before, is that Kuzi Serledge has been a bit of a shining light for them, and that Energy Amplifier X Attack combo with that Unite has been almost on cooldown this entire matchup. They have been utilizing them as frequently as they possibly can. A big team fight could be made or broken on that engage entirely.
I will say that there is still a potential for a big final team fight in the favor of Sanguin. They have a lot of big burst AoE unites, right? Scyther Unite does tons of damage to a big area. The Serledge Unite does a ton of damage to a huge area. The ability to Wood Hammer and then use like a Phantom Force is huge. They could have some just big, huge set of like knockups and crowd control and damage if we're grouped. And Orange Juicers does not have that kind of at all. They have a lot of very singular Unite targets on their team. They have the ability to kind of do that somewhat, but if they all get grouped up and just all pile on top of each other, it's going to look rough. So that may be the only way to come back into this. And if Orange Juicers continue to play the way that they have been playing, they are really good at splitting up, not getting picked off, playing kind of like guerrilla tactics. And I'm loving it. I'm loving the way they're doing this.
It's so interesting with this composition they built too, is that you would think this double defender composition is going to be what is so strong and why Flareons can play so safe. But the way that this is playing out, I actually feel it's more to the credit of Kratos' Dodrio that their attacker player has not been targeted down too much. It feels like Kratos is constantly kind of doing this tiptoe dance with multiple targets from Sanguin, but Roland does jump head into a dangerous spot. Looks like we're going to force the fight immediately. OG with the Metal Claw does not find a single target to really take down, but Scyther is going to finally find a KO on the other side. They are immediately traded as Flareons lands one big snipe shot, and OG is on the run, so low on their HP. Kuzi not going to let him off easy. Checks the wrong tall grass with that flame charge. They gamble and lose, and that means OG gets to go back to base.
All right, a little bit of a refight. We are going to see the Crustle unite as Zugrug is just trying to delay everybody on the side of Sanguin, allowing everybody a chance to come back. Woodhammer's only going to hit one target. It's not going to be enough. That Trevenant is going down. Sanguin down to 4v5, and it's looking like we're pretty healthy, except for Zugrug, who's going down very quickly. It will be now a 4v4, but the time delay is very much in the favor of Orange Juicers. If they can get these small one-on-one picks, just continue this fight, make them have to regroup, they are winning, because they're winning by over 200 points. So even if we see 2 hundo burgers in, it's not going to be quite enough. I like this attempt to flank. That was actually an absurdly high amount of damage onto that Trevenant, but a jump from OG is not able to get that pick on that Trevenant. Now they're in a weird level of positioning.
Imagine Maridon having to take a body block for a snipe shot to save your Trevenant. Very tough position to be in. OG on a huge flank around the backside of the map as Rayquaza has now become the main attachment for all these players diving in. Serledge already down. Snipe shot from long range. Doesn't even take the Rayquaza. Instead, it is OG Zacian picking it up. And Dodrio takes 2 KOs as well. 4 members down from Sanguin. Orange Juicers, all they got to do is follow the yellow brick road to these goal zones.
Or the purple brick road, maybe?
Purple brick road, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they call it. But, great stuff from them. That was a really well-played extended fight, and there was a lot of flanks going on from both sides, but this is pretty much locked up in the bag. Only 20 seconds left. There is a potential to counter-score a few points from that Treven on the other side, but obviously, unless they have 350 points in their pocket, it's not going to be enough. So Orange Juicers, despite going down 2-0 in the first set of the day, are going to win their second set 2-0, bouncing back, in my opinion, looking even stronger than they were. Rolling an amazing play. Kratos popping off with this Dodrio this game. Everybody just looking amazing.
Yeah, really fantastic performance from Orange Juicers. Great to see a new squad in this new Sanguin team make it into the top 8, kind of showcase what they are capable of. They come up a little bit short though, but we talked about it so much. An underdog story for them, seeing as Orange Juicers are such a formidable squad, and wow, as Kratos got the momentum, they have woken up. 17 KOs on this Dodrio, an absolutely ridiculous performance. You don't often see the number 17 in the KO column in official UCS tournaments these days, especially within the top 8. Impressive stuff from Kratos, and honestly, Orange Juicers, I know they're in the losers bracket, but I mean, you still got to consider this team one of the tournament favorites to win this whole thing.
I love the way they've been playing all day. Look at that, 108,000 damage on Dodrio. I mean, even with Tri-Attack, you don't usually see huge damage numbers with Dodrio. It's kind of a hit-and-run Pokemon, but that was an extremely strong level of play. But I feel like today, Orange Juicers have been playing a lot more aggressive than I'm used to them seeing. They're invading a lot. They're really trying to hold on to these early leads. Kratos was able to, of course, make that happen really well in that last game, so that was a really good example of it. But the invades from Roland have been amazing. The pacing that they're playing at seems a little bit faster maybe than what I'm used to seeing from them, which is not to say that they're particularly like slow paced, but I just feels like they've got a strategy together, and I'm really liking it.
100%. Can't wait to see what else this team is capable of. Taking a look at our score chart here that we got on screen, it does, I think, tell the story pretty well in this matchup. Orange Juicers dominating the lobby from start to finish. This was a cool play, though, from Sanguin, trying to force a 4v3 on the bottom side of the map, trying to help out this Miraidon get to their level, I think, a little bit faster if they could. Not to mention, Kuzi desperately wants to get to that level 9 by any means possible, and earning a free KO by a surprise flank is one of the best ways to do so.
We talked about it. You talked about how you need to burst people down with Scyther. I kind of half finished this thought earlier, right about the time of the replay, actually. But the fact that Scyther was behind in level by so much means that you never, even if you get your full burst, you're not going to get a KO. I mean, look at this. You're chasing someone 3 levels higher than you. If you land your full combo, they're going to sit at like half-life. They do not care, even if they are a speedster. So when you're behind by that much on something like the Trevenant, and then the Ceruledge, who also relies a lot on being kind of even level to get a little bit of that self-sustain. Same thing with the Trevenant. They're really, really strong when you're kind of toe-to-toe with the opponents, but if you're not doing anything. Right here's another great example, a little bit below level. That was a great engage from that Scyther, but they weren't even able to take down Flareons, which I think was their main target.
Yeah, I think that's thanks to Zugrug rocking that buddy barrier yet again. It feels like on every tank. And oh man, I really wonder if this final fight goes different. If Kuzi flame charges into the correct tall grass, they got a 50-50 shot of finding and stopping OG from recalling, not to mention it would get the KO. But in the end, it didn't really matter. I think no matter what, the Kratos Dodrio was too formidable to deal with in the final moments, and honestly, every moment in that matchup, this Dodrio was absolutely phenomenal, and I expect we're going to see a whole lot more from it in Orange Juicers in this bracket today.
Certainly. I mean, if we don't get at least multiple more games out of them, I would be surprised. But you never know. North America is looking amazing. Again, a completely, well, not a new squad in general, but a new squad to UCS. Looking amazing, taking it pretty close to our previous events champions, and of course, one of the best teams in NA for a couple years running now. So we really are in the biggest question mark ever. I'm so excited that we get to watch NA this season, because we've got other teams as well in the rest of this bracket that we have not seen yet in UCS. They can stand a great chance.
Yeah, we got amazing matchups for you all day long as we're covering the entirety of this bracket. It's going to be so fun to break down these games. We hope you stick with us, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
All right, welcome back here to the December Cup for the North America region here in the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. I am Spreggles, your content cowboy, yeehaws and all those things. I'm joined by the one and only Doobsnacks, and we have a couple of really exciting matches coming up for everybody, Doobsnacks.
We really do. For those of you who've been watching so far, we've seen some awesome stuff, and the two teams we're about to see are no exception either. Zephyr, we just watched them play Phalanx. We had Hex Gengar running around. And the other side from them is Ignorance, the team we talked about at the top of the show a little bit. NA, kind of perennial darlings, but we've already got this match ready, so instead of hypothesizing what they're going to throw at us, let's just find out.
Yeah, here we go, heading into the draft right here. Ignorance is on your purple side, Zephyr on your orange side. You know, we just talked about kind of the crazy stuff we saw from Zephyr. Bora Reach on Hex Gengar. That was really, really cool to see on Team YouTube stream a little earlier. I can't wait to see what they bring into this game.
I can't either. We gotta highlight it because you and I do it every single time. Shout out to Ignorance having the best names in the game. Some of the best gamer tags going. I don't want to miss that beat. It's one we hit every time, and we have to hit it again.
Yes, we do. Soup Chef, Goopiter, Scrubblenot, Protein Shake is without question top tier as far as names are concerned.
Yes.
Seeing this first pick, the Trevenant, head on over to the side of Zephyr. I wonder what they're going to grab here. You know, given that they have sort of some deep pockets when it comes to some of these Pokemon polls. I mean, they've got a lot of Pokemon that they can bring out. It's interesting to see what they're going to start with. And we have Mimikyu. I think the first game we've seen it all day.
Mimikyu locked in, Snorlax as well. Snorlax in an absolute premium, a Pokemon we've been talking about since the World Championships back in August, and now finally seeing it rise back to its Season 1 fame. And Garchomp as well has been an absolute menace these last 6 weeks.
Is there any Pokemon in the game that has had the kind of glow up that Garchomp has had, going from being one of the lowest tier Pokemon in the game to being a competitive staple here in year 4? It's just kind of crazy.
I love the swings that these Pokemon get. Scrubble locking in Hoopa. We're going to be seeing that trick out of them, something that they actually play normally, so they feel right at home. JL going to pick up Eldegoss, no surprise there, an amazing support player from NA. And Gardevoir, something we only really see out of YouTube, going to be locked in by Dispenza.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing more and more teams pick it up a little bit. Of course, you know, when you think of Gardevoir, you think of So Sad Sam, you think of maybe Lutano from a previous season, right? But I have seen a few more teams start to pick this up as we have the Venusaur locked in for Ignorance and Pikachu. Pika is seeing play here and there. Venusaur is really nice. First off, it would counter Phalanx if Zephyr decides to bring that back out. But a nice buff to Giga Drain gives it more sustainability in some of these big fights if they decide to play that version of it.
Celestial locking in Lucario. And again, I think the thought there is if you're going to have Garchomp in the top path, Lucario is pretty good against Garchomp top early. The problem is if you don't get miles ahead with Lucario, slow and steady wins the race. That Garchomp by the end of the game is just going to take over.
Yeah, Lucario is an interesting one, right? I often wonder, is Lucario still a reasonable pick meta-wise, or is Lucario just a Pokemon that has been here from the beginning? All of these players have spent countless hours on it because at different times it was one of the best things going in Unite. I wonder if this is just such a good comfort pick that even if it's sort of middle of the road right now, it's a great choice for these players, or if Lucario really does still have a place in a competitive meta. I'm honestly not sure. And one interesting fact about Lucario, the only game our world champs lost at the World Championships had them playing Lucario. Is that the reason? I say 100%.
Well, the math would favor you if in that specific scenario you just laid out. I'm not a big Lucario believer right now. I think the way that it doesn't really match the scaling of other Pokemon is kind of pales in comparison, to be honest. I'd rather see something like a Metagross, maybe. Something that does decent early game and can really start taking over at the end.
Well, here we go, Doobsnacks. You and I, our first game of the day that we get to cast. We've got Ignorance, your purple team, Zephyr, your orange team. We are down here in the losers bracket. These are the quarterfinals. This is win or go home. If you are able to win, you'll move forward in our bracket and have a chance at those grand finals once again.
Oblivion going straight across, going to try and get this Acelgor, is able to secure out from Protein Shake, and that's a problem that Bulbasaur and future Venusaur has had the whole time it's been in the game, is its ability to clear the central area quickly. It doesn't have that ability, Spraggles, and we just saw right there.
Yeah, it doesn't have as strong a secure, and then of course it's really hard to deal with the Snorlax in general right here. It's almost on the same level. Massive tackle, giving it that boosted attack. It's going to try to chase Protein Shake down, and it looks like it is, no, just barely misses the tackle. That was almost a huge KO there for Zephyr.
Way to turn it around. The K opener onto the Gibble is a good look. Oblivion kind of feels like they saw KO slip through their fingers there without a doubt. But, again, they bought a ton of time, which is something they have to be at least content with, because that's ultimately your goal when you go over there. Everything else becomes icing on the cake.
Take a look at this. We have 4 players rotating to this bottom path here for Zephyr. They're going to push towards this goal zone. Some points raining in there from Oblivion. Nice Thunder trying to stop him right there, but they're moving in on the Pikachu, seeing if they can get the KO. The play rough doesn't hit Pika, but the points are going in.
Shout out to Soup Chef. I mean, really standing on pad and making that pad last longer than it really had any right to. In a 4v2, you have to tip the cap there. Quickly moving as Scribblenaught into the middle. Soup Chef is there to provide support. Protein Shake, finally an Ivysaur, but ultimately Zephyr's in pretty good shape. JL and Oblivion are just going to bully Scribblenaught all over this map.
Yeah, nice trick right there to actually get out of a very bad situation for them. They don't end up going down, but the pressure really has been put on from Zephyr here, heading to this central area, trying to clear all of this experience as fast as they can. All of it heads over to the side of Zephyr.
And that's kind of par for the course so far this game. The scoreline's pretty close, but the levels are starting to slide into the favor of Zephyr, and you cannot let that become insurmountable. That is a problem with Garchomp. It takes a while to get there, but if you can't keep pace to at least some degree, then it doesn't matter how big Garchomp is, the rest of the team can still beat you down.
You know, we talked a little bit about what kind of Venusaur we would see, possibly the Petal Dance Giga Drain, but no, we have Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam, so they're going to have some incredible secure, some nice special defense shred and slow there with Sludge Bomb, but they are not going to be able to fight up close.
Great engagement on Scribblenaught, another KO for Zephyr as they're looking to push here. We're going to have to pivot back. Even Goop is going to pick up both berries and say, man, we are struggling. Electro Web, one of the strongest moves in the game, still being held by Neon here until they hit that next gear. We're moving forward, and this Mimikyu is being relentless, Spraggles. Bora just keeps going in and in and in. They're going to get more KOs, and they've been sitting on this goal zone unwilling to score.
Yeah, continuing to push forward right here. It looks like the rest of Zephyr is putting the points in as Bora is just zoning out the enemy team. Almost level 9, could pull that Unite move off and pick up a massive KO on the side of Ignorance here, but they decide to peel back, take this Regieleki essentially for free. Little bit of a steal attempted there by Ignorance, but they are not able to take it down. Zephyr now pushing in the top path. They also still have presence in the bottom path.
Yeah, the Regieleki is going to hit. Good opportunity for an overdunk here. They're not going to let it stay too long because they want to go put pressure at other places on the map. Another plus 29 over downstairs, and this is kind of getting out of control.
Yeah, it really is. Just from the start here, Oblivion setting the tempo of the match for Zephyr. They have been in their face the entire game, taking the top objective. Now they are all alone at this bottom objective. We don't have any opportunity for Ignorance to even get there and try to secure it with a Solar Beam. Zephyr is going to take this Regirock, and they are ahead. 76-204. They're ahead level-wise. They've taken both objectives. They have better positioning on the map. Right now, everything is going great for Zephyr.
It really is, and you're taking a look here. A nice Solar Beam right there, but Celestial is relentless, going straight at them, straight down the pike. No surprise. We have the big Verdant Anger Solar Beam follow-up, and we're trying to get a Garchomp combo. Another Unite move used, but Celestial is gone, and they can't even use 2 Unite moves to get 1 KO. That is a problem, Cowboy.
They are trying to get Celestial right here, but he is using Bone Rush, Extreme Seed, trying to break some ankles. Finally gets taken down by the Volt Tackle there from Neon as they're eyeing this goal zone, but with multiple members of Zephyr here. One of them was Shadow Sneak moving on in. It looks like they are going to get pushed back. Pikachu Unite move right the other way. Not able to pick up a KO yet. Bora still moving in on the Mimikyu and takes down Pika.
I cannot believe that that Mimikyu stood toe-to-toe for that long. It was on a razor of HP, able to hang tight, get another KO before it's finally dealt with. 204 to 90, Zephyr is in control.
Zephyr's in control. Luckily for Ignorance, they are coming back a little bit on points, and they haven't completely lost this game level-wise, right? They have a level 11 on that Venusaur. Garchomp is right there at 11, so they're just in line with Zephyr, but it does feel like Zephyr is dictating the pace, dictating the engagements, how they want to play, and as I say that, the caster curse happens, they're looking to push.
Fairy Singularity is down, can't get Garchomp. They actually used the Trick Phantom Force to get out of the Unite move, so great play by Screwball, good awareness by Goop, and now the Goop and Soup connection is going to have to come online as Soup is looking to Horn Leash somebody away. Protein Shake pops the Unite move, can't get Celestial down. Eldegoss takes to the skies, crashes down, tops off the HP of the rest of the team, but it's 3 players down instantly for Ignorance. Neon finds himself all alone. Here comes Goop, going to try and pick up the support, but that's not going to ring true. Reggie, like he's there, Dragon Rush right into the middle, still secured by Celestial with the Aura Cannon.
Yeah, beautiful secure there from Celestial. And, you know, Neon, they did a great job of actually staying in this fight, trying to put some pressure on the side of Zephyr, as well as, of course, having Goopiter on that Garchomp. Unfortunately, not able to stop them at all. Another objective over to Zephyr. As we have Hoopa heading to the bottom path here, they could bring their team down with the Unite move. At the same time, they could look for a sneaky steal, as once again, Gardevoir on the side of Zephyr is just clearing out another Regirock.
All right, Rings Unbound, Screwball now. They're going to put pressure. Nice stun on Dispenza in the back line. We're going to put a little beam on it. Regirock has not reset. Taken by Ignorance. Good opportunity for them to get a KO and push on top of this goal zone, shrink this goal lead. But we've got 83 going in the other way. And 49 up top. Spraggles, good counter scoring here by Zephyr.
Yeah, I love the play here from Zephyr. Obviously, they only had one Pokemon down here in this bottom path, so the second they saw that Hoopa Unite move, they knew that they had free reign to do whatever they wanted on Ignorance's side of the map here. Ignorance now having to peel back from this goal zone. They did get to score a lot of points, though, way up on the scoreboard compared to where they were. Now 204, 336, as they're just being shoved back here. Of course, all of those extra points that Zephyr was able to score, we really are in the same position as before for Ignorance.
The experience lead is shrinking quite a bit, Spraggles. So yes, the score lead is there for Zephyr, but Ignorance has found a way to claw back into this one. And when I'm looking at these compositions, and I see myself a Garchomp and a Solar Beam Venusaur, they've got a real opportunity to take this Ray.
That is a 1-2 punch that would absolutely knock out multiple members of Zephyr. If they can get a Dragon Claw combo on top of a Solar Beam, I mean, that would be huge. We now see the Shadow Sneaks flying out from the side of Zephyr. Bora just looking to see not only if they can jump in, but more likely just trying to find exactly where players from Ignorance are, as the Rayquaza has now hit the map. And we have Ignorance actually moving pretty aggressively towards Zephyr's side of the map, seeing if they can find a catch right here. They're starting to tap Rayquaza. They do have great secure, but they want to make sure they don't get caught by Mimikyu, and they want to make sure that this Lucario doesn't get to run amok here. If they can grab, you know, Gardevoir, that would be even better for them.
Borereach looking for a way in. Soup Chef kind of spacing them out pretty well just by existing in their Shadow Sneak range here. Heavy slam in the back. Gonna go for a power nap too. Celestial tries to engage on Goopiter. We're going Rings Unbound. Screwball's caught in the Fairy Singularity, but they're the only target. They are down quickly. Eldegoss takes to the skies. They're gonna land on top of Celestial, top off their HP. Nice Solar Beam back through. When I say nice, I mean not even close, son. Didn't hit anybody. Going back through. Goopiter's looking for an opportunity. Can't quite find it. Trevenite pops up, marks 2. We're gonna Horn Leech away, but now Protein Shake and Neon are on the other side of the map, and Soup Chef has thought, man, I thought we were ready for some action. We're gonna have to take a deep breath because we're gonna do it all over.
Yeah, it looks like Ignorance just was not able to find their moment there. Venusaur couldn't find any fight. Celestial possibly moving in once again. Snorlax looking for a fight. Here comes Garchomp.
Oh, right into the Garchomp Unite. They're gonna be on top of Dispenza. Dispenza's gonna get out. Mimikyu Unite pop to cut that attack off right into the middle here. We've got a Vertinanger Thunderstorm combination in the middle, but everything thrown both ways. Rayquaza the half, we're moving in. Protein Shake just used their Solar Beam. They're gonna have to put it in the middle. Solar Beam! Who's gonna take it? Ignorance takes it, and that's the combination. That's a full team wipe. Let me tell you a little something, Spraggles. You can dominate a game for 9 minutes straight, be like level 14 or 15 to level 12s and 13, have every advantage possible going into Ray, but you still lose. This is no ego. It doesn't matter if you're the best jungler on the planet. When you got that 1-2 punch we just laid out, you can still get it done.
You're 100% right here, Dupesnacks. I don't even think the best jungler in OC could have saved that match right there, as we see an amazing play from Ignorance. They were looking for their moment. The fight stalled out, and you're right. Those first 9 minutes, they were holding on, but it all came down to that final play. We talked about the 1-2 punch. Well, they threw it, that right hook right into the uppercut. Ignorance taking game number 1.
Heck yes. And that's the problem with the draft that Zephyr put together. You take a look, team fight there. Where's the secure? They were using Celestial's Aura Cannon for a secure on the regular objectives that were on the map, right? We saw that twice on the Regieleki. But really, when you have your objective secure in a cooldown move and you have the rip that Garchomp brings, it's tough to contend with, and Celestial needed to use their Unite move before that opportunity even arose because they needed to get out of dodge, right? They needed to fight that team fight. So all in all, good draft here by Ignorance. They stayed in the pocket. They kept that level disparity slim. They kept the score line close enough, right? Enough that they could win if they took Ray, and they secured it. What a game.
Yeah, I gotta say, huge shout outs to Neon's Pikachu all game as well. I really feel like they positioned so well around some of these fights. It was just so impressive. That fight, it really felt like Ignorance tried to find their moment. It stalled out, but they had, they had that cool, calm, collected energy to know, no, this is not our moment. No, this is not our moment. It's time to actually get in there when we are ready to win this game. And they did just that. I think it's really impressive because I think a lot of teams could crack under that kind of pressure.
I agree completely, and I'm really glad you called out Neon, who is, I don't even want to say silently, but has always been an incredibly consistent member of this Ignorance team, right? I want to talk about them on stage last year at NEIC during the final stretch. Cool, calm, collected, playing some lights out Pokemon Unite, and really a good cornerstone to this team. When everybody else might feel a little rocky, right? Soup Chef was having difficulty getting their levels up early. They were level 8 when we had 12s across the board. Neon was there, help facilitating what they were going to do, following up, covering Protein Shake with good Thunderstorm Unite moves. I mean, Ignorance, that's the advantage, right? Zephyr has a bunch of great players, but Ignorance is a team that's been together for 3 years now, Cowboy. So, they are using the adversity that they've fought through to find ways to win, and here we go. They took themselves game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you see, obviously, Hoopa goes down right there, but the fight doesn't seem to continue. Ignorance is like, you know what? We can't take this. There's the claw combo, catches 2. I love this Mimikyu Unite move, by the way. I thought that was going to be the game. I thought it was perfect. However, we have Neon move in there. Massive catch right there from Neon. Rayquaza getting very low. There's the Sludge Bomb damage onto Ray. And the tick from Sludge Bomb, I believe, is what actually ends up taking it for the side of Ignorance.
Yeah, we call that just going into hardcore mode, right? Like, they could have taken it with the Solar Beam, but as I mentioned kind of in the cast, they used that Solar Beam just a hair before, so it might not have been off cooldown. At that point, you're like, okay, Garchomp's ripping, put the Sludge Bomb in, but also the Garchomp Dragon Rush to separate Oblivion off of the Rayquaza is actually what allowed that Sludge Bomb to have the final tick, right? Because if the Garchomp doesn't reposition Oblivion, the Snorlax, then that's just the last chance that team had to secure that objective, and ultimately it ends up being a full team wipe and a checkbox in the side of Ignorance. What a game! I mean, I'll be honest, the games today have been awesome. Like, from bell to bell, they've been good.
We've had such good games here in NA. I mean, it's been so exciting to watch. I think a lot of teams winning that you might not expect, right? Like Juicers falling early in this tournament, but they're still here. We have Zephyr once again going up against Ignorance. 2 amazing teams. Zephyr obviously taking down Team YT. Ignorance being dispatched by Luminosity, but they're looking pretty amazing here in our losers bracket quarterfinal.
Ignorance is great. I was talking about how bummed I was them not making the top 8 last week. I'm so excited we get to watch them again here. They're a fun team to watch. They're a group of fun players as well, and just a good cornerstone. And they're a team like this that keeps the NA scene alive because they are constantly there. And also kind of made their name being absolute ladder demons. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's really cool to see something like that. And it's cool to see, I mean, a team like Zephyr, we have a ton of superstar players all coming together. And it's one of those teams that you hope stays together and continues to work on this regardless of the outcome here today, whether they win the whole thing or not, because it's just so many stars from the NA region, and they all can play some real lights out Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, Celestial was on TTV when they won the NEIC tournament. What was it, 2 years ago now? I mean, Oblivion, JL was on Luminosity last year. JL has been a phenomenal player You know, these are all names from Bora Reach. You used to play with Bora Reach when they were just kind of rinsing people on ladder, right? These are long mainstay players in this Unite community, and I'm glad to see them here in the lower bracket quarterfinal.
Yeah, I'm 100% right there with you. We take a look at our bans here. Obviously, Zacian getting a lot of priority. I am not surprised to see Garchomp bans. If you have a Garchomp on the other side that is brutal, I actually think it's a great ban, and I've been waiting for this. We have Bora Reach's Gengar. When I used to play with Bora Reach, as you were mentioning there for a minute, Doob Snacks, on ladder, Bora was a monster Gengar, and it's so cool to see them on that comfort pick right now.
Absolutely. Taking a look, though, JL first picking Blissey. That is their comfort zone. They are cooking in a kitchen they're familiar with. Protein Shake going back to the Venusaur well, but I like this Neon A9 setup. We were talking about, was it yesterday with Zoinks? Espeon or A9, who you got in lane? And while Japan seems to favor Espeon quite significantly, and it's being quite successful, you and I both said, I don't know, I think I kind of like A9. So I'm excited to see it played out.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. We were talking a lot about this kind of matchup, right? Or this choice, because Japan is really invested in Espeon, which I do think is pretty underrated. I think Espeon's been extremely good for a while, and after Psyshock got some buffs, I think people were kind of sleeping on how good that build has become once again. But Alolan Ninetales is just crazy strong. Whether you're going with that Blizzard Avalanche, you know, one catch is really all it takes to change a match with a Blizzard Avalanche and Alolan Ninetales. Yes, you are playing sort of at this weird like medium range, which I think is one of the issues with the Alolan Ninetales. The other build that I think is honestly slept on insanely hard is Aurora Veil Dazzling Gleam. I think after the defensive buffs to Alolan Ninetales, that build is legit very annoying, very difficult to deal with, and supports your team in kind of a sneaky way with Aurora Veil.
I agree completely. I think A9, I mean, and the parallels between A9 or Espeon are worth mentioning, right? Both kits get a lot of use. As we jump into this game, we'll see where Neon actually ends up, but their Unite moves are also similar, kind of a crowd catch-all.
And here we go, heading into game number 2, Doob Snacks. Zephyr, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. Ignorance up one game after a beautiful Rayquaza fight. But I gotta say, Zephyr looked like they were in control for a lot of that match, so I wouldn't be feeling too bad if I was them.
No, it's the quintessential example, like, you don't need to switch up much, you just need to execute a little stronger in the end, right? Because they took that first team fight incredibly well at Ray, and were able to essentially reposition for a refight. What they didn't count on is, and I think it was Bridget that mentioned it in the chat here, Ignorance's Unite management at Ray was just so strong compared to Zephyr's. So they need to keep that in the back of their mind. Because when that Garchomp came back with that Unite move, it really set the table for them to win.
Bora Reach here in the top path, just ready to start a fight. Already at level 5, and they have that Gengar Hollowware that I'm a little confused by the theme of it here as we're up here in this top path looking for the start of our fight. There they are moving in with the Hex, seeing if they can pick up a KO. Getting all the resets they can. Look at how many members of the team are going down as they rip through them.
Are you kidding? The ugliest Pokemon on Earth, that Combuskin with the reposition on 4 players, ends up putting Bora Reach in a position to get so much damage in. What an engagement, what a follow-up, what a play. And now Bora Reach might have overextended their welcome. We'll see if Ignorance can actually take care of this Haunter.
Yeah, this would be an unfortunate situation for Bora right here after a huge victory. They're going to try to get out. They may get caught here, but no, with the safeguard, they are able to pull out of that fight. Great start, Goopiter, though, continuing the chase. Not giving up right here, looking for a possible KO, but not able to find it.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a fair play by Goopiter, right? I mean, they're level 4. They got stymied in the top path. A level 6 KO would mean everything to them and would completely get them back in the game. I think it's a risk worth taking. Nice overheat here. Going to lock down 2 more players as Celestial is finally Blaziken, so we don't have to stare at Combuskin anymore. Good show by Zephyr. I mean, this is the quintessential how you'd want your first 2 minutes to go.
And take a look at this here in the bottom path. We have the Lapras, no EXP share. They're looking to carry a little bit on this defender as we have the EXP share sent over to the side of the Pikachu. Obviously, EXP share attackers are kind of becoming all the rage here in Unite, and Pikachu is a great option.
It really is. You got to think you can support your team in different ways, and it doesn't always have to be through the health bar. And we're seeing that with a Safeguard Blissey, and now with the support Pikachu as well. So both teams kind of on that. Nice heavy slam to create separation, but Oblivion gets straight into the back line, is trying to perish Sung Neon down. Goopiter going to the middle, going to try and get some levels up so they can finally evolve to Metagross. And looks like Neon was able to stay on their feet despite a big push by Oblivion.
Nice Solar Beam. I mean, you're guessing where they are, and you catch two on the side of Zephyr here. They're not really able to start Regiseal. What they can do is attack it a little bit and try to set it up in a position to possibly leech and restore some of its HP as it walks back. Oblivion getting caught right here. Regiseal getting very low. Secure over to the side of Ignorance.
That is really understanding the damage range needed out of that Solar Beam. That was perfect. It was just the right amount. And now they're able to rotate pretty quickly. Soup Chef heavy slams in. Bora Reach goes in, engaged on two. Those HP pools are eviscerated. Bliss Assistance just in time on Celestial as they're looking to chop down this Ignorance team so this Regieleki can go in. We are scrapping, we are fighting. This Matang is just floating around looking for its next target. Another good heavy slam and good separation here by Soup Chef to pin down Celestial. This is a KO they'd really like to get, and they are able to convert, and this Regieleki is going to be stopped on the doorstep.
If you take a look back at that fight, Dubsnax, you'll see multiple Hex Sludge Bombs where they just weren't able to get the resets. I think one single reset starting the chain of that fight would have been huge. Zephyr not able to make it happen, not able to push there. You know, Hex Gengar, not something we see a lot, but you could see the combinations here. The Sludge Bomb hits, Hex immediately goes in, and you're able to start ripping through the enemies with resets almost instantly on that second move.
Yeah, and now, you know, Goopiter's trying to deal with JL. It looks like JL's just stacking here, trying to get themselves a little bit more online, running away. And Celestial looks like they're taking everything from Ignorance. Using their Unite move is Goop just to take care of the Blissey and those shenanigans and open up an opportunity to score.
Yeah, not only are they using the Unite move to kind of end that right there, they also get a nice bit of their Unite move back when it does pick up a KO. So some decent value there as they're getting pushed away from this goal zone by Bora. Oblivion also body blocking this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Lapras success by Oblivion picking up Celestial so they don't get knocked out and coming back in. We have the Gengar Unite, which looks terrific, by the way, straight on top of Screwball out. That's a knockout. Bliss Assistance, it looks like it's too late. Expended for no real value as Bora Reach runs around the corner, not willing to go back in. The eggs are gone, but they're going to keep scrapping. Overheat is charged up. Finally, Metagross is buckled. Blocked by Soup Chef as they're trying to just get away from this pesky Gengar.
Yeah, I mean, Gengar can be very difficult to deal with, and if it sets up a nice combination right there, you see how fluid Bora is on this moveset. As soon as Sludge hits, they are right there with the Hex to continue to push towards the enemy team and continue to try to pick up some of those big KOs. These two are on an objective, by the way. The rip and secure of Blaziken Gengar is brutal.
Taking a page out of Ignorance's book from game one there. With those two, they're going to be able to lock down so many objectives. They already just got one, but the big one is coming in 2 minutes. Celestial JL try to get in the middle, see if they can find any value.
And now, I mean, this feels a lot like Zephyr game one, right, Dubsnax? I mean, they're ahead, it feels like, on just about every metric. While Ignorance is still very close, it does feel like Zephyr is in control of this match. We have scores going in top, but at the same time, we have scores going in bottom. Huge overheat right there, trying to pick up a KO as Venusaur lands.
Yeah, nice stop by Ignorance to keep this scoreline close. The experience is now in the favor of Zephyr, but this is, like you said, a little bit like the position they were in game one. We're trying to calculate as the Metagross goes in, but the calculator must have been turned off or no batteries in it because they can't find a single target with that. We're going to heavy slam back. Soup Chef is trying to take care of Oblivion, who's just cruising around. And now it's Bora reaching to the back line, eyeing up Neon, maybe cut off by the birds populating right there as their move just kind of clipped and didn't actually get the engagement that they were looking for.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They were looking to reset on their Hex, but it's really difficult to throw Hex right next to you. Depending on what your move targeting is, it's possible that you have closest enemy, which is actually pretty decent on something like Hex Gengar, but those birds were right there. You immediately target to them. You don't continue to get your reset, going from a possible double KO to, I guess, KOing some Swablu.
Yeah, the sad trombone noise inserted here. Get on that production. 30 seconds left. Again,
I'm so frustrated that we don't have more sound effects during these streams. We've talked about it every single week, Doob Snacks.
I mean, there was a whole broadcast where I had to do them all myself, and nobody wants that to happen again. Zephyr, 20 seconds left till Ray, but this time they have the lead. They're in a similar position, but they're actually equipped with the Rip and Secure that Ignorance had in Game 1. I like their chances here, Cowboy.
Yep, Reggie Alecki going down to the side of Ignorance. It felt like they controlled that first Rayquaza fight quite well, but we have multiple members of Zephyr ready to go here. They might be trying to take this immediately as they move in onto the Snorlax, getting caught. Even with the power nap, they're still able to rip through it.
Heavy slam engagement with the block push. Might be just enough time to give Ignorance a chance to at least make this a fight. JL is now in the back line. Thunderstorm is up. Zephyr's HP pools are getting eviscerated. They're so low. KO streak of 2 for Bora Reach as they're trying to isolate Celestial. Neon is on the doorstep and Bora Reach cashes in. KO streak of 3. Now they're moving around. It looks like Celestial's working on Rayquaza. His Scribblenauts is trying to get vision. Coming in his Protein Shake. Sludge Bomb is there. Soup Chef is there as well. Celestial gonna keep chipping in here. Oblivion onto Protein Shake in the background. Heavy slam to create separation. Knights blocking the wall. Solar Beam taken by Celestial with the overheat. And that's exactly why you dial up a secure option on your squad.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Zephyr. A little bit of a womp, womp, womp from Ignorance there with their secure. Zephyr now looking to put some points on the board. They're already up with a minute left on the clock. This is going to be very difficult for Ignorance. All 5 members of Zephyr are here. They've got some points in their pockets, and they're looking to take game number 2.
Soup Chef going to try and at least create some space here and give them a chance. 45 seconds left. It's not an insurmountable amount, but they need to get these players off respawn so they can make a 5-person push.
Yeah, I think the issue here is not only is the amount, of course, not insurmountable. You have multiple members of Zephyr with a lot of points, and it looks like the Lapras Express is actually heading to the main goal zone right now, putting some points in as they continue this defense. And yes, they are another Hundo Burger and another 2. Call it a double-double in that main goal zone as they continue their defense right here. Zephyr going to take game 2.
Jupiter using that Metagross, something that I thought would do pretty decent. However, maybe it does pretty decent in the face of Garchomp, but a little bit less so in the face of this Blaziken. And honestly, I think this all started with that amazing Bora Reach engage early with Celestial using that Combustion to reposition 4 players on Ignorance and really start the ball rolling in the right direction.
Yeah, when you lose your defender, you know, one of the things basically keeping something like Solar Beam Venusaur safe in a lot of these fights, it's going to be tough to deal with as we take a look at our numbers right here. Bora Reach on Gengar, 10 KOs. You don't see it a lot in competitive play, but that might change after people watch Bora.
I'd like to see more of it. I think Gengar's an incredibly fun Pokemon to watch. Hasn't really had its day in the sun in a long time, and Bora Reach trying to switch that up, so tip of the cap to them. Taking a look at this draft, Cowboy, these numbers, I don't think there's anything too specific worth shouting out, so let's talk about the draft. How do you think things changed from Game 1 to Game 2 for Zephyr?
Yeah, I mean, I really do think denying the Garchomp was massive. Obviously, the difference between Garchomp and Metagross, I mean, these are very different Pokemon, right? Metagross is great, it brawls really well, it's powerful, but at the same time, it doesn't have the same potential for a catch that Garchomp does. That Dragon Claw combo into its Unite move, but just that Dragon Claw combo by itself was a game-winning play for the side of Ignorance Game 1. Taking that away from them, they lose their defender in an unfortunate catch, and then they really have nothing else to rely on.
No, I agree. I also think this Lapras out of Zephyr was a good choice as well. It's able to kind of bully its way to the back. I think they're playing Ice Beam there. Bully its way to the back and really put the pressure on the back. I mean, how many times didn't really convert into knockouts? However, just being able to separate those backline attackers from the rest of the team is something that Oblivion was able to do very well in that second game and became a difference maker in these team fights because it allowed Bora room to work.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we're taking a look at some of these big moments here from game number 2, not surprised that we're heading to game 3, not only because of, how good Zephyr played this game 2 here, but also I felt like they were really strong game 1. These two teams are quite evenly matched. They just, they find different ways to look for sort of their game victories here. It feels like Zephyr is fighting a little bit better. Ignorance playing really well around some of these objectives. Unfortunately for Zephyr, this was the moment they were not able to pick up a chain of KOs with Gengar, and they have to peel back.
Yeah. Ignorance, on the other hand, I would like to see them tighten up that early game, right? I feel like they've gotten some decent drafts, but have just been outpaced just throughout the course of the game. In game 1, it worked out because Zephyr had a wonky draft, so they're able to exploit that a little bit. However, Zephyr with a much stronger draft here in game 2 shows if you get ahead, stay ahead, and you've got a decent draft, that's the recipe for success. So Ignorance needs to stick with their draft strategy, I think, just sharpen up how they approach the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I agree. And this play right here, I thought this was a really interesting call from Zephyr to start ripping through this objective, but it looked like it was the correct decision as we're heading right into game number 3 here. This is the draft screen, and we're gonna have to see if they do decide to make any changes here. Dupes Ignorance getting the first pick. They're gonna ban out Blissey first. Now, obviously, all weekend we've kind of seen Zephyr, if you're in this orange position, you kind of have to deal with Psyduck, so they may ban this out as well. We have Umbreon banned from Ignorance, and our final ban heading over to Zephyr.
There's also the adage of you don't ban Psyduck, because if everybody assumes Psyduck's going to be banned, maybe they don't ever put any minutes into playing it, and then you don't use it as optimally as you might if you were actually getting some practice in on it. But lo and behold, that's the first thing queued up, and Scrubbleknot says, if I'm playing support and the duck is there, I'm taking the duck.
You know what I would like? I hope everyone in production is listening to this, because I think a really good segment for breaks is going to be showing every time the caster curse immediately happens. Of course, why would I mention Psyduck, a Pokemon that's been banned every single game? It somehow doesn't get banned and immediately first picked. The caster curse is so real. I cannot talk about my hopes and dreams on broadcast because none of them will come true.
The fact that we've also been gapped when we aren't on stream but just chatting through games and then still getting caster cursed would make that number so much higher in a very frustrating manner. Super Chef gonna take Snorlax here. I think that's a great choice. Snorlax has been at everybody's top of the list defender-wise lately, so you gotta give them credit for that and locking that in. Neon on Mew, unsurprising. We'll see if they carry the light bulb again here. And on the other side for Zephyr, we'll see where they go, but looks like the Venusaur pluck is what they're looking at.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, the videos write themselves. Here we have JL, Eldegoss being picked up. Bora Reach once again on Gengar. I actually had the caster curse the other day. I accidentally rear-ended someone in a parking lot. I swear the caster curse follows me everywhere. Next, as we move over to our last 2 picks, Absol is a Pokemon that I've seen pop off. So many teams pick it up, and it really does well. A Pokemon I have not seen pop off, unless popping off means making fun of Zoinks, is Scyther.
Yeah, the anti-pop off, the Scyther. I'm looking at Ignorance's comp, and I am not a fan, my friend. I think they are going to have a lot of trouble out here. Oblivion's going to be able to sit in the pocket right up front. They're going to have this support Pikachu going, Eldegoss to top off the HP, even Cotton Spores are going to be a bear to deal with. Bora Reach can rip through all these members, and then you have Celestial cleaning up the trash. And nobody this time around from Ignorance is really playing at range besides Neon. But another thing you and I were talking about is it looks like it's going to be an attacker Mew, and they've nerfed that Pokemon's abilities so much that it actually feels better slotted into the support role lately, because it can't really carry.
Why'd you say it, though? Because now it's about to be the most impressive Mew of all time. One thing I'm really excited to see, because we got to see it off stream a little while earlier when watching Team YT, is this Phalanx pick. Phalanx has fallen off completely in competitive play, but it doesn't mean that this Pokemon is completely useless. It just means that everyone has kind of abandoned it. So I wonder if we are going to see Phalanx have a really strong game here. Of course, we also have the Gengar. I mean, this is just such an exciting matchup of Pokemon, not only a matchup of 2 teams that's already been a real barn burner of a series.
Right. No, Felix is going to be hopefully great, because when we are switching things up, I'd like to see them be successful so we get to potentially see more of them in action.
And here we go, Ignorance Zephyr. This is game number 3 in our losers bracket quarterfinals. We see the Duck heading up to this top path here with the Scyther. And of course, I think a lot of people are excited. I even see in the chat people are saying the Duck. I mean, you don't get to see a lot of it. It's the newest addition here in Unite. Well, besides Tinkaton that just came out the other day. But we've not got to see a lot of competitive play with it because it's so dang good that teams are banning it out every game.
Yeah, Zoink's a little frustrated that we are excited about Gengar Phalanx, but we keep trolling on Scyther. It's because we see Scyther a lot, never looks great. So, there you go. That's the difference.
Here we go. I mean, look, the amazing power of Psyduck just on display right there. As soon as it heads into that headache mode, being able to push your opponents, reset all of its moves, massive plays can be made with that right here. Bora heading up to the top path here. We have 2 speedsters about to show down over these 850 birds.
I like Bora's positioning here. Nice rotation from Ignorance. I think they truly understand what's up, as we've got a 4v4 materializing in the top path. Scribblenaught goes in first with that nice little surf through, and they're going to put a ton of damage on Bora. Absol picking up the KO. Protein Shake and try and get another one. No, they get buckled, but at least they take the Gibble with them before they get knocked out. Goop, the Scyther, showing up and just saying, hey, I was here for that moment too, guys. Don't forget, I'm a Scyther.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no question the Scyther was there for that moment. You can't argue that. As we move in, trying to pick up a KO on the Duck, it does go down. A really hard Pokemon to KO as well, because once it enters that headache state, it has a moment of invulnerability. Oh, okay, Eldegoss, there you go.
Yeah, it was sussed out, found out, and summarily defeated there. Neon gonna move down. Soup Chef doing a pretty good job down here in the face of Oblivion. Both players are level 5, you know, securing their wild Pokemon each way. Finally, a little bit of pressure. It feels like the paths are finally settling down to a little bit more traditional action.
You know, I gotta say, I mean, one thing that's really standing out in this match, and it does seem to happen a lot when it's picked, is this Absol. Already level 8, ripping through the enemy team, moving up here with Pursuit. We have Bora on the other side with this Gengar, looking to see if they can catch Protein, but Protein maybe sussing that out a little bit, knowing that this was too good to be true, and peels away from the fight.
Yeah, good read on the situation. Level 8 from Absol is a good place to be, but I want to see them level 9, level 10, start getting at least 2 levels ahead of Bora so that these exchanges can materialize in a way that matters. They especially need to stay ahead of Celestial here. Dragon Rush doesn't hit anybody, but we're trying to get in Neon with the E-Ball right on Celestial, going to get chopped up by Protein, who's getting repositioned quickly, and they're knocked out. Now Scribblenaut's following up with a little bit of Surf. Quickly hopping off the wave after it chips into most of Zephyr, creating separation. Soup Chef is there, has a good heavy slam opportunity lined up, just in case Zephyr gets a little froggy.
Yeah, you see how important that kidnap, right, from Garchomp is. Just the ability to pull someone away with that dragon combo. Once again, beautiful stuff. Almost takes down the Scyther, and it does go down.
Solar Beam the other way, going to sort out Celestial, which is at least a good start. Super Def trying to make it back to pad. Little disable action, going to try and provide cover, but no, it's the Pikachu with the light bulb taking over. Dispenza having themselves a heck of a game so far.
And take a look at that right there. Bora knowing, like, look, as soon as that headache gauge is filling, I'm not able to finish getting this KO right there. They're going to have to time their opportunities to pick up Psyduck. Again, one of the reasons it's so incredibly popular here. Just so difficult to take down.
Yep, we have the disable going straight into Zephyr. Regieleki secured by Protein Shake. It's marching into the face of Zephyr. Ignorance looking to see if there's a push opportunity. Soup Chef with the block. Can't quite reposition everybody. Celestial going straight in. Psyduck able to score to keep themselves standing. Protein going to get chopped up quickly, though. And that's a couple... I think that was the Sai Unite move right there to get some space. And now the rest of Ignorance is collapsing on T2.
Yeah, they're looking for this T2, but as soon as Gengar shows up, they recognize they can't get it. All the meanwhile, we have this Phalanx sitting in the bottom path, getting big and strong. Already level 10, taking that bottom objective. So while Zephyr wasn't having a great fight, they were down one of their players for a considerable amount of time so that they could get a lot of positional advantage in the bottom path as well as the objective.
Yeah, because Protein's been playing with the team here, they are level 11, but they aren't as far ahead as they'd like to be as an Absol in this stage of the game. Now Zephyr's moving up, 4-player push here as Bora reaches watching that T2 for him.
Yeah, we can see Phalanx able to send out those troopers with the Ironhead beat up combination that they are playing here. A really fun combination that also has a crazy amount of burst to it. If you're able to catch your opponents with a beat up right into an Ironhead, dragging those troopers behind the brass there, you can do a ton of damage to your opponents very quickly. So you have this incredible shred from Gengar, and at the same time you have massive burst from Phalanx. You combo that with the kidnapping abilities of Garchomp, you could have a really difficult team fight on your hand for Ignorance.
That's true. Nice move in by Brotein there, just to make sure they don't lose all of their own Swablu at Altaria. Able to take the Altaria as the rest of Zephyr was walking away. That's another Regi shredded. And I'm taking a look at Zephyr here. They've got good shred, but where is that secure?
Yeah, I think that's going to be their big issue, right? They're going to want to win a fight. You do have some nice bursts from Phalanx, but one thing that is for sure, if you leave Ignorance alone with an objective for even a moment, it can be wiped off the map. So, excuse me, Zephyr even alone for a moment, it can be wiped off the map. So even without the secure, they can rip things down very quickly.
Scyther Unite move on a half HP Gengar is going to convert into a knockout. They're looking for another one on Oblivion. Screwball going to come through with the Surf. They actually get spaced out and forces out the Phalanx Unite, who's able to get a KO here. Meanwhile, Regieleki secured by Soup Chef up top, so Ignorance at least has one objective going their way.
Yeah, the objective is heading to the tier 2 there of Zephyr, but with Garchomp there, they're trying to rip it down as quickly as they can. We have Mew in this top path looking for a possible KO as Celestial is brawling, moving on in and saying, no, I actually did want to take the fight right here. We now have the Scyther coming back the other way, looking to pick up a KO on Phalanx. Phalanx getting low, and it's Psyduck that picks up 2.
Yeah, that Surf was coming through clutch here, is allowing Jupiter to engage and really clean up the trash and provide spacing, because Jupiter got low on HP a couple times there, but with the Psyduck Surf kind of small separation it created, and that disable was enough to get them over the finish line. Nice D. Now I'm keeping my eye out here. Protein Shake is level 13, but they are not super far ahead of Celestial or even Bora on this Garchomp. Or on this
yeah,
Gengar.
That's right. I mean, it's pretty close here, right, for the side of Zephyr. It does feel like Ignorance is taking some great fights here. They actually look better throughout the course of this game than I feel like they did in Game 1 or Game 2. And I think that Psyduck is just incredibly tough to deal with. It could be the reason that Zephyr does not move on in this tournament. Once again, they are positioned extremely well for this objective. They're going to be able to take it. Registeel going down to the side of Zephyr, which provides that powerful attack and special attack bonus. This could be massive for them as they head towards Rayquaza, because a big catch from Garchomp with the Unite move, with that combination, it could be a delete button.
10 seconds left till Ray, and we are looking to posture here. Soup Chef goes in, susses out, Heavy Slam, tries to pin Celestial. They're going to peel back. I don't think this is the engagement they want quite yet.
No, we have Gengar watching the top path. We have multiple members of Ignorance ready for a fight, but they need to get a decent catch here. Garchomp looking to see if they can steal someone and bring them on back. They cannot, as both teams are sort of awkwardly dancing, seeing if they can start the fight, but neither of them looking to commit just yet.
Decent little light screen, Surf back the other way, and no, Heavy Slam there, Celestial pinned back, Dragon rushes towards the opposite team, pops their Unite move, Thunderstorm follow-up, we're going in. Finally, the Mew Unite is coming, Gengar Unite that goes for the back door, we're trying to get the flank here, and Psyduck's the first one down. We have popped the Absol Unite, they're looking for more targets. 2 players down for Zephyr, JL's the next one on the chopping block. Bora tries to go in, can't hit anybody. Protein's on the shake, they want JL. JL is so low, this should be easy money. Bora Reach has no HP either, here comes Protein Shake! That's another player down, it's just Oblivion on the Phalanx hanging out. KO streak of 4. They're starting to work through this Rayquaza. Heavy Slam separation. Oblivion's pinned down. Protein Shake goes in. Solar Beam is there. Oblivion gets a KO. Another block goes, but the Rayquaza's starting to reset. The rest of Zephyr's coming through. We're trying to see if they can make a move here. And now they have Garchomp back, Cowboy.
What an insane stalemate there. Somehow Phalanx comes in and picks up the most needed KO possible, taking down this Absol, putting a huge timer on that Speedster. And now we have both of these teams sort of still wondering who exactly is going to be able to take a fight, who exactly is going to be able to push to score. They know this match is incredibly close. Missing with our Dragon Claw right there. Celestial right now is at half, and Zephyr needs to make a play, Dupe Snacks.
Neon at half HP, getting collapsed on by Bora, trying to surf through. That's going to be a 48 that goes in, and that's going to give them the lead. Gengar's there. They're trying to cut that off, but they're going to need more points the other way. Psyduck's trying to go to score. Eldegoss takes to the skies. Can't quite get this separation. 3 players down for Ignorance, and now it's just Soup Chef in the face of 2. They're scoring every which way. Are the Birds going to help the team? No, they're not going to stop Oblivion from scoring, and Zephyr's going to close the door on this one.
Wow, Zephyr somehow coming back in this match. It looked like it was all over after Ignorance picked up a massive 4 KO with the Absol, but Zephyr didn't quit. They kept fighting. They kept pushing. The Phalanx picks up a KO. Rayquaza's HP resets, and they take the fight to their goal zone. Zephyr taking game number 3.
I'm looking at this, and I am shaking my head if I am Ignorance. They had 3 players around Rayquaza. They were starting to rip. Just Oblivion there, but the reason I don't like them attacking Oblivion is because Neon has the secure tools in the E-Ball, in the Solar Beam, that they were advantaged. You need to take Rayquaza there. Oblivion was able to leash them around just long enough, actually pick up a knockout and prevent Ignorance from taking the Rayquaza in that moment, and they really, really, really needed Ignorance to play ball and focus on the Phalanx, and they did. They fell right into the trap, giving Zephyr the chance.
Wow, I mean, what a great match. This series between these two teams has been so unbelievably exciting. We got to see Hex Gengar, Phalanx, Psyduck made an appearance. Scyther lost again. I don't know if there's anything that I would have wanted more out of this game 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much checked all the boxes for us, specifically you and I, Cowboy. I mean, you love to see that big highlight moment at the end from Protein Shake, those 4 KOs on Absol, absolutely cooking on that Pokemon, really came alive when they needed to. It's just that split decision, you know? That's kind of what we're talking about. You can play well, you can do great, but if you make one minor mistake, it's a 10-minute game. You don't get the runway to make up for those. A small mistake out of Ignorance, not taking the heavily weighted flip in their corner, they lose the game.
Yeah, and what a play by Oblivion. You know, makes their way in there, is actually able to pick up a KO. If that slightly goes the other way, right? If they are not able to get Absol in that moment, I think they are now able to turn on Ray and take it down, or at least reset with Absol, and it's a very different situation after Rayquaza. They're already slightly up, but this is what happened. I mean, a massive fight for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Played really, really well. And when it was time to rip, Ignorance was not able to get it done.
Big Unite there from Protein, and now Jo gets super low. They're able to cut off Bora, but this is what I'm talking about. Here comes Oblivion. It's at half HP. You have 3 characters there. You have Soup Chef that can just deal with Oblivion, but instead you lose your Absol, and coming off respawn is Celestial and the Garchomp, and there's not enough in the tank for them to contend with that. Absolutely brutal, Cowboy. And when you look at that, hindsight is clearly 20/20, but it's easy to see that the right call was literally have Mew and Absol shred through that Rayquaza as fast as you can. You tip the cap to Soup Chef and say, do your best, and then you put it on Neon to secure with one of the great tools that Mew has to do that.
I mean, you got to give it up. Oblivion made that really hard for them, and what a burst there onto Absol. I mean, it went from 100 to 0 insanely fast. What's going to be even faster is this break, because we have more amazing Pokemon Unite coming up next. We have our winners final, Luminosity versus Nemesis. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are in the December Cup for the North America region. You've got the two gentlemen with the snowmans on their shirts and the mustaches on their faces. It's Spraggles and Doobsnacks as we are heading to a really exciting match here, Doobsnacks.
Oh, I'm gassed up. So, Luminosity, after a real wonky tournament, right? Dominant, walked into Orange Juicers in the grand finals of the AOS Cup play-ons, and Orange Juicers finally cracked the code. Now, they're back in the position to make it to the grand finals again. Orange Juicers, who dispatched them last time, not in their way, but Nemesis is, who honestly played against the Juicers pretty darn well.
Yeah, Nemesis looked incredible, and Luminosity has had this interesting run, which they've had pretty much every season, right? They look like possibly the best team in the world, but man, does NA really give them a very, very difficult run. Losing to the Juicers after we thought they would clean sweep their way through that tournament after what they did at LAIC. Now, I wonder what kind of Luminosity do we get to see here today? Because I didn't get to see any Luminosity in the qualifiers yesterday. They were one of the only teams I didn't get to check out. So I'm really interested to see what looks they have to throw at this if they're not able to get something like Mew, which seemed to be a real like sticking point for them last week. They were not able to get Mew. Their strategy fell apart a little bit. Otter didn't seem as comfortable on some of these supports, and the Juicers able to take them down. I know you have some thoughts on what happened last week.
Yeah, so obviously you can't just let your whole strategy be bucked if you don't get Mew, right? We are also saying like Mew 1A, Hoopa is 1B for Otter, and now Hoopa's taken off the table because of the hyperspace hole concern, so that's not available. And of course, everybody's been banning Mew against LG now. My problem with LG is they changed the way they played. I was really kind of gassing them up because they were playing so unique, fresh Unite, like Fennel was at Worlds. They did it at LAIC. They did it for the whole tournament up until the grand finals. And then just a little bit of a kink in their draft, and all of a sudden they were playing old school NA Unite. They were playing on the same playing field as the Orange Juicers. They weren't seeing the same amount of success. So there's two things that LG needed to do from then till now. One, what's our play strategy? How are we going to adjust when we don't get those picks? And if you're Otter, number two, what are my other picks? Because you're going to need them.
Yeah, without question. We're going to need to see what Luminosity does this week, because they had an incredible run. They've had an incredible run through this tournament as well. But when they run into a team that has their number a little bit, they need to be able to dial something else on that phone. They need to be able to call up a different strategy right here. It can't just be that one thing gets shut down and all of a sudden they can't make any calls. It is time to find a way to win and possibly use another phone reference.
No, yeah, more phone references. Rotary phone, pay phone, something else phone. What I think LG could really leverage is the fact that Slash is one of the best Blissey players on the planet. Take Blissey early, defer that to Slash, and then you get more flexibility into Otter to do things that he's better at, right? So we have like the support Mew, you can do support Espeon, you can even have Otter take Umbreon and then play Wish Mean Look like we've seen Roland be so successful with. Right? Leverage the fact that you have one of the best Blissey players on the planet on your team to really help Otter along into some of these other picks. Heck, the strength of Glaceon, we got to see that today. I mean, there's so many things that are at this team's disposal. I think they just need to start thinking outside of the box, which they were doing until they ran into the Juicers in the grand finals of the play-ons, and the Juicers absolutely solved them. So all the credit in the world. I mean, the book that Kratos has with all his notes in it was pulling out some gems against them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that we've seen happen with a lot of teams is once one thing goes wrong, really wrong, it's really hard for teams to recover. You get stuck in that quicksand, and every move you make, you start to sink deeper and deeper and deeper. And then all of a sudden, you're taking a situation where it felt like you were going to walk your way to a grand finals victory. Now you're in a bracket reset. You're drafting in a way that maybe you haven't done before. You're kind of leaning back onto some comfort picks that aren't working, and it feels like a trap that you cannot get out of. We're gonna have to see if Luminosity changes how they approach things when things aren't going their way, because when they stomp teams so incredibly hard they had to nerf Zarina over it. Now we're going to take a look at our draft here. We have not talked much about Nemesis. I want to see how Nemesis tries to play against LG.
Well, if they learned anything from the play-ons, and they learned anything against their match against Orange Juicers, as you try and pull LG into the muck with you. Play that classic NA Unite, because Nemesis is really good at that. And they just showed it against the Orange Juicers, 2-0ing them earlier today. So, the bans are in Miraidon, Garchomp, Psyduck, Umbreon, and now LG is going to get first pick in this draft.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to start their draft with. Leafeon available. Trainers Leafeon unbelievably mean as we head over to the side of Nemesis. They could take some picks to steal something away from the side of Luminosity or try to play their version of Unite here. That Blissey taken right away, and now we have them hovering a possible Venusaur, which I've heard Curios was playing throughout the day yesterday, but I'm not sure if they actually are going to settle on that or go with the Zacian, which they have.
I mean, you could take Mew A9 and completely gut what the other team's doing. They're going to take Mew Snorlax, which literally Luminosity Gaming is saying, oh, all of the work we put in to get Otter on some other Pokemon doesn't matter when we're just handed our best comp anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I really think you see Otter on this support Mew, you see Slash on Snorlax here, Trainer on Leafeon. You have great Pokemon on the side of Nemesis, but I'm very concerned for Nemesis when I see this draft. It looks pretty amazing for LG.
Yep, they are literally going to get every single Pokemon they want, which is the right thing if you want to win games. If you say, I want to draw this up in the perfect fashion and you get everything, then heck yes, this is great. The Nemesis has literally cut them off of none of their picks. Umbreon isn't even that meaningful of a ban. And now we've got essentially a pretty decent comp here with 3 attackers. Of course, that Mew is going to be support.
Overlord on Sylveon is really exciting. I can't wait to see what this looks like. I don't know if he's going to throw it over to Trainer and switch up. I don't know if I've seen too much Sylveon from Overlord, but I haven't seen much of it from Trainer either, to be fair. Metallic, on the other hand, an incredible all-rounder player for the side of Nemesis, bringing in the Gyarados. I feel like Gyarados is not getting its due because that thing is still great.
I agree completely, and this is a Pokemon, you know, Metallic, we were kind of harping on Metallic last year. How deep is this kid's pool? He only seems to be playing 1 or 2 Pokemon. Well, one of those Pokemon at that point in time was Gyarados, and expanding into Gyarados and more Pokemon after that is fine, but if there's a world where Gyarados is good, Metallic will play it and perform.
Take a look at some of these item choices right here, Dupes. Next, we've got a couple of curse items on the side of LG. Their Chandelure switching off of a curse item onto choice specs, so that's going to look for more damage, right? More of a pop of damage, better secure early in path, as well as possibly, you know, if you're running the flamethrower build, now you have insane burst damage from this Pokemon. I know I've seen them run Overheat quite a bit. Both of them could be really good right here. I'm excited to see this matchup. I don't know what LG's been cooking, and I really want to go to their restaurant right now.
Yeah, me too. And you have to think, I'm thinking about Overlord on the Sylveon. We haven't seen it much. I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest. But I am going to think it's going to be a Mystical Fire Draining Kiss Sylveon with all the sustain in the world.
That's what I would guess as we head in here to game number 1. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. These are your winners bracket finals. The winner of this best of 3 is heading to your grand finals. Something that LG is pretty familiar with this season. Nemesis, this is really their first bite at the apple to show everyone that this team is still on top.
Well, historically, Nemesis has always been the bridesmaid, never the bride, finishing in second multiple times over, top 3 multiple times over, touted as one of the most consistent teams in North America years upon years over, and now they have a chance to get to the grand finals through LG.
Take a look at this here. I mean, this Inteleon is in trouble. Slash is getting extremely aggressive. They are crashing this bottom goal zone as we have Zacian making their way to the top path here for the side of Nemesis, pushing forward towards Overlord.
Overlord gonna try and retreat out from Machisler here, who's gonna keep going in with that Metal Claw, I believe. As Overlord's going to put pressure, E-Ball comes through, Overlord with an opportunity to close out, Mystical Fire's there, and they are dealt with before they can resolve that.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Luminosity. A double KO from the support Mew from Otter. Gyarados is online, though, looking for a Dragon Breath to secure a lot of that, and they are able to. Because Gyarados picked up that assist early, we have a very early Gary here looking for a KO. Beautiful light screen, though. You can just see the proficiency Otter has on this Pokemon.
Heck of a read by Metallic as well. I mean, giving them the advantage over that contestable farm, and now they're able to pressure. They're going back across. They're actually on the hunt for Trainer right here, and they're going to find Trainer. They're going to pop over the wall. They're going to go for it. The Sport is going to be there by Curios, getting the knockout of Metallic. Slash Can putting tons of pressure on Reckles? I can't, like, there's too many consonants in there, brother. Why do they keep changing their name?
I don't know. They want to make it difficult for us, Dupestacks. I'm sure of it as the birds go down there to Luminosity. Perfectly set up. We do have the Overheat on the Chandelure. I was wondering what kind of Chandelure we were going to have. And Overlord, I mean, this is just such a different look for me. Obviously, this is a very strong Pokemon. This build, however, was kind of slightly nerfed. So it's weird. We got some Sylveon buffs, but we had some nerfs to this specific moveset as well.
Oh, good read on where Overlord was. Doesn't matter the level of sustain you have. You can't deal with that. Nice surf straight into the berry. And all of a sudden, Otter's sitting on the backside trying to protect this goal zone to the best of their ability. However, there's a lot of players there. Trainer comes in. They're trying to get on Machisler. Emerald two-step going to convert into a KO. They're pushing deep. Metallic is going to be the next one on the chopping block. Surf through for the spacing separation. And maybe a boosted auto and E-Ball and Trainer can get that done. No, Overlord steps up. They're trying to get Metallic. Good surf by Acidable for the separation.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Acidable. Honestly, surfs on both sides were absolute rock star moves for these two teams. The support Mew with gorgeous surfs, and then we have Slowbro with one of the best surfs in the game, especially that Surf Plus at level 11. Giving multiple knockups to the enemy team. Luminosity looking for the secure here in the bottom path. Here comes Machisel looking to stop him, and they do.
Machisel able to get the secure. 2 players down instantly from Luminosity Gaming. Curios peeling back. Otter with the big solar beam. And I'll tell you what, Nemesis is turning the pressure that they've gotten to a diamond here. And now Metallic gonna pop the Unite move. Swirls up on Otter. That's the target that maybe they want to converge to. But no, they end up just having to peel back in a bounce retreat.
Yeah, they have to pull back from this. 5 members of Luminosity here, but they recognize that they have pushed Nemesis off. This game is so incredibly close. 42-61. Another brawl breaking out. Here comes the Emerald two-step looking for the KO. The Bliss assistance onto the Gyarados, but it's not enough. Machisel coming in, ripping through them with the Metal Claw. We have one down on both sides here.
Can you imagine how good the serve from Otter had to have been for both Trainer and Otter to get out on 1 HP? And now they're both sitting up top with a real opportunity here. They're going to let the Regieleki go to Nemesis because they're going to stand on their goal zone to try and defend this. Rotating up is Curios, and it's just Slashcan sitting downstairs. Let it hit for a 1-over.
Yeah, beautiful play there by Luminosity. So for people wondering why they made that play, the 20 points walking into that tier 1 goal zone is only going to give them a 1-over cap, so only 1 additional point. And at the same time, they now open up a huge lane of experience for them in the top path that's going to respawn every single minute. Essentially, a ton of safe farm for the side of Luminosity and a very small score advantage. They know that if the goal zones are tied later in the match, they're probably up.
That's a great read here, and they're pretty close right now, just a 4-point differential, as Trainer is using that Razor Leaf to try and find out where the players from Nemesis are. Back cap by Blissey here, gonna create some space, block into the wall, they're on top of Metallic, and there we go. Curios moving forward here, and just shutting them down with the Imprison, which has been very impressive so far this game.
Yeah, you can see a real heads-up play there from Luminosity, recognizing we could continue this push, but we do not see Zashi, and so it could be anywhere, and they were right. Slash looking to see if they can start a play with the big blind block and heavy slam. Here comes the overheat. Slow beam onto the Sylveon, and they pick up a KO.
They pick up a KO, but that's not really a prime target. Popping the Unite move is Yeet Fan. They're under the radar here. James Pond in the house, going to try and make some magic happen. Registeel going to slowly walk towards, reset itself, and get back to the middle. And now everybody's playing heads up Unite. Everybody knows where each other's at. Slashcan a little low on HP, and Nemesis can't find a way in because Curios is creating tons of space.
Yeah, Curios is creating a lot of annoying pressure there with Chandelure. Every time they move in, they set up a huge moment, and then they also have that Imprison, not letting them fight. We have Metallic looking for a possible KO here, but not able to start that fight either. Sylveon up into the air. Bliss assistance onto Machisel. Machisel picks up a KO. We have it being chased down here by multiple members of LG, but it turns back around and goes down.
If Machisel was able to take a KO on their way out, that would have been hyper oppressive here. And this Registeel, still above half HP, Spraggles. We've been fighting forever. Another KO streak of 2 from the support Mew. Slashcan with no HP is going to get sneezed on by this Registeel and go down. Snipe Shot comes through. It's a little too early. Heavy Slam for the Sacrifice Body Block is going to be good enough to finally have that Registeel go to Luminosity Gaming.
That could have been an amazing snipe shot, but I even think Luminosity was kind of well aware of it. They stopped hitting there for a moment, and that's the level of play you can see from these two teams going, you know what? We don't have any vision on Inteleon right now. We know they are back. Let's see if they're going to be the ones to fire the snipe shot. We'll get the secure. Beautiful play. These two teams are just going back and forth, and it's been a treat to watch here. 77, 111. Nemesis slightly up here with 1 minute till Rayquaza.
Yeah, both Tier 1 goal zones being up, though, from Luminosity Gaming gives them a good opportunity in double time to get some good points, because under 2 minutes, each bucket is a double, and that means ducket time.
That's right, yeah, as we have this Regieleki possibly going to get started here by Nemesis. No one from Luminosity is around, but it actually looks like Nemesis is peeling away from this right here. They are already up. They want to get a better position around this Rayquaza fight, which is what they are doing. Both teams leaving Reggie all alone in the top path. 20 seconds now until Rayquaza, and the first Rayquaza here of our winners bracket finals. I feel like these two teams have played these team fights so incredibly well. I'm excited to see how this breaks down, because I think this is going to be either the shortest team fight of all time or a real protracted one.
Well, we have the block separating Azimuth for the rest of the team. Machisler going for the follow-up, and I would really like to see Overlord be a factor here as Otter is getting bullied by Metallic.
Yeah, we have Curios now. Once again, as we talked about, creating space, throwing that overheat. Multiple members of Nemesis now positioning around Rayquaza, doing some damage to it here, and they're fully flipping it, looking to see if they can take it down right now. The Bliss Assistance moves in, it's secured by Machisel!
That is the call that they wanted to make, and the call that they made indeed was successful. And now they have to break all of these shields. We've got Gyarados going to score on the backside. Nobody's going to be able to deal with them. Every other shield besides Azanables is gone, though. Overlord going to go for the flank here, and there's a great opportunity for a counterpunch. Again, these two T1 goals being open is huge. And look at that. I mean, the Gyarados didn't even have that many points. It's still 77 to 151.
Somehow Mew goes down to Inteleon right here, and we have another KO. Machisel moving in. They can secure Rayquaza, looking to secure a big fight. Here comes Slash on the Snorlax, trying to stop something right here. As Trainer's looking for a KO, Machisel moving back into try to secure a KO, but finally goes down, and there are Metallic's points. A Hundo Burger in the Tier 1.
Slash Can gonna have to back reset. 45 seconds. There is, again, a chance for this to happen here. The Zacian is down. They need to get together and push. And now Otter is just trying to watch so they can prevent scores back the other way because they know that's what's gonna spell doom. Otter dodging out from under Metallic here, but Curios went back as well. I don't think they're really aware that they need to get more than just one burger in, but they're certainly not playing like it.
Yeah, they may recognize that this is kind of already over. Curios having to use the Unite move to try to stop them right here. 20 seconds right now. Trainer looking for a KO, but not able to pick it up. Once again, Mew coming in trying to surf them away. Metallic at full HP looking to stop them from scoring. With multiple members of Luminosity going down, and LG is not going to win game 1. They're taking that first letter. They're taking the L. Nemesis wins game 1.
Holy. Nemesis, great call. You said it at Ray. They're going to start taking it, realizing that Luminosity Gaming was not putting any pressure on them. They had great secure opportunities within their roster, and they just took them. Why not? Good win out of them. And I'll tell you what, I don't know what this Sylveon was, but
Yeah, once again, we would really like these sound effects to be provided by production, but that was fantastic there, Doob Snacks. When you look at the side of Luminosity Gaming, you understand why Nemesis said, you know what, we're just going to take it. What are they going to do? Like, who stops us right here, really? So they push forward. They're looking for a fight. Luminosity doesn't want to fight. Then they're looking for a Ray. Luminosity might want it, but they had no way to stop Nemesis.
No, and it's a quintessential example. You've got Otter on the secure for Luminosity Gaming, but there was no one else really there contending. And honestly, that might be the most or the least impactful game I've seen out of Overlord in like 2 years, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Sylveon's a real interesting one. There's definitely something that they can do. You know, they could shut down the enemy here in some big ways. I did not see a lot of huge plays out of the Sylveon, and when you're a player like Overlord, you expect them to be making a lot of game, like, winning plays throughout the match here. Instead, I feel like Machisel on this Zacian looked unbeatable. Metallic looking fantastic on Gyarados, a Pokemon we don't see enough. It was just it was a real tough one for LG.
I would have rather seen, and then this Sylveon, I would have rather seen the A9. A9 plays great into Zacian and would have kind of completely shut down Machisel. They picked Mew and I think Snorlax back-to-back, and I said, here's a great opportunity. I literally think I said to pick Mew and A9 and just kind of shut down that early Zacian pick. Turns out they could have gotten it a little later because I just don't think the Sylveon provided anything that they were actually looking for.
I mean, look at this right here. There really was no one from Luminosity ready to go at this Ray. I mean, they were spaced out in a way. I think they thought Nemesis was going to try to look for a fight right there, but Nemesis caught them pretty flat-footed, moved in. Luminosity had to scramble to get close enough to it. They didn't have as strong a secure as Nemesis, and Nemesis takes it down.
Okay, so where does LG go from here? Because we kind of said it, you know, outside of Sylveon, they got pretty much every Pokemon that they would have wished up, and it didn't matter. It just did not matter.
Yeah, first pick going to head over to Luminosity Gaming. They are banning out the Garchomp. Looks like they're also going to be banning out Miraidon. We have Psyduck banned from Nemesis, and then one final ban. We want to see like maybe what they were worried about dealing with here. It is going to be Umbreon. Slash's Umbreon is unbelievable, so this doesn't surprise me too much. I don't feel like Otter's Mew was a problem at all. I would not be surprised if they grabbed something like that relatively early. It felt pretty strong.
No, the Mew is great. I mean, if it's available, Otter should take it. I'm just at that point with Otter right now. And if you're not forced to go deeper in the pool, then don't. You know, figure it out through other Pokemon. Now, quickly locking in a Slowbro for the shutdown here. And Overlord gonna spin through the cycle. I think Otter's pretty confident that they'll get whatever they want, whenever they want. And we'll see how it actually shakes out.
Overlord now hovering Blaziken, but possibly switching to an ally. No, they are going to lock this in. This feels much more like an Overlord style Pokemon as we head over to the side of Nemesis here. They were able to get the Zacian. They have now taken the Snorlax they were not able to get last time. Slash snatched it up right there. But Slash on Slowbro really does mean that they are looking to target a specific Pokemon on the other side, completely shut it down at Rayquaza. My money would be on Machizel, but of course, if you're able to grab Metallic, if you're able to grab Relics, aka Yeet Fan, those are also huge catches. It felt like that Metal Claw Zacian was such a menace for them.
A Mewtwo, is that a Mewtwo X?
Yes, it is, my friend.
Am I seeing that correctly? Okay, Mewtwo X. Let's get to work.
I mean, I'm so unbelievably here for this. After this Pokemon finally getting to be, you know, competitively playable, no one picking up Mewtwo X at all. Luminosity Gaming, I'm ready. I'm ready to see what you do with this. I'm ready to see the attacker Mewtwo X from Curios, if that's what you're playing. Double stacking, by the way. We've got the Eos Cookie, we've got the attack weight, and the focus band here.
Brother, okay. We've got ourselves a game. You know what? Shout out to these NA teams across the board today for going into the well and just showing us some good games here, because this is awesome. I am, like you said, I am here for it. Not a Scyther in sight, but we have a Mewtwo X.
I love to see it. We also have A9 as that final selection for the side of Nemesis. We really have seen some incredible looks here. We were talking earlier about some of the interesting plays we were seeing out of ACL, and now we're seeing kind of that same stuff out of North America. We have, you know, people playing Phalanx. We have people playing Mewtwo X. We have Bora Reach playing the Gengar. We have a lot of exciting picks here, and this is the time in the season to do it, right? I mean, the play-ons were last week. That's maybe when you want to bring out your most tried and true strategy. But here in the December Cup, it's time to really start to flex, really start to stretch out a little bit as a team, see how far you can push your strategies, and maybe see if you can crack something in this meta that a lot of other people have not figured out.
Well, let's see if Mewtwo X needs to be figured out or if it needs to be put back on the shelf.
Yeah, and here we go. Luminosity Gaming, once again, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. Game number 2 of your winners finals are happening right now. Nemesis, if they were to win this, would be heading to the grand finals for the first time this season for them. And this would be the first time Luminosity would not be skating to those grand finals through the winners bracket.
Well, there's a lot more in the LG tank that I think they need to contend with than worrying about, hey, are we going to make it to the grand finals here? Because they got their back against the wall. They need to win 2 on the hop. And they've elected to put their faith into a Curios Mewtwo X. And I will keep saying that until we get to see this thing in action.
Yeah, I want to see it for sure. We have Metallic and Asnable looking for a possible fight right here. But Trainer, you know, Leafeon gets online so incredibly fast. It's just unbelievably difficult to deal with. We had Overlord take the rest of that central area and head down to the bottom path. They're pushing towards the side of Nemesis, while we have Machizel here in the top path, kind of noticing that Leafeon is running and trying to catch up with it here.
Yeah, there's actually forcing the Magikarp to rotate as well, because if they want to get ahead on anything that happens here in this exchange. Metallic going straight in, gonna get a knockout on Overlord, and that's gonna put them real close to evolving into Gyarados here. So that heavy rotation worth it for Nemesis.
Yeah, next time we see that Magikarp, I don't think it's gonna be flopping around. It will be a Gyarados very, very soon after a pickup like that. Now heading back to the top path, and they did just evolve here. So another early Gyarados thanks to a big-time KO. Mewtwo X is online. We have the Psy Strike build from Mewtwo there. In the top path here, Metallic on the Gyarados, cleaning up some of that experience between the 2 goal zones.
Man, getting that KO was so strong for Nemesis, and Luminosity Gaming has to be kicking themselves. Oh, here we go. The 8-minute birds is going to be another chance for a fight here. Overlord going to get heavy slammed out of the gate. Half HP, actually just forced to retreat. Bounce in by Metallic, sends all of Luminosity Gaming scattering. And now Curios is trying to eye down with the Psy Strike Metallic, but there's not enough in the tank to make that magic happen.
And take a look at Slash here, playing this build that you don't see a ton of Slowbros on. We have the Scald Slowbro build, something that is able to take a lot of the attack stat away from the side of Nemesis here, putting fights heavily in favor of Luminosity if you're able to catch Machizel, if you're able to catch Metallic, either of these really powerful attack-based all-rounders with a Scald.
Well,
And-
they're going to need a bunch out of that Scald Bro here because Nemesis is off to a good start. Overlord, nice reposition on Yeet, going to get a quick KO, and that's the way to get it back. A level 8 already despite getting knocked out. However, Trainer level 9, and this is starting to feel a lot like classic LG. Stressing the map, ahead on levels, bullying a little bit, and coming out ahead on the experience.
You know, it's interesting seeing Blaziken on the side of LG and for the side of Overlord. Something I was actually mentioning to them at LAIC was I was surprised we didn't see any Blaziken from them because I just think that Pokemon is so incredibly strong. Now seeing it from Overlord, I think you're going to see a pretty amazing game here. Trainer picking up a KO, looking for a second one there on Alolan Ninetales if at all possible, but gets Snorlax instead.
Yeah, Snorlax with good heavy slam to try and save Yeet. Doesn't end up mattering, though. Getting chased down regardless. Now Curio's going to put 17 points in. Metallic going to have to babysit this thing by themselves. Nice little bounce to get back on top of the pad and make sure nobody from LG can score anymore.
Now we see level-wise, the only Pokemon that seems to be really struggling on the side of Luminosity is that Mewtwo. They are going to need to get some experience. They're going to need to get online here. Now moving over to level 8, a lot of those birds heading their way as they're pushing in for this fight. Gyarados deciding to move in, but actually missing their bounce right there as Overlord's trying to clean this up but gets caught by a massive Bliss Assistance.
Yeah, the Bliss Assistance on Machisel was just perfect there, preventing that KO from happening, and now picking up 2 the other way. Slash, after 48 minutes, finally able to take care of that Regieleki by themselves, and you'll see the rest of Nemesis rotating to put some pressure on. Eldegoss getting boxed out, blocked out, and Otter's going to have to be on the backside here, as it's 3v5?
Yeah, what an interesting fight here. Luminosity Gaming up on the scoreboard big time, 157 to 27. Level-wise, both teams looking very, very good. Trainer, I feel like, has been having a pretty amazing game on this Leafeon. We've yet to really see the power of Mewtwo, but it feels like Blaziken also has been a very strong pick for LG so far.
Nice attempt at the two-step to get a 1v1 knockout. They are successful. They're going to grab both buffs back and all their experience. And you can really see how Trainer gets on top of these opposing Pokemon. Now, we've got the Cotton Cloud Crash going to top off the team. Is this going to lead to a successful fight? Overlord is still low. They need to get a little Pollen Puff action and get healed up. There it is. Slash Can moving forward, fighting alongside Trainer, as now it's Curios dealing with Yeet in the backside.
Yeah, you can see Curios moving in there because of Psy Strike, making Mewtwo unstoppable. Even though it got caught by that Blizzard, they were still able to put a lot of damage onto the Ninetales. Registeel getting ripped apart by Machisel, but with multiple members of Luminosity here, it looks like the Secure is heading towards them.
Yeah, and you can actually see the charging of Overheat, the timing of Razor Leaf, and of course even the Eldegoss was there with a Cotton Spore to try and disrupt anybody from Nemesis that would step in. Otter now getting a decent position to keep some vision as the rest of the team rotates up top.
Heading up top now, Luminosity Gaming with another Regieleki possibly heading their way. The defender and support from Nemesis here to try to disrupt them long enough for multiple members of Nemesis to arrive, but here comes Overlord. Massive secure opportunity for the side of LG. Ooh. The Unite move, no, cannot get it from Machisel as they move in for a fight.
That was super well done. Trainer goes into the flank with a two-step, forces the premature Bliss Assistance on the wrong target, and now they're able to move into the background and still secure the Regieleki. Very clever fight out of LG, taking a really different approach and finding success with it. And now they're looking to push and bully here. 2 players down from Nemesis after that engagement, and now we're charging up an Overheat. We're looking for a target. Half HP down on Snorlax. Eldegoss gets credit for closing it out, and that Regieleki's gonna hit, and bang, that is 42 points over. And that is that cool, clean style that LG has been playing up until the grand finals of the play-ons.
Yeah, I mean, they look fantastic here in game number 2. Feels like Trainer just like dominating in every moment. Obviously, Slash trying to see if they can pick up a KO right here. This would be their last moment to use their Unite move before Rayquaza, and they're going to take that opportunity to take down Alolan Ninetales here in the central area of Nemesis. Machisel looking to pick up a KO the other way. The block, the bounce, everyone working together to take down the Slowbro.
Luminosity Gaming going to get a good advantage here in the bottom path for this last basement Reggie. 50 seconds till Ray, and all of LG is looking to take this thing with Slash Can going to be the last one showing up.
And now here we have an objective spawning in the bottom path. We don't know which kind of Reggie it is, but we can see Snorlax getting caught a little bit right there with a massive Overheat. We have, oh boy, ooh, Gyarados going down right here, and Slash now pushing forward with that Scald.
Great time for Nemesis to get knocked out, though. They do have to retreat, but at least they'll be back in time for Rayquaza. You can immediately see Slash following up. They're trying to get vision so they can tell everybody on the squad where everybody is. They're up by 222 points. 15 seconds till Rayquaza. Luminosity looking to bring another check to the balance sheet here and even this thing up.
Yeah, here we go. Ray is definitely in control of Luminosity right now, way up on the scoreboard, just looking for an opportunity to catch members of Nemesis. We have Overlord giving them vision, peeling back, not getting caught by the Blizzard Avalanche right there. As Nemesis is kind of pushed towards their central area, tons of vision here for Luminosity. They know how they're moving in. The question is, how will they decide to fight?
Well, they're fighting right now as they're trying to get on top of Curious. Curious a little bit low on HP, jumps up and goes Mega Mewtwo X, looking for the Machisler. They're still fighting. Eldegoss in their pocket. They're still standing. 3 players on them. And where's the rest of Luminosity Gaming? Bliss Assistance is going to hit Metallic, and Curious is going to make it out. The Rayquaza is now at half. The rest of Nemesis is rolling in. Good engagement here by Overlord, and they're finally on a character that has some buttons they can press. 4 players down for Nemesis, and it's just this poor Blissey sitting on, hanging on tight, but that is no longer true as Luminosity secures. Luminosity eating burgers.
Yeah, big win there for LG. Gonna score in this top path here. Not too many points because of how Mewtwo X's Mega Gauge works, but Slash coming in to throw another hundo burger on the grill. That's gonna put him up 452, 552 now, 240. Beautiful game from Luminosity. That looked like vintage LG. I don't know what exactly the Sylveon was from earlier, but I think Overlord on a Pokemon like this is really where he needs to be.
I agree completely. You have to give credit to Curios and to Otter on that 2v3, forcing out the Bliss Assistants for no value, no knockout. They were just in each other's pockets, doing everything they could under the sun against the main carry Pokemon from Nemesis. Both make it out. Are you kidding me? What work out of those two?
Yeah, just really amazing stuff here from LG in game number 2. Luminosity definitely had their number game 1, but LG coming back in a big way, tying this series up. You wouldn't want it any other way here in our winners finals, as we will soon be heading to a game 3.
Man, Mega Mewtwo X, we out here, baby. You know what? Anything but that Sylveon on Overlord again, I guess. Because that was wild. When you look at that game with Sylveon, and then you look at like Overlord on this Blaziken, you're like, oh well, obviously. Right? It seems like so crystal clear, and I'm glad Luminosity has gotten back onto this pace to force this to a game 3, because these teams are playing well.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, just such an exciting series between these two. Trainer, by the way, we talked about how much Trainer was popping off throughout that match right there. 12 KOs, 11 for Overlord. Curios, the quote-unquote attacker player for Luminosity, deciding not to play an attacker, a role that has felt a little underwhelming in this current season.
It has. And when you're looking to be unique, I think LG is getting back to their roots from LAIC. Again, whether it's unique playstyle or unique picks, giving something that Curios can operate with in this fashion, hey, if it works, it works. And I'll tell you what, Psystrike is just so annoying to play against.
Yeah, Psystrike is unbelievably good. Here was that play from earlier. Eject button in, looking to pick up a KO on the Blaziken. They are able to get it. This gets them that early Gyarados here. But as we talked about, you know, we saw multiple moments where Luminosity was really cooking. A lot of it thanks to this early level lead from Leafeon.
Yeah, exactly, right? Once Overlord went down there and the Gyarados came online, it pretty much became, all right, Trainer, everything on you right now, because we got to catch up with everybody else. And Trainer, to their credit, delivered for this team.
Yeah, and here we go. This was a nice moment here from Nemesis pushing forward into the side of Luminosity. Felt like Nemesis had some great moments throughout this, but with that massive level lead there from Leafeon, the incredible secure here from the side of Luminosity Gaming. I mean, the difference in secure from game 1 to game 2 was huge, of course. Blaziken is fantastic at finishing off these objectives with massive last hit potential.
That fight that we just watched was the fight I was talking about, where we forced out the two-step, the weird Bliss assistance, and it ended up being an LG objective secure and an LG team fight win because of that. And now we're going to see Curios and Otter. They're going to hang on for so long out here. Cotton Cloud Crash is perfect, creates separation. The Bliss assistance is wasted. And now they're able to take a clean fight without the worry of that powerful Unite move, that Bliss assistance.
And there you go. Luminosity Gaming secures. It felt like Overlord was securing just about everything on the map there. Massive KOs as well as massive objectives. Blaziken really felt like a great choice for the side of LG. I think we had a lot of powerful picks on the side of Nemesis as well, but they felt a lot more disconnected here in game number 2.
I agree, but one of their things that is connecting that entire team on Nemesis for me is Metallic. He has had 2 phenomenal games on Gyarados and has given them opportunities when everything else looked a little loose. You know, when especially in that second game where things were looking a little squirrely. Here comes Metallic, gonna try and go for an objective steal, but always seemed to make it out without getting KO'd. Or when they were engaging, they were getting KO streaks of 2, you know, getting prime targets. So I really like how Metallic is playing. We just need to coalesce around him a little more.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Metallic was playing great. I think Yeet looked a little uncomfortable on Alolan Ninetales. They had some big catches right there, but they just were constantly right outside the range of making a KO happen. I don't know if we're going to see Yeet switch back to something like Inteleon or possibly another attacker that I know they've done very well with, Espeon, something that's been crushing it in Japan.
Yeah, getting Yeet comfortable is important. I mean, we saw them against the Juicers with a Penta and then like a 4-pack with the dangling participle 5th knockout that wasn't quite close enough in time to give them the double Penta in that game. But, I mean, they love and they groove on Inteleon. And you can see when Yeet is on and Yeet is comfortable, Yeet carries this team. And they're going to need that here in Game 3.
I wonder what we're going to see from Curios here. I mean, Mewtwo X looked pretty dang good. It was a very powerful choice, very disruptive, really good to play into the, you know, attacker selection for the side of Nemesis. So we'll see if they want to bring out that powerful former EX Pokemon once again. You know, an EX Pokemon that we just never see, and I'm wondering if any teams will start to pick it up at some point, is Ho-Oh. I'm surprised that we just don't see the bird that is able to resurrect its allies from being KO'd.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because when I was trying to figure out how LG can play to Otter's strengths without sacrificing a bunch of equity, one of the things I came up with was put Slash on Blissey, which is a great core component. Obviously, I keep going that. But then you put Otter on Ho-Oh, so it actually has like an attacking component. It can move around the map a little bit, but it serves its support in that big revive that it can get. And you allow Blissey to kind of handle the heals, handle the frontline tanking, so you can play behind and keep yourself alive anyways, and then use that big kind of Phoenix Resurrection that it has to bring everybody back. That was just another, because I was just hypothesizing, like, how does LG get back to where we want? And you have to try and think, you know, we want to leverage Otter's strengths as a player, and I think that's another way to do it. They're pressing buttons, they're moving around the map, they're attacking in unique ways, but also kind of fill that role that they're responsible for. Think rolling on Mr. Mime at Worlds in Hawaii. You know, classic support, but they were playing so well that they were a difference maker on that team. And although we don't see much Mr. Mime, like we don't see much Ho-Oh, does not mean that there's not value in unique composition setups.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, these are the tournaments that you would try this in, right? These are the moments where you're not playing for everything this month, right? You're not playing for that win to get to the AOS Cup or something like that. Of course, there's, you know, some good money on the line, championship points, but these are the tournaments where I think you need to start to figure out what other options you have as a team. It's cool seeing things like Chandelure. It's cool seeing things like Mewtwo. Again, we've obviously seen other teams today bring out some really exciting choices as well. These are the times to play those picks and see if there actually is something there for your team.
I agree completely, because when you get to Worlds, when you get to these bigger stages, you want to be, I keep calling it like the Rolodex of strategies. You want to be able to pull the strategy out that works in the situation you're put in. And if the situation you're put in is down a game and you need to win so you don't get eliminated, and the best strategy for that moment is a wonky one that you only practiced a couple times or that you discovered a long time ago, you have to be able to have enough faith and be comfortable enough to pluck that card and use it in the moment that's presented to you. And if you're not working these things out during these tournaments, it's a lot harder to work out during scrims and stuff like that, where people might be holding back or trying weird strategies of their own.
I'm also really interested to see what other options they have with Otter. Luminosity is definitely in a phase of their gameplay where they're taking different looks at what a team composition is. And I think that started with something like support Mew and then has continued to move to, what if it's just an all-rounder in the bottom path instead of that attacker role? I want to see other moments from Otter. Of course, I want to see Otter have the ability to, play some of those more stereotypical supporters, but I also want to see what kind of other crazy stuff they can throw at it, because with a player like Otter that's so unbelievably skilled at this game, I think you could see some really crazy support picks that surprise us in a lot of new ways. Not just support Mew, but I want to see some other looks from Otter too.
Well, they just played Eldegoss, and it looked good, right? And that's part of the process. As a support player, yes, you have to be able to play all the supports, but where your team starts gaining value is when you're not just locked into those supports, because the traditional healing supports are so strong in this game. They're going to get banned, they're going to get picked. So being able to go away from that and still find success means that when you do have those options available, you can find the success there and not feel bad when you're cut off from something like that. We were taking a look, and even the chat was talking about it. How do we keep letting Nem get Blissey? It's like, well, if they need Blissey and you cut them off from that, can Nem pivot? We don't know. We haven't seen them forced into that situation. But we do know, theoretically now, that LG, if they don't get some of these traditional supports, they have multiple other directions they can go in. So much so, in fact, that it's kind of become their main path, and people are cutting them off of that, trying to push them back to those traditional options.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see. We have our players ready for our draft here in just a moment, so we'll see how this shakes out in game number 3. Heading down to the losers bracket would be odd for Luminosity, as they have made it to the grand finals through this winners side over and over again. But here we are, the winners bracket finals right now. Nemesis, your purple team, Luminosity Gaming now, your orange team, getting those second picks. First ban from Nemesis is going to be Blaziken. Second is Leafeon. Extremely targeted bans.
Yep, forcing out Psyduck, of course, from that second spot. That seems to be very common in Umbreon as well. So this is going to be a good opportunity for Luminosity Gaming to grab this Blissey, as the chat is saying. Why does Nemesis keep getting Blissey? And cut them off from that and see how Nemesis reacts.
We have the first pick going on over to Miraidon. Luminosity now with 2 in a row. There's Otter grabbing the Blissey. Overlord now hovering Zoroark, but obviously we could easily see them switch with something. We could see Trainer grab something, and we have Overlord locking in the Garchomp.
Like we said, any Pokemon has gotten more of a glow up than Garchomp. I would disagree, because it is top class right now. Slowbro from Azanable, or just a routine pick, and Machisel on Zacian has been a difference maker. You can't understate that.
Yeah, I think Zacian is a really, really strong Pokemon. Some players, I think, are performing a little better than others. It's always a factor. Machisel feels like incredibly good on this Pokemon. I think they're right at home. Trainer right now, hovering the Mimikyu. This would be a really exciting pick, but more exciting if it happens than it does. Slash on Greedent. Let's go.
I've been waiting for a Greedent pick. I think the Pokemon is incredibly strong. I think it's better than it's given credit for. Look at this. We've got Metallic and we've got a Comfy Hover. Is that where they're actually going to end up? No. Switching to Eldegoss. So, going back the other way, Metallic on Gary is great. I like this just generally. I think Metallic's been playing top-notch.
Yeah. You don't see a lot of Gyarados, and I do think Metallic has a fantastic one. Eldegoss is one of those supports that truly has never been bad. Like, talking about Garchomp getting a glow up, Eldegoss has been glowing since day one and never stopped. Final pick over to the side of Luminosity Gaming is going to be Mew. Now, of course, we could see them pivot this over to Otter. We could see Slash possibly take the Blissey, but we could see Curios just play this as a straight up damage Mew.
If I'm Luminosity Gaming, this is going to be a cast or curse moment for sure. I would put Otter on Mew, I would put Curios on Greedent if they even have one, and I would put Slash on Blissey. And really, I mean, you're giving two of your players that are the best on two Pokemon, that Pokemon. And I feel like you're giving up equity if you're not doing that.
I kind of love the idea of Slash playing this Greedent, and I don't want anything to change here. I want to see Slash's Greedent, and I think the big reason is watching Slash play Umbreon the way he does. He is one of the most disruptive, like, top tier Umbreons in the world, and Greedent has a lot of shades of that. Greedent is extremely disruptive, really, really annoying. Now, it's not as bulky, and it doesn't have the same kind of sustain that you get out of something like Umbreon, but I'm so here for a Slash Greedent. I'm ready, man. I'm very ready.
Well, that's what you're going to get. And another thing we get to see is how well Otter has developed on a traditional support Pokemon in Blissey. Are they going to put them on the Safeguard version or the Egg version? Only time will tell.
And here we go, Doob Snacks. Nemesis, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. These are your winners finals. Winner here, heading to the grand finals. Loser here, heading down to the losers bracket. They'll still have an opportunity to make it back up, but they have a much harder road ahead of them.
One thing that Luminosity can do Game 3 that they didn't do well in Game 1 or 2 is mitigate the Magikarp to Gyarados. They gave them early Gyarados in Game 1 and Game 2. If they play a little bit more heads up and slow Metallic down, that is a recipe for success in the early parts of the game. We'll see if they actually care about that.
You can see Overlord getting very aggressive here in the top path, trying to stop them from getting any secures. That heads over to the side of Nemesis, just getting really aggressive in the face of Nem. Metallic now positioning themselves far forward. Of course, an assist or even better, a KO turns things in a massive way. Trainer moving up here with Mimikyu. We do have vision on it. They know it's coming and they're looking for the KO.
And look at Metallic jumping in to get an assist on that and really help their effort gauge go up. Now we're pushing in. Miraidon steps in. We are electro drifting through this other team as Nemesis is getting points in quickly. And that could not have gone much better for Nemesis, my friend.
No, it really couldn't have. You see Metallic moving back here with 11 points. Anything over 10 points fills the effort gauge even larger than scoring normally. Metallic knows that. 2 huge scores, and now they are online, almost level 6, with Gyarados at the start of the game once again.
Yeah, so not mitigating that at all, Cowboy. They did not look for that
The
whatsoever.
caster curse has reared its ugly head. They couldn't mitigate it at all.
No, not at all. Electrodrift popping through. Slash Can again, trying to be a menace. Already agreed and grabbing both berries. I didn't quite see what set they've leaned into here. We'll see here in a moment.
That is Covet on Green there, so most likely we'll see Covet Belch. We have Machisel moving on in here with another massive play. Gyarados picks up the KO.
Now Slashcan's like, man, I'm trying to be a menace, but I can't really stand in the face of 4 as all of Nemesis is rotating incredibly well with themselves. Curios surfing back, keeping themselves up with a boosted auto coming through. Slash King gonna pick up some berries, and at least the goal zone is still standing here, but Nemesis with a score lead.
Yeah, Nemesis just doing a great job right here. A score lead, a level lead. Slash is trying to be a menace, but it's hard to be a menace with Greedent when your enemy team has so much level lead on you.
Yeah, I mean, Overlord taking a ton of damage right there from Metallic, trying to scrap with the Dragon Rush. Metallic is so low. Overlord wants this KO. Dragon Rushes again, tries to get away from the Chisel, does close it out here. Gonna get dealt with by Machisel. However, I think that was a worthwhile engagement for Overlord to get that knockout on a bigger Pokemon.
Yeah, when you're behind, I think you take those, right? And they are behind. Machisel now level 9 here, just able to rip through Regieleki and all the experience in the top path. We have Slash in the bottom path, finally online with the Covet and Belch. Gonna see if they can pick up a nice secure here on Regice. Here comes Machisel. Regice is getting pretty low, and here comes the secure. Greedent gets it with a basic.
There you go, Slash stepping up for the squad here. Bouncing to the back line is Metallic, quickly dispatched by Trainer. Trainer's trying to look for one of these premium targets here. Can they get into the back line? They're looking for it. Slashcan going to grab every berry under the sun. Surf back the other way from Asnable for spacing. Can't get the Electro Drift off, and that's another player down. Luminosity is living on this goal zone. Nemesis coming in, but Chisel finally pulls up for the smoke. We're going to find out if they got baby lungs. They kind of do. They got bullied back. Luminosity relentless here. Overlord 7, level 7 just moments ago. Now level 9 trying to be a terror.
Yeah, we had Machisel move in there trying to stop them. Beautiful positioning there from Luminosity. We had Overlord push him out of that fight, and he was not able to recover from it. We also had the Unite move used before the Bliss assistance, so it wasn't able to get the extra damage from a Pokemon that had just united. Nice plays there from LG, coming right back in this game after a pretty rough start.
Yeah, Electro Drift trying to deal with Slash, who's just eating berries all over the map, scampering around in that very festive Hollowware. Machisel, though, level 11 is going to be enough to deal with the squirrel.
Well, it's holiday season here, Doob Snacks, on the December Cup. Obviously, we've got the snowman. He's got the lit up Christmas tree. It's looking pretty beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. Machisel just camping out up top. Gonna be ready for Trainer sussing that out. Using the Unite move. Otter's just hanging out. Gonna see if we can go for an Egg Bomb smack and a Mimikyu conversion KO. Nice pick.
Yeah, nice big pick right here. Metallic watching them, letting their team know exactly where they're heading as we have Slash heading up to the top path here, trying to pick up a possible, I guess just an annoying moment. Really, that's all Greedon is doing here. It has no points. It is just using this moment to annoy the enemy team and put pressure on them.
Yeah, and look, Slash is dealing with 3 players up top, just keeping an eye on them. There's no misunderstanding of what Luminosity's trying to do, as now they're putting tons of pressure. Slow beam on Overlord, Maride on Electro Drift downstairs as we rotate up and we're watching Slashcan here. Are they going to try to use their Unite move to get in here? Nope, they're just going to go through, give it up, and scamper away as Curios has showed up just in time to watch that Regieleki fly in their face.
Yeah, we had a couple secure options there, right? We had the possible Belch. We also had the possible Solar Beam. Obviously, no one from Luminosity able to stop this here. We have Trainer deciding if they want to take this fight. Huge catch there from Overlord right into a big-time Garchomp Unite move.
You gotta leave with a body here if you're Overlord. Great Metallic Unite back the other way, and it's the Miraidon that goes down despite a phenomenal engagement. And now the KOs are raining in, which is exactly what you want them to do if you're Luminosity Gaming, of course. And they're looking to siege a goal zone. Machisel, level 12, kind of getting bullied now. Shadow Sneak straight in. Trainer's being relentless, opening up the gates for the scores here.
Yeah, and we have Machisel moving in, caught once again by Overlord with the Dragon combo. Overlord getting a little too deep right here. Another Dragon combo, picks up a KO. He goes down, but he does pick up a KO before he does, as we have Yeet moving in with Miraidon getting ripped apart by Trainer. The Shadow Sneak, a possibility to move in, but they decide to peel back.
That was awesome. Overlord with a double engagement. Nice follow-up by the rest of LG there, letting Overlord know that we are here for you. They get the quality KO on the Machisler, and now Machisel level 12, Overlord level 12, Trainer level 13, Curios level 12. They've completely swung the pendulum.
Yeah, up on the scoreboard, looking amazing here on points as well. What a game between these two teams. What a series here. This has just been incredible. I don't know who is going to take this game. We have Rayquaza hitting the map here in 50 seconds, and it's still so unbelievably close.
It really is. Slashcan doing a great job getting vision. One of Slashcan's best strengths, getting vision and letting the team know exactly what the other team's up to. And that's exactly what they're trying to suss out here. We've got a Regieleki up top. Nemesis is favoring that one. Luminosity Gaming, however, favoring the Basement Reggie.
Yeah, they take that Basement Reggie. We see in the top path Nemesis getting ready to take that Regieleki. Luminosity up on the scoreboard already, but look at the positioning around Rayquaza. They're actually ready to take a fight. Overlord moving in right away.
Trying to go for the surf here, separation, and it's Yeet that's so low, having to force out the Unite move on Overlord. They get caught right into the slow beam. Bliss assistant to try and save them. It's not enough. There's another huge solar beam that rolls through. Machisel looking for some bodies. 2 players down. Machisel is on top of this Rayquaza. So is the rest of the team. Curios forced out to use their Unite move. Trainer's in the pocket. They're eviscerated. Rayquaza's getting so low. 3 players out for Luminosity Gaming. This is Nemesis. Oh, 2 down the other way. They're so low on Rayquaza. Who's gonna take it? It's gonna be Nemesis. Nemesis, do they have the chance to score? Machisler holding on to a shield, 42 points back the other way. Can they score enough? Their shield is broken, dude.
Their shield's broken, but Metallic does score 249, 186 with a minute 30 left on the clock. This is far from over, Doob Snacks. What an insane fight. It looked like Slash had that, but just barely able to miss the secure. Picked up by Machisel. They want to break this shield on Metallic, and they do. If Metallic goes down here, this is very bad for Nemesis. Nemesis needs to defend right now. Luminosity knows they're behind. They need to make a play, but they also can't leave their goal zones completely defenseless because Nemesis could sneak in and score more points. A minute left on the clock. It is clear now Nem is ahead. We have
Shadow
Yeet in some
sneak.
trouble and gets caught right here by a Shadow Sneak, trying to break some ankles,
That's
and
it.
Luminosity is now pushing Doob Snacks.
That's got to be it. They're pivoting top. They're moving through the central area. There's 2 players down. They haven't backed yet. Slashcan's going to give away the game. Overlord's going to have to look to engage. They need everybody on this pad. There's 2 players at the bottom. They're not sure where everybody is, but they need to start standing on there and scoring, Cowboy. 33 seconds left and now everybody's landing. They know what the jig is. Dragon Rush in. We're going to use the Unite move. They're stuck in another slow beam coming through. They're trying to score. 12 points goes in, but they're going to need more than that. They're down by 39. Everybody is X-pressing here. We need to get some knockouts. Everybody is so low, but we need to score. 15 seconds are on the clock. Blizzard is on the grid, and we're going to keep rolling through. 3 players down here for Nemesis. Luminosity Gaming is sustaining. Electro Drift and its trainer with a KO streak of 3. We're going to keep moving forward. Can the Maridon hold on? We still need a couple more points. Their pockets are too full. Can they get it done? I don't know. Yeet cleaning up the trash.
What an insane final moment between these 2 titans in NA. It looks like Nemesis holds on with one of the craziest goal zone defenses you will see. Nemesis 249, Luminosity Gaming 210. Nemesis is back on top, heading to your grand finals. What a match.
Holy smoke. Every game this weekend has been a banger after banger after banger, and this one was no exception. Coming down to the wire here, and what a defensive stand by Nemesis. And I think Yeet getting caught there was a blessing in disguise, because by the time they crash landed back on top of pad, all of LG was low on HP. And we just started electro drifting, Tokyo drifting on whatever planet you want to call it, right through the entire squad to end on a KO streak of 4.
That was incredible. There were multiple moments that members of Luminosity almost scored on that goal zone. Just so insane. What a game. What a series. Nemesis, pulled out an incredible win right there. Luminosity, I can't believe that they were not able to get that Ray. It felt like they were going to get it there. I would love to see a slowed down version of that Rayquaza at some point as we take a look here at some of the highlights there from just an insane game 3.
Yeah, insane game 3 is an understatement, my friend. That thing was one of the best games we've seen in a minute. Incredibly back and forth, well played by both teams. But I must call this out. You gotta mitigate the Magikarp. You gotta get a Magikarp mitigation manager on scene. Somebody's gotta deal with that. You can't give them a Gyarados at 9 minutes every game and expect that to lead to successful results.
Yeah, just so amazing here. What a match between these 2 teams. What a series. If you had an opportunity right now to say who you wanted to see in the grand finals, no question. I love the Juicers, but I want to see these 2 go at it again because this was just unbelievable gameplay between these 2 squads here.
Yeet putting on a show with this Electro Drift Marauder. Look at this catch. Forcing that out. Surf straight into the slow beam. Bliss assistance. Give him the BOGO deal. Blissey looking like a Comfy right there. Getting collatted out of that middle. Rayquaza's so low. Belly flop right into the middle. It is on a razor's edge. Electro Drift is nowhere to be found here. We've got the Cyclone kicking people up, and the Belch looks to be just a hair too early. The ice skates pointed him in the wrong direction.
Yeah, he was trying to hit that. He hit that first belch a little early, and he was trying to swing back around. Now we have this insane goal zone defense. You see that moment right there. Trainer has 21 points. I mean, that would be so insane if Trainer could get that in. With 5 members of Luminosity on the goal zone, they almost had it. But here comes Yeet on Miraidon with the goal zone defense, not able to take them down. Beautiful plays by Asnable as well. I mean, this was just, it's one of those brawls that you can only get out of Pokemon Unite. The score so incredibly close, just a slight play here or there, just a decision to maybe try to score a little faster instead of putting pressure on your opponents with an attack. It could have went the other way. What an insane finish. What a series, man.
What a series indeed. I can't believe that you and I are going to break now and just getting to absorb the next game. Because if the games we've watched is any indication, we are in for a heck of a ride the rest of this event. This has been one of the most spirited NA tournaments you and I have watched, honestly, in a long time. Like, these kids are gaming today.
Yeah, they are. We definitely feel the holiday spirit. I can tell you that right now. This is a holiday spirited series here.
Fully
in the
holiday
Cup
spirited
for North America. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back. You're going to see more insane gameplay in NA. Do not go anywhere. I can see you when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. I know if you've been bad or good, and I know if you leave during a break. All right.
He has a list.
I have a list.
All right, welcome back everybody to the UNITE Championship Series for December Cup. My name is Zoinks, joined here by Wonder Chef, and we are joining you after an absolute banger of a match in our winners finals. Nemesis versus Luminosity. It goes the full distance. We had crazy exchanges all game, wild drafts, epic moments, really everything you could want, and we still got more UNITE action for you, Chef. It's going to be awesome.
I know. This has been an unbelievable tournament so far. I'm really glad that we got the chance to be here for this. And it's wild to think this is the technical first monthly tournament of the season, right?
Yeah.
The AS Cup play-ons were a little kind of like preview almost. Obviously you got championship points for that, but this is huge that we're already so good so early into the season. I feel like a lot of the other seasons it's been kind of like, okay, early season, we're warming up, let's see how things go, but this has been off to a banger start from all parties. I am so excited to see what happens the rest of this tournament. I literally have no idea.
Yeah, it is so fascinating to watch these teams in terms of who's hot, who's not kind of action, but also just like how are these playstyles clashing? How are these top four teams that we're down to now in North America have such wildly different play styles? It's really exciting. I mean, Luminosity seems to be kind of living into this double defender a little bit when they can, but Nemesis responds by banning out the Umbreon basically every game, making that autos go back to the support well a little bit. We're seeing some really interesting stuff, and we're about to cover another match here in our losers semifinal between Orange Juicers and Zephyr. So two incredible squads and two teams that have not been shying away from unpopular picks either.
Not shying away is like an understatement.
Right.
The fact that we now have a 100% win rate on broadcast of, well, not from this squad, but Mewtwo, but then from this squad, the Phalanx and the Gengar, 100% win rate on broadcast, simply too powerful. So I'm excited to see if they're going to bring that again. And we did see some really interesting stuff. Again, you and I got a chance to see the Zephyr YouTube match off stream.
Right.
And they also counterpicked well, I should say they lit through a Psyduck and then counterpicked it maybe with a Phalanx, which works now 2 times in a row for them.
Yeah.
I'm curious if it's a strategy they're going to continue again, or maybe they'll just ban out the Psyduck like classic. Probably depends on the sides.
Yeah, and it's an interesting strategy too for many reasons. I mean, counterpick potential, a Pokemon that's barely seen, but it's also in the slot that would normally hold their defender, as well as an EXP share, and neither of which are emerging when that Phalanx pick is picked. So some really interesting draft choices by Zephyr. Obviously, I feel like that's been the main talking point surrounding this team in this tournament today. We've been talking a lot about Oblivion and Bora Reaches, like incredible play. Bora, of course, on the Gengar, who has been absolutely spectacular in this tournament, as well as their Mimikyu gaming, I thought was also really, really good. But I feel like one player we should not let slide by the wayside on this team to talk about a little bit is also Celestial. I think Celestial's been playing one incredible tournament, enough to make them go all the way to top 4, and really every single pick they have played, they have looked fantastic on. We've seen them on the Garchomp, the Blaziken, the Lucario, and the Urshifu a little bit off stream. So many options and fitting into multiple roles on the team, by the way, central and top path, and they have honestly looked flawless. So I think that is a player to watch going into this next game.
I feel like we're in a phase of the meta where a lot of players have to be really flexible with
100%.
their picks, and not only their picks, but with their roles and with their positionings, like everything. Well, not just positioning as far as in game, but as far as like where you get put in the actual pathing phase, which we're seeing a lot from pretty much every team that we're seeing in our top 4. Maybe some of them are a little bit more static than the others, but we've seen Pokemon that have done some really interesting rotations. We saw LG do a little bit of like a center area experience switch earlier on with the Blaziken. We've seen players completely shift roles around, exactly like you just said, shift around who's technically playing support and not support, which is even more important now that we're seeing so many damaging support options like the Pikachus and the Mews and the Psyduck, obviously. So it's so important to be flexible, and that's what we're going to see from these teams. So we'll see how they decide to ban.
All right, so Zephyr actually going to play, I would say, quite a rare Psyduck ban for them. I think throughout this tournament, they've actually been fading away from that ban in particular, allowing it to go through, and then having options they think would do decently well into it. Instead, Zephyr is going to ban away that Zacian, a Pokemon that has been truly fantastic for OG in this tournament. However, in doing so, you are going to allow the Miraidon pick. It'll be Flareon's picking up that option. Oblivion and JL lock in their spots. Umbreon and Garchomp taken away.
We are really in a spot where Garchomp is one of the most contested Pokemon in the meta. It's hard to believe that, but I feel like we're in a spot where Pokemon really have a lot of opportunity to fully level up and find their power spikes before they're super threatened, and that's something we're seeing a lot right now. I mean, obviously it's quite strong earlier on as well. On the other side, OG gonna go back to the OG pick, Lucario, which is pretty cool to see.
And I feel like it's a really solid preemptive pick, especially into what was most likely going to be the choice for Celestial, and it will go through, is that Blaziken, or if it was the Urshifu, really either direction. They're two really good answers to an early game threat. So Lucario, of course, is going to be really, really strong in the first few minutes of the game, and both Blaziken and Urshifu can't really brag about the same. So I like that early pick. Another thing that's kind of wild to see is how late in the draft Kratos is getting to play this Leafeon, a truly phenomenal pick in so many of the games we see, and Kratos has been, ever since coming down to the loser side of the bracket, has been playing with some heat. Problem is, they gotta face not exactly the worst nightmare, being Darkrai, but something pretty close, and Bora reaches Gengar.
So, we were talking about how often we were getting caster cursed today. Cursed? Yeah, cursed.
Yeah.
I think cursed, yeah, we were caster cursed today, but quite a bit. And I think this might be the case too, because I was saying you get a lot of time to kind of hit your power spikes. We've got 3 stage 2 Pokemon on the side of Zephyr. They're all going to need to evolve. It's going to take some time. Also, Umbreon not the fastest in the world. But on the other side, we've got a very strong early comp. From minute 1, they are going to be basically at their max strength, and this is going to be tough. Zephyr really is going to have to survive as long as they can without losing as much as possible. Otherwise, Orange Juice is just going to run over them.
Yeah, wow, I'm so glad you bring that up, Chef. That is a tough early game composition. I mean, we've seen Bora Rage put together some pretty decent Haunter engages. You know, I wouldn't say it's a hallmark of their playstyle, but it's certainly something they've been able to work with before. But now they're going up against Orange Juicers, who in this tournament have been so formidable, only losing to the team that is currently sitting in the grand finals at the moment, losing that Nemesis matchup, so which we saw earlier today. No Sableye, unfortunately, in this game, which is too bad. I mean, we were really, really pumped about that pick when we got to see it earlier on, but we're going to get to see a brand new look here from the Orange Juicers, and another treat for everybody. We got Zugrug on the iconic Snorlax and Flareon on the Miraidon.
Oh, that's always... I mean, these two are some of the best, I think, in the world at these two particular Pokemon. So, it's, I mean, putting them together in a path is terrifying. And we looks like we might have a little bit of an invade as the Gossifleur is actually moving forward to try to slow down the start of this evolution for Bora Reach, as we've seen running away with things. Roland has done a lot of great invasions, but not on Gossifleur quite yet, and was not able to steal all that much away. However, delaying, getting a little bit of a steal. It's looking pretty okay at least.
I think if Roland was playing a ball toy, they would go into the other side. You know, that seems to be like their desired location no matter what. Bora Reach playing around it very, very well. Anytime you use Lick on Ghastly, you immediately get a boosted auto attack. So trying to leverage that for some early burst damage onto these wild Pokemon. So far, it's been looking okay, but now they got to contend with Kratos as well. JL on the retreat, but that is going to be Kratos picking up that red buff and immediately getting their level 5.
I love this. I mean, this timing works out so perfectly, just delaying them long enough that they're still a Ghastly, and then on top of that, being able to take the rotation inside, and I mean, that was just extra credit right there, I think, as far as taking an early lead. I think Orange Juicers know exactly what they have to do to shut down this team. They're doing a great job of it. However, those scores up top are going to help them a good amount with evolving.
That's another dig Garchomp, by the way. So, in previous match we got to cast, it was a ground chomp, full build, Earthquake and dig. So far, it is just the dig for this Gabite. It is a move that buffs your defense a whole lot more than the more combo damage-oriented build will, so would not be surprised if we see it stick around, but I think I'd be a little bit more surprised if we do see the Earthquake as well. That movement speed decrease, maybe it's more relevant than we think.
Maybe. Roland running away, trying to get away from the super high aggression, and is actually going to make it as Kratos is going to come in to a little bit of support, getting Celestial very, very low. Celestial's actually going to have to back out, but Bora Reach continuing the reign of terror cannot be stopped. 1v3 right now. Not sure if they're going to be able to escape the long reach of the law, aka Flareons, and they certainly are sent to KO jail.
Charge beam's a pretty terrible punishment. I would not want to have to deal with that one.
Can't,
but really
can't drop
solid.
those charges.
So that's too good. That's too good. I really do think that is the best time for Boar to dive into a fight like that. Basically, if Snorlax is not there, there is no source of crowd control on the other side. Really, the only Hexcar Nightmare. And okay, there's the confirmation. It is full-on ground chomp. 2 games in the December Cup we are going to commentate are going to have ground chomp builds, Wonder Chef.
I don't think it's very often that I watch a tournament, and at the end of the tournament, I know less about the meta than I did at the beginning of the tournament, but we're certainly sitting there, and it's making for a great day. Right now, Regieleki getting challenged. We're going to see the Emerald 2-step going in. Immediate KO, going to get a double. Looking for the triple on JL. Kratos going wild as Boar Reach does manage to get the KO, and now 2 very scary assassins facing each other, trying to get the last hit on this Regieleki. They don't really want to take the fight with anything, and the last hit will go to the side of Orange Juicers. Kratos taking not only Regieleki, but also that Haunter.
I don't know if y'all are up to date on your Gengar 1v1 matchup micro knowledge, but Kratos playing that one actually extremely well given the situation. You got to play out of range of the Sludge Bomb. You cannot afford to get hit by that special condition. Instead, Boar is forced to use it on the Regieleki, and they just have to get their resets there. Allows Kratos to time the Razor Leaf a lot easier. But now we are making the path forward with a Miraidon. I think that's a collateral KO with that Unite move. 2 KOs and 1 Meteor Smash. Impressive stuff, and it means like everybody from Zephyr is just going to be falling as Orange Juicers are about to get this goal zone shattered.
Ooh, they might leave it up, or they might just wait until the very final moment. No, Roland's not going to go in. Roland's only with the 40 points, so they're just going to continue fighting, leaving this up, denying their extra EXP, maybe going to try to break it afterwards. They could right now. They're sending in Kratos to do it, a little bit less of an overdunk, but going to the EXP for a little bit more important of a target, and now we're going to see the counter engagement, where Reach going to manage to hit a few hits as Dispenza trying to get in, but is going to get punished for it. Actually gets KO'd by the Pollen Puff just a little bit later on, so this is not looking super great for Zephyr as far as things go within those final, I don't know, minute and a half of a fight.
Right. Wow, I feel like that last fight was really telling on a few move choices. So we saw a little bit of why this ground chomp can kind of work, right? You use the Earthquake to try to get the slowing effects so your Unite move is more likely to hit multiple targets. They can't run away from you as fast, therefore. But the burst damage on a Garchomp a little too strong, and we see OG on this Lucario actually going with the power-up punch build. Kind of not super popular for this player in particular, but it is a great answer against this Volt Tackle Pikachu. Being able to cleanse that with Unstoppable is massive. And, yeah, we're seeing why Miraidon, one of the most powerful picks in the entire game, is Flareon's doing damage from range, and this time, they do have Parabolic Charge.
We do get, yeah, we got a chance now to see basically every move that Miraidon has over the past, I don't know, 3 matches. By the way, we were talking about the pluses and minuses of this Hollowware. I think the Unite animation is the best part of it.
Oh,
the sounds on it, which unfortunately they get KO'd immediately as we say that, but I do think it's quite a cool way to get KO'd.
Yeah, this year, Coachella's on Thea Sky Ruins, you know? Gengar's headlining. It's sick. I'm here for it. Kratos in a mean look. A pretty terrifying spot for Leafeon to be. Despite this help of Zugrug and Flareons, they will not be able to walk away from that. JL trying to sit around for as long as they can. Maybe assist with a bit of supportive Umbreon play. And it does work out. OG able to... sorry, not OG. Oblivion able to KO Flareons, but OG with a return KO. Borereach just joined the fight, though. Oblivion taking credit for these KOs, but you cannot forget the impact this Gengar is having in so many of these exchanges.
I don't know what happened there. We just saw Roland at 1 HP running away on the other half of the map for some reason, but that's just how Roland's been, I don't know, being aggressive this entire time, so not unexpected. We do have a Regieleki to fight for. That's a big KO. Umbreon going down. Regieleki getting very, very low. The Power Punch being charged, but it's not enough to get the secure. It will, in fact, be Borereach once again. Oh my goodness, a lot of damage coming in. Both ranges from both sides just kind of chunking the entire group of melee in the middle. We are going to see the Electro, or the Volts be enough to at least help secure that.
These last couple of team fights have been so scary, Wonder Chef, because we talked about it in the draft screen. You brought it up. This is an extremely late game. Okay. This is an extremely late game focused composition for Zephyr. They have so many scalers, Gengar, Garchomp, even Blaziken, and these last couple of minutes were supposed to be where their comp really starts cooking, where it gets that momentum, but Orange Juicers are hanging on to a phenomenal points lead and in fact are doing incredible in the level side of things as well, and they're even gonna probably take this basement Reggie without very little opposition on the other side. Orange Juicers looking amazing, making this early game focused comp excel even into the late game.
Well, this is something, though, that we've seen before. The late game rip and flip potential coming out from Zephyr is really strong. We've got the overheat. We've got the Garchomp in general being able to burn things down. I mean, Garchomp plus Gengar is unbelievable amount of rip, and it looks like they might want to start fighting right away.
Ooh, okay, I think Orange Juicers are right to try to push out Zephyr from this central area. You gotta make sure you do not allow the Garchomp to get to work, but it seems like they're gonna get to do just that. Garchomp, Gengar, all hands on deck, but the Miraidon Unite move just clears them all out, and Leafeon gets on top of it as well. Miraidon, Leafeon, everybody involved. That was one of the fastest Rayquaza fights you will ever see. There's the surrender. Orange Juicers up 1-0 in this series.
What just happened?
Yeah. So, the whole thing is Garchomp and Hexgar are both unbelievably strong at destroying Rayquaza's HP, but that does mean they have to be in a very small vicinity to Rayquaza, which basically tees Flareons and Kratos up for ridiculous damage. They aim all their moves. Yes, Rayquaza might have gone either direction, who knows, but what benefits Orange Juicers is most likely they're going to have almost the entire enemy team KO'd, no matter how that fight goes. So, Orange Juicers with an incredible lockdown play around that Rayquaza.
I do appreciate your genuine answer to my question of what just happened. That was very clear, and that was exactly what happened. Yes, you said it perfectly. I mean, they had to full commit, but they were just so ready for that full commit, and I cannot believe how fast that game ended. I mean, it was like, okay, this is close. It could go either way, and then I blinked, and it was like, okay, and it's over, and we're gonna go to game number 2. But I mean, I almost feel like we have to look at the rest of the game, right? Like, I almost feel like we can't even concentrate on that because it was so just ridiculous. And again, I really think that Orange Juicers did an amazing job of holding on to that early lead, knowing that they had to take that lead, hold on to it to make sure that they didn't get outscaled late game. And they were perfect. Their aggression, like I said earlier today, against all teams has been looking really, really good. Their invasions have been perfect. Their pressure into that center area is perfect. It's all looking great.
Yeah, Dupsax has been talking a lot about, like, in his coverage of the North American teams, kind of Dupsax's desire to see the entire play of the region elevate, but also, like, diversify. And I think one of the ways that a lot of these teams have been trying to do that is, like you just called out, heavy aggression in the early game, a focus on invasions, but also a focus on getting good damage and trades without getting KO'd, which in the past, I know it seems simple, but it's not been a very big, well-minded thing. But here's that flip yet again. We have Lucario sitting on the outside with Power Up Punch as well. We have JL trying to body block that opportunity. Lucario, one of those Pokemon, it's not like Urshifu. It does not spear through multiple characters. So we do have JL covering. That's a good spot to be, but unfortunately everything else was where Zephyr's composition kind of fell through the cracks, and we have Orange Juicers up 1-0 in our series.
You know, even at the absolute minimum speed there, I really couldn't fully tell what was going on. Everybody truly just gathered up and disappeared. So it just happens sometimes. Ray as well got burned down really quick in that fight. Like, it was like, obviously I get the idea. We talked about it before. Their comp was perfect at ripping and flipping. They were behind. They saw an opportunity to do it. Unfortunately, they just got caught by a few too many things. So I would love to see a strategy like that again. Just maybe not so many Pokemon that need to pop off late game so they're not quite as behind in that early game. 3 is a lot.
Especially into a team like Orange Juicers, who are so, I mean, I want to say so well known. At this point, they've been so well known in this tournament for just their heavy invasion strategy. Like, you were going to have a tough time coming out of the central area at the level you want. You're going to have a really difficult time against Kratos in any of these early fights when they're playing things like the Leafeon, the Absol, the Dodrio, all early game monsters they're going to have to contend with. You are bang on the money, Chef. You're going to have to draft in favor of covering that glaring weakness of this composition. Also, Dragon Claw Dragon Rush is a pretty good moveset, and it's quite popular. We also would not hate to see that build reemerge in the next game.
Hey, you know what? I think Dig and Earthquake look cool, so I'm a fan of seeing them, but I do agree. I believe now we have a 0% win rate with that moveset on broadcast. But we don't need to talk about that. It was still they still managed to rip Ray, which is important. Unfortunately, they just ripped it for the other team. And you know what? You're not going to have to worry about seeing Dig, Earthquake, Garchomp, because Garchomp is just out of this game alongside some of the other pretty classic bands. And honestly, these are 3 of the most common bands that we've seen today. Mimikyu for other regions, but also this one a few times.
Okay, so in this position, I normally would say the Miraidon is going to be most likely the first pick for Zephyr, but in this case, they're actually going to favor the Zacian, which means that Flareon should be able to play this Miraidon in this matchup. I think your other option is most likely going to be a support pick, and yes, there it is. It is the Umbreon, who, from Roland, is going to be constantly in that enemy central.
At this point, you have to really be careful about who you're sending to that central area on the side of Zephyr, and I don't know what their option is yet. Obviously, they're going to wait a little bit longer to make that decision, but Oblivion back on this damaging Lapras. How did you feel about that last time?
I didn't mind it at all. I thought it had some big moments. We're not going to have it locked in yet, so who knows? Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. Lapras in the past has been talked a lot about one of the better defenders into lower damage compositions, right? It has that shell armor passive that can ignore a lot of burst damage. You just constantly mitigate, and you sort of win the war of attrition. Against Miraidon, that is not the easiest thing to do, but the path with against Snorlax, maybe not too hard either, and Gengar's gonna really like that extra crowd control that Lapras can create with some of these more big Lapras Express moments. So maybe it's a bit more of a combination play instead of another angle.
Well, they're deciding. It's getting down to the last moment, and okay, no Gengar this time. I was actually going to say I thought Gengar was quite good in this matchup, but we're going to see Zephyr not only go for a little bit less of a late game scaling team, but basically completely less of a late game scaling team. They're still going to be scary late, obviously, but they're not going to have to worry about the evolutions, about the big power spikes later in the game. They're pretty strong from, I don't know, mid game onwards. And I like this on the other side. Yeah. The Gardevoir, there's a lot of really good targets for that Gardevoir on the side of Zephyr.
Yeah, and not a lot of good threats against the Gardevoir. Going the other direction, right? Not a single speedster. Urshifu and Zacian, while both have mobility options, aren't great at getting around a defensive wall of Snorlax and Umbreon. I mean, this is a relatively safe Gardevoir. Relatively. Obviously, these are pretty incredible teams, and they know how to play these Pokemon to the expert level. This Gardevoir is going to have a lot of room to work. It'll be a slow early game, but with Roland covering on a invade strategy, you likely will be able to hit your level 5 and get up to that Corellia damage spike.
Now, looking at the items in this Urshifu, do you think there's any chance that this is water Urshifu?
Interesting.
I think I don't actually know what everybody's running on Single Strike Urshifu right now, so I wonder if there's a chance, because that's certainly.
I think so.
You think it's okay? Yeah. I mean, that would also be pretty good, just being able to threaten that backline, especially with a double backline now. It kind of feels like you got to have something.
Yeah, one mean look though. All of a sudden, the Urshifu is standing still, and in fact cannot escape the range of any of Gardevoir's damage moves. So this is going to be tricky to deal with. I am curious on moveset, by the way, that Kratos decides to go with this Gardevoir. I personally, I've always been a big fan of the Psyshock build. That damage is a little bit easier to get consistently, but with a team composition of double defender and a lot of crowd control available to you, I actually think Future Sight is starting to sound pretty incredible for the Orange Juicers.
I agree with that. We can also see, I know there's been a lot less, but if you get Yawn into Future Sight, that's a disgusting combo. That's literally one of the easiest in the game. But again, I don't know if exactly we're going to see that. Regardless, whatever you choose with Snorlax, it's going to help with landing a Future Sight. So it's a little bit more of a flex move, but it's great to see Roland as well going back in. There's going to be some defense. Does not manage to get the steal away this time. No. It is going to maybe make it away, but still delaying time is all you really need. One more chance.
The first miss ever from Roland to not be able to get that buff. Unfortunately, just gonna rotate back to the central area. Will not have the red or the blue buff to operate, and Boro should be able to get to that level 5, no problem.
Up top, Celestial, pretty low HP, gets punched back over, but Roland still a little bit weak, still a little evolution, or not evolution, just an Eevee, and cannot actually take that fight. Now the opponent they tried to stop from evolving is evolved, so now this is maybe one of the weakest first minutes of the game for that Orange Juicers have had so far, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so there is a ton of damage from the Gardevoir. We do the Lucario lockdown. Borreach is going to capitalize on that with a KO of themselves. They are going with the Wicked Blow Urshifu, and Kratos has chosen Psyshock on the Gardevoir. So maybe not exactly what we theorize in the draft screen, but still very viable options. And with how Zephyr played the Ray fight in that last game, I think Single Strike Urshifu may be par for the course.
That does mean that, like you were saying, there's not a lot to dive that backline. So we're going to have to see how that goes, especially there's so much protection for the backline. It's really going to be a game focused on range and abusing that range. JL running in circles, trying to escape the mean look, by the way, is finally going to get away. Why did you turn around? What is JL doing? Like, hey, follow me. Hey, follow me. Hey, follow me. Hey, hi. What is this trolling?
Taunting each other in game. It's too bad we don't have proximity chat in Pokemon Unite, but Kratos is going to take that KO onto the Urshifu. Again, just a Pokemon kind of unthreatened, can do just gigantic amounts of damage from that backline. Celestial going to take so much damage. The Psychic build as well is going to do special defense shred, which will not only empower the Gardevoir's source of damage, but not to mention the Miraidon in these team fights as well. I mean, this is a safe and terrifying backline from Orange Juicers.
I really, truly do not know what the answer is from Zephyr. It's going to be scary. There's some other good counters as well. Like, have you seen any of the really great reaction clips of Umbreons using Mean Look on Bliss Assistance Blissies? That is a beautiful thing to see. Lots of different little things like that their team can do. It just feels like, as far as draft goes, they're in a great spot. But again, who knows? No points scored by Orange Juicers, which is very rare considering we're 3 minutes into the game. And they do have a less aggressive team, so they've got to adapt to this. But Regice being taken down, burned down from both sides. It's going to be hard to take down with that Wicked Blow.
Yeah, the Gardevoir Unite move is going to be put right on top of that Regice. We do have the Urshifu in the backline. Goes for a bit of a threatening attack, but not going to walk away with anything. Zugrug buying a little bit of space with the heavy slam. Celestial with a chance to turn things around, but it's them right on Unite move, covering the entirety of the battlefield with so much damage. Celestial is able to ignore most of it, but now that that Mean Look has trapped them, they are as good as gone. Zacian sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Again, this is looking exactly like the thing that I've been basically saying over and over the past 5 minutes is they just can't get in. They cannot get in on this extremely high damage range. And I mean, when it's some of the strongest players as well that are on those DPS, it's such a difficult thing to do. I mean, Flareon's has shown that even without all this protection, he can in particular escape extremely well and be self-sustainable. But with all this protection, you're just a cannon.
Yeah, and, well, Thundership, I do want to bring it up. The same might kind of be true on the side of Orange Juicers. You're running Snorlax and Umbreon, who are both very kind of defensive defenders. Not an oxymoron, they're just not really used for their engagements as much as you would consider something like Trevenant or Mamoswine, who make a lot of space preemptively. So actually getting scoring attempts is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. Bliss Assistance is going to be responsible for the Regielekis. They charge all the way to help out Celestial, who is trying to get enough damage to earn a KO, but it's OG who takes them down.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. It's going to be hard for them to score, but it's also going to be really hard for Zephyr to score, which is why we're halfway through the game, and we've had like hundreds of points from these teams before in previous games, and we are at like barely over 50. It's a total of like 58 points scored in the entire game. Zugrug trying to get a few more, not going to be able to get it, I think.
Oh, they did?
Oh, no, did manage to. Wow, that was weird. Look at that. They're calling me wrong. Roland getting KO'd over in the tall grass. And, I mean, Orange Juicers, it's going to be hard for them to score, but they're holding on to a lead, and any sort of lead is big in a kind of defensive game like this.
Absolutely. Ooh, OG's got to make a mad dash for it. That Perish Song from Lapras getting dangerously close to being able to execute that Lucario with that true damage that Lapras can hit with, or not really technically true, but tons of damage on that final tick once they're below that threshold. It is going to be a full-on dive from the Lucario with the close combat and the power-up punch. Despite the Thunderstorm Pikachu Unite move, they will not be getting that KO. JL is able to 1v3 that Registeel, so they go from Bliss Assistance tackling the Regieleki in the top path to solo versus 3 members of Orange Juicers, the Reggie on the bottom path. Absolutely tremendous.
Why would you ever need to draft secure when you have a Blissey? Oh, another big KO for Kratos as now Dispenza's just getting chased down. Probably going to be another Kree KO in here. If you get caught in that mean look, you are just done. There's not much you can really do. Honestly, everybody should have chosen. Oh, whoa, hold on a minute. We're bringing in the bear from behind. Boar Reach riding on the back of Oblivion. And that is a ton of damage. The combo of these two Pokemon, especially with that Parasong, is going to be able to melt even the tankiest of Pokemon. And that's a great way for them to get in some points. Take the lead, by the way. It looks like they got a lot in top while we weren't looking.
Wow, what a much-needed, successful push from Zephyr. All of a sudden, they are back in this situation. JL trying to buy as much time as they possibly can for their team, and they're certainly doing a great job of it. A couple of self-heals to extend that timer, make sure that Miraidon and Snorlax are not having an impact anywhere else on the map, as Regieleki has spawned in and will be threatened towards that tier 2 if Zephyr can complete it. But Dispenza, with his EXP share Pikachu, can do a whole lot of damage, but not enough to threaten a solo rip of the Regieleki. Instead, they gotta ping that wheel and wait for their teammates.
It looks like there's going to be a bigger focus on from Orange Juicers of going downstairs and trying to push maybe a tier 2 a little bit. They didn't really get a chance to do it, but I do think that once they rotate up, they're going to have so much defensive power that Regieleki is not going to go in if they do choose to pay any attention to it. So at least we're going to see Flareons rotate up. It doesn't look like they're going to try to push it in. Zephyr's just using that space to rotate down for the basement Reggie that's going to spawn in 10 seconds. And there's a very high chance of somebody getting caught out here. Roland immediately getting targeted, immediately getting KO'd. Celestial just sitting in the backline. Kratos vulnerable for one of the first times. You do not want the Zacian in the middle of two scary DPS, but they do have to run away. So altogether, they managed to fight him off pretty well.
Yeah, this is scary. I mean, the fight's still continuing. They're going to pivot and take out that Reggie, but in a rare moment for Orange Juicers, I feel like a bit of a miscommunication. Roland is able to mean look the Urshifu from Bora, and it's only the Gardevoir doing damage. The Psychic, the Psyshock, it's all fantastic, but if you don't have that Charge Beam from Miraidon to do additional damage, you're going to miss the KO. So now they're going to be taking a fight and still in an advantageous spot, but that's going to be Celestial versus OG on the top side. Zugrug trying to kidnap Bora Reach and bring him over to their side of the map, but unsuccessful for so far. They're going to retreat, but at least this double attacker composition for Orange Juicers is now in position.
And really all they need to do is just hold this position, right? I mean, they have such a huge advantage on the poke comp. They can just basically wait. They are up by just a few points. We are actually going to see OG rotate up top to defend. We got one on bottom, but they are going to be pushing down onto this Snorlax. And once again, pushed away by this Charge Beam. It's so hard for them to find an opportunity. Bora Reach gets jumped on. They're now down their most important member if they're trying to secure this Ray.
Yeah, and finally, we see the mean look, and then both of our special attackers dealing damage, but now it's an all-out slugfest into the other side of the central area. OG does go down. Dispensa's Thunderstorm used basically to isolate that single target and get the KO, but the rest of the cast of Orange Juicers able to hold on around this Ray fight. Watch over Celestial's flank, though, on the top side of this Ray pit on the Zasha. They're going to get involved with Zugrug with a backwards block, booting them out.
Zugrug doing such a good job of spacing everybody out. Everybody getting caught just a little bit. Oblivion, though, getting melted down by that Charge Beam. They do not have an answer for that quite yet. We're going to see the Rayquaza get burned down. This might end up going to a flip. Everybody jumping in the center. Tons of extra damage, and it's going to be Umbreon Roland once again securing a Rayquaza. That's 2 times so far today. Dispenza, the last one up, gets KO'd as they're going to run it down with only 27 seconds left. Hundo Burgers going in. Unnecessarily good overdunks. Almost stopped by the birds. Just kidding, at the shield. And that's pretty much going to wrap that one up for Orange Juicers.
Whew, Orange Juicers with honestly a flawless team fight. Zugrug just uncontested, blocking out Celestial from every single one of those team fights. OG does go down, but they bait out a couple of super important team fight Unite moves in doing so the rest of the team can play more aggressively than you normally would with a double attacker composition, and basically that means that every inch that Zephyr tries to earn, Orange Juicers is taking away half or more of their HP bar with that Gardevoir and Miraidon firepower. Incredible lockdown of that Rayquaza pit. Orange Juicers looking clean.
And I gotta say, this time around, well, first of all, let's just say, Zephyr, as a team that's playing together with this roster for the first time, making an amazing showing this week, and I'm really excited. Hopefully, they'll stick together as this roster because they're looking quite good to me from everybody on the team. But I do have to say, the draft here was huge for Orange Juicers. They've been playing so aggressive, so in your face early game, and then they just make this huge pivot, seeing what was being drafted on the side of Zephyr to this super backline ranged attacker comp. And look at this, 102 from Kratos, 94 from Flareons. They had free reign of this match, and that's really, I think, what won them this game.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, there must have been so many Unite moves from those two players in particular, so many chances to earn your Unite with all the tanky Pokemon on the side of Zephyr. You can just keep absorbing that damage. So it was a big early push, right? We got to the Dark Bear quite quickly, considering how difficult it can be with a roll-in invade constantly in your face. But after that, it got a little tenuous. I was saying throughout that cast that one of the ways that Zephyr can kind of keep up is if they steal away and sort of starve Orange Juicers from some of these objective secures. JL started doing that fantastically in kind of the midway point of the game, but that's sort of where that strategy stopped.
Yeah, I mean, you really needed to take more advantages, I think, on the side of Zephyr just in general. Obviously, being able to secure would have been huge, and they just didn't get the opportunity to because their biggest secure, their Shifu, every time it would get close, which we actually just saw in 2 situations on those replays, every time you get close to try and secure, all of a sudden you just look up and there are just projectiles raining down from the sky, and you're like, oh no, I'm not going to have time to charge this. And then suddenly you're back at base and you don't know what happened. So really good job of stopping secure by stopping the securer.
Yeah, wow, incredible stuff. It's one of the risks you make by Zephyr of picking the purple side of the draft screen. You give up that last pick position, and I feel like this Gardevoir was a truly inspired final pick in this draft. I think it worked so well with this composition. Watch these final moments, by the way. Roland and Zugro just completely pushing out all 3 members of Zephyr that make up the damage core. That Urshifu, that Zacian, just moving everybody away, and with the block, the mean look, whatever it takes, and allowing their Gardevoir and Miraidon and Lucario to really clean up that main objective of the game. Fantastic stuff from OJ.
And now that does mean that it sets us up for our losers finals to be a repeat of our grand finals from the AOS Cup play-ins. I'll say the actual correct name this time, which is very exciting. Of course, it's going to be OJ, Orange Juicers, going up against Luminosity Gaming. But we are going to go to a short break before that to set up these teams. So certainly you're not going to want to go anywhere. One of these teams will not be repeating their second place finish, and one of them will earn their rematch.
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here in the December Cup for North America. You were just taking a look at Tinkaton, the newest addition to Eos Island, and it's a real treat playing that Pokemon, eh, Doob Snacks?
I haven't gotten to play it yet, but I've played alongside it and against it, and it is and looks awesome. So I'm excited to once it gets on broadcast, and I have to say Rinky Dink, Badonkadonk, and then Tinkaton as we work through its evolutions throughout the course of a game.
And we've got an exciting match coming up, a match that a lot of people thought would be our winners finals, possibly our grand finals. What's not going to happen here today because they are facing off in our losers bracket. This is Luminosity Gaming and Orange Juicers. We saw them go up against each other twice in our last tournament here. One of them is going to be heading to the grand finals.
Yeah, one of them has to. That's kind of how the game works out. But they've played against each other quite a bit over these last couple weeks. Between the last time they faced on UCS, they were actually in the finals against each other in a grassroots tournament where the Juicers came out ahead there as well. So really, LG seems to be solved by the Orange Juicers. Can LG finally overcome that? That's the real question, because if you can't get over the Orange Juicers, I don't know how you hope to translate that on the world stage.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, they had trouble against Nemesis. They've had trouble against OJ, but this is what North America is like. This is the exciting thing about watching games here in this region. Even though these teams on the world stage have won the world championships with similar rosters, they still run into huge complications when it comes to the rest of North America. An extremely competitive region, especially intra-regionally, right? When they get to the world stage, obviously they've won worlds twice, Luminosity being that team, but fighting against each other, I don't think it's never been tougher for a team in NA to win.
No, it really hasn't. And one of the reasons that is happening right now is because of Roland on Orange Juicers, who you could make an argument is not only the best, it might be the best player in NA just right now of how well they've performed over every tournament we've seen them in. And we just saw them secure another objective with Umbreon. It always seems to be Roland in the end, helping this team across the finish line.
Yeah, Roland has just had a lights-out day of Unite, but it feels like they have been on fire for a long time. As we head to our first draft, Luminosity banning out Snorlax and Garchomp. On the other side, we see Psyduck and Mew. I think that's a great targeted ban. We've seen how good Otter is on it. The pick from Slash there, though, might be the best part of the draft for Luminosity. Yeah. Not only do they get one of their best Pokemon, they also steal away one of OJ's.
I would love LG right now to take Blissey as well. Take Blissey, put Slash on Blissey, put Otter on Umbreon, have them play Mean Look Wish, similar to what Roland has been doing, and really cut off the Juicers from two prime targets. Otter grabbing Mamoswine early here is very interesting, I must say.
Yeah, that's a really interesting pick. We see Curios locking in the Absol. Absol, I feel like every time I see it, I'm surprised we don't see it more, because it really is a difference maker in a lot of these games. The burst damage is insane. You can outplay your opponents in a big way. Juicers now looking to pick up their supporter defender. They go with the Lapras. I have not seen a ton of Zugrug Lapras, so I'm going to be interested in seeing how this plays.
Well, we saw it a little bit earlier today, and it didn't look too bad. Really, what other choices did they have? Tree, perhaps, right?
Yeah.
But with Snorlax banned, the well is getting shallow. So Luminosity is cobbling together a pretty interesting draft strategy, different looks than we've been seeing, and there's that Talonflame we were talking about at the beginning of the show.
Let's go. I've been waiting to see Talon all day. I'm hoping that we get to see Brave Bird, even though I would happily see either version of Talon. I think it's very powerful right now. Brave Bird specifically sets up some really amazing moments. Venusaur is a weird one for Brave Bird. Or Fly. I feel like Venusaur gets farmed pretty hard by Talonflame. Also possibly by this Absol. The Lapras, the Eldegoss, a lot of the support core of Orange Juicers is going to need to fight pretty hard to keep Venu healthy. That being said, if we do see a Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur, we've got a ton of damage reduction there as well. So this could be a battle between a lot of Pokemon that sustain pretty well.
Yeah, I think that's the call out here. Spraggles is that was my first reaction when Venusaur was locked in. It was like, oh, I think they'd be leaning towards the Pedal Dance Giga Drain combination, getting a pretty decent boost here for themselves.
I just saw, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but I just saw a Rocky helm on that Venusaur. And as you know, I am keen on what's going on with people's heads. I always seem to notice it, and I noticed it here with the Venusaur Rocky helm. And that's all.
Listen, if there's one thing I am an expert in, it's cranial accessories, Spraggles. And Rocky helmet is certainly one that we don't see too often. And if we're actually bringing that to the Thea Sky Ruins, well, it raises the question, how good of a cranial accessory is it?
Well, it's interesting. I've never really known you to be someone to have any cranial accessories, and today I would say you also do not. As we head into our first game here in our losers bracket finals, Luminosity Gaming, purple team, Orange Juicers, orange team. It used to be called Orange Team. As we get ready here to see which one of these teams will head to Grands.
Well, Slashcan taking a page out of Roland's book and going straight across to start giving them the central area business. Gonna see if they can stymie Kratos on this Venusaur in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, Mamoswine's really tough to deal with. It's a lot like Snorlax in that respect, right? It can just head to that central area and bully pretty hard. Not able to take away any of the wild Pokemon experience just yet, but they are slowing this Venusaur down considerably.
They're going to have to, right? If you're not going to get the buffs, you got to get the time. And it looks like Slash is doing a pretty good job slowing things down. What is Luminosity going to do with the time that is bought? That's what's the most critical component here. A Selgor kind of giving it to Slashcan here, giving Kratos an opportunity for a potential knockout.
And it looks like actually Kratos handled Slash pretty well. Slash not able to get a single piece of experience, but you can see also we now have the birds up and Venusaur is very, very late for this engagement.
Yep, 4-player rotation up top, so poor Absol downstairs is going to be in a lot of trouble, but if they can get these points in, Overlord has to get out. I think they might have actually been able to get their points in. They were being cheeky enough. And 59-52, good counter push, counter scores by both these teams.
Yeah, and we now see them heading back towards the central area. Absol in the central area, 2 speedsters on the side of Luminosity Gaming, as well as a brawling all-rounder. Zug is here to try to make this difficult for the side of LG. Not able to stop them, though, and now Zug is going to get punished a little bit as they try to make their way out.
Gotta leave with the KO here. You want the experience. Kyrus is trying to go in. That Whirlpool is causing so many problems. Finally able to close the door, grab a berry, rotate up. Slashcan, however, still sitting on the doorstep of level 5. They want to hit their evolution.
Yeah, look at Flareon's level 7 already, but we've got a level 8 from this Talonflame. I'm interested to see what happens when Talonflame is online and how they want to play this here. I didn't get to see its move choice earlier, whether it was Aerial Ace or Flame Charge. That does tell us a little bit about what build we would possibly see. Nice, big move right there into the Brave Bird. The Ice Fang Brave Bird could be a brutal combo.
Yeah, I mean, it's just set him up, knock him down, and bang, Brave Bird comes in, another knockout, and you're starting to see how they're going to be approaching these single targets. And I'll tell you what, even a Venusaur getting repositioned with Ice Fang is going to be a problem. Shedinjadol is there, Electro Drift back the other way, but that puts them right into the Luminosity Gaming kitchen. Knockout is easy at that point in time, and it does look like we're going to be Giga draining out of the side of Kratos.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It is going to be interesting to see how they want to play into such a brutal amount of damage here. They have the Giga Drain, but look at this combination, Doob Snacks.
The mean look is there. Otter doing a great job on this Umbreon. And honestly, if you've got somebody across the way like Roland playing so well, they're up to something. And you got to be able to adapt to that. I like this look from Otter here. And getting critical mean looks is all part of the strategy. And look at this. They are knocking them down like dominoes.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, what a start here for LG. They are crushing the beginning of this match. Leaving this goal zone on 2. They could continue to farm here. They also could get enough experience for Talonflame, enough Eos energy for Talonflame to make a big overcap if they need to continue stacking. Goal zones are very low in the top and bottom path.
They are. Brave Bird in, but it's really just to close the distance. They get a knockout, and we do have a Bubble Beam out of Lapras, I believe is what I just saw there. OG gonna get chased. Brave Bird with a prediction on the angle. OG gonna pick up the berry. They're looking to scrap, but Trainer's 2 levels ahead, which means that's a knockout. Otter coming in, gonna hit with a mean look and put them in the Absol kitchen, and now Kratos can't get out. Kyrgios goes right in for the engage after the Giga Drain. Okay, Spraggles, we got ourselves a plan here.
Yeah, we do. I mean, the combination mean look sets sets up incredible situations for Bravebird, but also for Absol, right? I mean, if you're trying to move around inside that mean look, Bravebird takes the entire area of it, and then Absol can jump in with a huge pursuit. Right now, this game is not close at all. Luminosity Gaming up 212-52, taking every fight easily. Big time Bravebird right here might be a problem.
Yeah. Flame sweep back the other way. Regielekki's marching forward. Verdant Anger is going to scare everybody out. Miraidon Unite is there just in time. Slash goes down. The chase is on Otter. Otter might give themselves up so the rest of the team can get out, and it looks like that's exactly what just went down.
Yeah, nice defense there from the Juicers. And one thing that is for sure, Bravebird is doing great right now, but it does not yet have that Bravebird Plus at level 13. Once it hits that, you could probably dive into the entire team and safely, you know, brawl and get out. But in that moment, it's a little tough.
Yeah, I hate Kyrios going down there. That is a misstep. I mean, I know they're trying to get the buff, trying to get the farm, but that is a problem. Cotton Cloud Crash going to land right on top. Slash actually used their Unite as well. Overlord going to pop off their combo. 7 hits, but they got to get more. Bravebird roars in for a knockout. Absol Unite follows suit, and Zugrug is wondering where their team just went. They were blinked out of existence, and Zugrug is trying to hang out in the pocket. Why did the Orange Juicers think they could take that fight? Luminosity Gaming up by a bazillion in the levels, and their strategy right now is very strong.
Yeah, this is really powerful, and it's really difficult for the Juicers to deal with. You can see level-wise, we're only level 10 on this Venusaur, and this thing needs to get online very fast. Slash getting pushed around right here. They are going to pick up a KO as they possibly head towards this Tier 1 goal zone. Overlord making their way to the central area, it looks like, or even the Tier 2 of Orange Juicers, but he will run into the Zacian there.
Yeah, and now Overlord's going to have to be on the chase. They're pivoting to go for a score. Here comes OG, going to try and cut that off, but they step up to see themselves put into a blender between that Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Absol. However, Orange Juicers with a counter scored the other way. If Overlord gets out of this, that's going to be a miracle. 3 players landing on top of them, including a Miraidon Unite just for a single target. Overlord level 13, getting a KO on the way out.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. And now we can see, I mean, the score line here, 262-86. This is very common for Luminosity Gaming. They love to run up the score lead early. That way, if things don't go their way at Rayquaza, you know, they don't need a smite or anything like that. They're some of the best junglers in NA. They're able to win even if Ray doesn't go their way.
Did you see Kyrios peel up, get a wish from Otter, and then run back down, ensure that that buff did not go to the Orange Juicers? Otter going to put Zugrug in a mean look. Credit to Zug. He's been putting a lot of pressure on this Luminosity team, trying to keep them off of their overall game strategy.
Do you want to hear something kind of interesting about this combination from Luminosity, Doobsnacks? If you put Wish onto Talonflame and you land 3 members with Bravebird Plus, you have achieved 100% damage reduction.
That is the most you can get, my friend, and that is pretty darn good.
It's pretty
Orange
high.
Juice is, it's high. It's like you know how people say like give 110%?
Yeah.
I don't know if people knew this, but you can't actually do that. The most is 100.
Oh my
and
god.
that's
Thank you. I keep saying this. They say give 110%. I say, guys, 100's the top here. What are you talking about? And they're like, oh, Jake, we're just saying to like really try. I'm like, no. I need it to be specific and real. Thank you very much. As we get ready for this Rayquaza Doob Snacks, Luminosity Gaming really in control here. Slash could start with a huge pick, and they decide to peel back.
Yeah, I mean, Ice Fang on Zugrug is a place to start. Really just buying time. Good vision by Slashcan here to see how they want to engage.
Yeah, and here we go. The mean look is down. Will the Brave Bird come in? It does, but it does miss. The Talonflame's going to continue to engage.
Oh, Shedinjador right in time to dodge the flame sweeps, leaving Trainer into a wall anyways, as Talonflames often do. Cotton Cloud Crash going to get some good HP back on Zugrug, but now Kyrios is looking for their target. And honestly, despite using a couple moves here, we haven't seen that turn into anything. Now, the Machizzler has OG has a chance on Kyrios, cut off by the Brave Bird, and OG goes down. Roland is low on HP, getting hit with the Miraidon Unite, and finally the Talonflame is dealt with. Oh man, we're electro drifting through, but this fight seems very disjointed.
Yeah, it's really chaotic. We have another mean look now. It's on Zugrug. Here comes Kratos, though, looking for some action here in this fight as they move forward here. Absol looking to pick up a KO, and the Miraidon goes down.
just baited in, and now they can flip on the rest of the team. Kratos gets popped up and knocked out quickly by the last hit of the Mamoswine Unite, and now Umbreon popped theirs to steal some shields, and they're running straight at OG. Roland is looking for some cover here, and it looks like the teams are trying to score. No, they're trying to engage on this pad. OG is there as well, but they're getting the break speed off him. Curios is low. Are they going to score in time? They are.
Yeah, they are. They are able to score. Now 508 to 188. Luminosity not needing the Rayquaza as points continue to rain in. That's another 130, 20 seconds left on the clock. What a odd fight here, but managed so incredibly well by Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, low-key, the best part of the fight there was Overlord going in and baiting out that big Electro Drift, leaving Flareons out in an island in the middle of nowhere. 3 players of Luminosity Gaming waiting for them to engage that way. Collapse, and Flareons was eliminated. And you saw the moment Flareons was no longer a factor in the game, the pivot happened instantly. You saw Slash pop the Mamoswine Unite, last hit, cranking up Kratos, which means that Venusaur went down in short order, and after that, the fights become pretty easy.
Now, this was a beautiful match and a beautiful draft from Luminosity. I feel like they took everything they wanted from the Orange Juicers, specifically that Umbreon, and then, you know, came up with a strategy that you really don't see on any other team out there. Overlord with the brawling damage there from the Urshifu, while you had Trainer dive bombing the Juicers the entire time. Really beautiful game one from LG.
This has felt like LG again at LAIC when they were doing something different. They were feeling creative. Everything they're doing was fresh, or at least a newer style of play. And this is how they were able to get some wins off the Orange Juicers when they found themselves against them in the winners finals just a few weeks ago. And it looks like that Luminosity Gaming has a few tricks up their sleeve, just like the Juicers did in the AOS Cup play-ons.
Yeah, definitely. There goes Regice to the side of Luminosity. And really, once you get that Talonflame online, you can start landing these Brave Birds. It is so difficult for OJ to do anything about it, especially with Mean Look on top.
Without a doubt. And this was just a great Verdant Anger and a well-played sequence by Slash and Otter to not allow any of the other damage carries from Luminosity Gaming get knocked out after what was a failed push.
And look at that beautiful Brave Bird once again. We had some massive Shedinja Doll moments there from Flareons. I think we might actually see one of the better ones here in just a sec as the Flame Sweep comes in. Boop. Perfect. Yep. Shedinja Doll right there, but still not enough for the Juicers to hold on in this fight.
Yeah, this is right after that kind of bait Electro Drift where 3 players were waiting to collapse, and then the immediate follow-up, you see the Urshifu Unite, the Mamoswine Unite, knocking out Kratos, and then they just go straight for the scores.
You know, interestingly enough, I'm wondering if, from the side of Orange Juicers, I'm wondering if that Lapras just really was not the call there. It felt like they just did not have enough displacement with this Pokemon, just not enough opportunities to move your opponents around. Perhaps something even like Crustle with an X-Scissor, just something so that you can sort of push the enemies away from some of your squishier targets might have been the call. That being said, it felt like Luminosity was just ready to dominate that match.
Yeah, I mean, they committed to the Lapras before they knew Talonflame was going to be in the mix, but you and I were talking earlier today how good Zugrak's Crustle has been looking in general, and when you have a dive comp like that, being able to put down a Rock Tomb and just keep them from getting away is sometimes enough to spell the difference between getting dominated in a team fight and finding some real success.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff there from LG. I mean, this looks like the kind of unbeatable LG that we have seen before. They're throwing different strategies at their opponents, something that they probably haven't dealt with. We talked earlier in our stream about whether or not we would see teams sort of take advantage of this newest Next Steps patch, and it looks like LG definitely has with a team composition like that.
Well, that's what we were kind of hoping, right? When a new patch hits, we like to see these top teams experiment with what the new options are. Sometimes some of the results are unfounded, you can't bring them to the table, but Talonflame specifically felt like one that was a real difference maker.
Yeah.
And it looked solid there. Now, it might be a situation where, okay, all of these certain things happened and it set us up for our Talonflame pick, so it might not be something you pull out every single game or incredibly commonly, but it looked great there, and it's always good to have those reserve strategies in pocket.
Yeah, well, you got to think, Talon, it felt like they didn't have a lot to worry about if they were going to be diving in with Bravebird, right? Some team compositions that they could dive into, they could immediately run right into a Blizzard Avalanche from Alolan Ninetales, or they could get, like we talked about before, X-scissored right into a wall by Crustle. But instead, right here, they kind of land in. Venusaur is pretty squishy. Miraidon, has got great mobility, but it's not really stunning you in any crazy ways. So it felt like Talon had a ton of great targets and not a lot of downside when it came to diving into the enemy backline. And that's going to be pretty tough for a team to deal with a new buffed Bravebird Talon.
I agree. What did you think of the Absol? So obviously it was easy to focus on Talon because the Bravebird is just an incredibly flashy move, right? I mean, it roars through the entire screen. But Curious's Absol didn't look too shabby.
Yeah, I agree. I think the exciting thing about Curios is he is just redefining, at least in North America, what the bottom lane looks like. A lot of people would think of that as the bot lane attacker, the bottom path Pokemon that you pair up with the defender. Oftentimes you're looking for some range, you're looking for a lot of damage, good secure, stuff like that. He has a ton of different strategies that he's throwing out there, and it's really exciting to see, because I do think not only is he finding really good opportunities to show off some of these strategies, but also when you are throwing things at your opponents that they're not used to dealing with, it's harder just because of that fact, right? It's more difficult to deal with that Absol just because you really never run into it as you're practicing.
No, that's a great call. Something I want to harken back to that we kind of had a big question mark in terms of Japan is the prevalence or popularity of Tyranitar. You know what would have been really good in that game instead of Venusaur? A T-Tar, because they're playing face up right in your kitchen, and that's where T-Tar would love to reside. When the Pokemon has no real opportunity to get away from it, that is where T-Tar, again, thrives and sees success. And Japan, uniquely, doesn't really play many ranged attackers. So when T-Tar becomes an option, if everybody's playing face up in each other's faces and brawling, well then, of course T-Tar can find some success. So maybe we just saw the first shade of the West kind of absorbing some of the Eastern proclivities on how they're approaching the game.
Yeah, we also may have just seen, the juicers not really know what they were drafting into, and then by the end of the draft they went, oh boy, this is actually going to be a little bit of a nightmare. And it was a little bit of a nightmare. We're going to head into our draft here for game number 2, and we're going to see how the juicers want to handle this one.
Going into first pick is definitely a positive switch for them, which means they'll get to prioritize maybe a Snorlax, Umbreon, Blissey, something like that. Well, I guess not Snorlax, but everything else is on the table. And look at this target ban, targeting down Flareon's Inteleon, giving a lot of respect to him.
First pick over to the side of the juicers, and they don't want that Umbreon. They are going with the Duck. Interestingly enough, we barely see Psyduck get play. When it does, it has not been winning enough, and I think a lot of that is just because of teams not being able to practice with it that much.
No, that's a great point, and they got Umbreon and Miraidon back to back, and now we have potentially Blissey still on the table for Luminosity Gaming to pick if they want it. We saw a quick hover of Glaceon there, but maybe electing for, we'll see, Trick Hoopa, I suppose.
Yeah, okay, we've got Trick Hoopa. We have Roland essentially playing Psyduck as a defender, it looks like, or they'll switch it to Zugrug. It really does fill both roles very, very well. It's a supporter, but it also does insane damage, and it's also crazy bulky, and it defends, and it pushes enemies. It's got a lot going on. On the other side, Otter locking in the Blissey. Trainer once again saying, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Talonflame back here for game number 2.
We'll see if Orange Juicers, how quickly they can adjust on the hop here, because they're given a similar look as the last game, and now they need to adjust accordingly. Not only just adjust, but adjust well. And they decide Zoroark and Mewtwo Y is the way to go.
Well, you know, we saw Mewtwo X earlier. We have Mewtwo Y here. I do think Mewtwo Y definitely can fill in that slot as an attacker. Speaking of attackers, we have Overlord locking in Cinderace. You really don't see much Cinderace anymore. I wonder what kind of Cinder we're going to see. I think Feint is extremely fun right now. I can't wait to see how Overlord wants to play this.
I can't wait either, my friend. Maybe a tip of the cap to the old LG legend Jungle Book and their amazing Season 1 Cinderace that really helped to anchor that team. Overlord going back into the Wayback Machine and resurrecting the Cinderace for another ride.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing to see. You really don't see Cinder. We've seen Greninja in this tournament. We've got Psyduck here, Mewtwo Y, and we're going to have to see which Pokemon is the better A-presser as we get ready here for game number 2. We talked earlier about Luminosity being the kind of team that can throw wild strategies at their opponents that they would not expect. This feels like another one.
It does. It does. Orange Juicers, however, came up with a pretty interesting draft themselves, and I like where they ended up just in the grand scheme of things. I think it's a lot more face-up type composition. You can clearly see where the strengths are, whereas LG, you know, keeping their opponent on the back foot. Now, Psyduck being in play, we got to keep track of that, of course, especially if it goes on Zugrug, forcing it into its pseudo-tank role. But we also have to see how good Roland is on this Trick Hoopa.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting here as we head into game number 2. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. Luminosity is up 1 game already, and we have some insanely exciting picks heading into game 2. Psyduck, Mewtwo Y, Cinderace is somehow back, and Talonflame after that dominant performance is picked once again by LG.
I also think this Trick Hoopa is very exciting too. So moving forward, we'll absolutely see how they deal with what Luminosity has brought to the table. And I must say, Zacian likes this matchup as they quickly get a knockout.
Yeah, quick knockout right there. They could start pushing towards Otter for another one, but, you know, Cinderace doesn't do too well early. This is the reason that oftentimes it's given that central area, but Luminosity is deciding to make sure that experience heads over to the Talonflame first.
I'll tell you what, Luminosity Gaming is up to something, and I like that the Juicers are just saying, if you're going to give us the duck, we'll take the duck. Slashcan, a legend at keeping themselves alive on Umbreon, forcing the just all of Orange Juicers to focus on them in that instance.
5 players here in the bottom path for the Juicers as they're going to push towards this goal zone right here. Curios in a lot of trouble, grabbing a berry, able to make it out as the points are in, but there aren't too many points on the sides of the Juicers.
No, doing a pretty good job keeping this thing at least score parity as the rest of LG was scoring up top. They're looking to pivot. That Raboot is there. We do have a Blissey evolution here as Otter needs to keep Overlord going, and they're going to collapse on Overlord. Level 5 as they're going to have to A-press their way through. OG caught in the mean look, and is that going to be enough? It's enough to get Slash for sure. Brave comes through! Bang! You want to talk about a street sweeper? No flame sweep here. We just burn the trash and watch the ashes turn into stars. That's how that works.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff right there. And speaking of stars, Trainer once again looking like a superstar out here on Eos Island. I mean, what a crash landing from off screen. You absolutely love to see it as he rips through the enemy team.
Those are the plays you love to see out of Talonflame. I'm glad the bird is back, at least for 2 consecutive games, because it is a fun Pokemon to watch, it is a fun Pokemon to play, and it definitely deserves its time in the limelight.
Yeah, and here we go, looking at this bottom path right here. Level-wise, things are looking pretty great for Luminosity here in the bottom. We have a couple Juicers doing well also. Flareon's only level 6 as they are getting hit with another massive Brave Bird into a mean look.
No fear here as they keep putting the pressure on. Zugrug Surf is not enough to stymie this as we've got the charge on the goal zone from Curios, and the points have gone in. Brave birding away to get more experience, and Orange Juicers are just trying to counter push up top while they got the space.
Yeah, Orange Juicers made a play in the bottom path earlier, but they weren't able to get a ton of value for it. Luminosity's play in the bottom path here seems to do a little bit better. Reggie Steele getting a little low here, secure by Talonflame, as Psyduck is not able to stop it. Kratos coming in, getting swept away right there and stuck in a mean look.
Mean look after the reposition was huge, and of course Curios popping that Shedinja doll and able to get out, which is important. But man, what a catch on that mean look, because that Zoroark could have popped off and things would have gotten a heck of a lot worse.
Yeah, great catch, but also great counter Unite move there from the Juicers. That was a real heads-up play. Cinderace now, level 9, spending its time in the top path, finally getting online right here, and we're going to see how it wants to fight.
Well, we're fighting indeed, because the fight rages on. These two teams are fighting like they hate each other. They're in each other's face. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Zugrak gonna collapse on Overlord, get that KO there, as Trainer is just looking for more bodies that they can drag to the Pokemon Center.
Mewtwo Y coming in, getting a couple of KOs now. So now Mewtwo Y is online. We have Cinderace online. Talonflame is still crushing it, already level 11. This is a really exciting game number 2 between these two squads here. I want to see if this Zoroark can do too much into Talonflame, and as I have that sentence coming out of my mouth, it's immediately gone.
Yeah, the Phantom Force is down. They're able to take care of Hoopa. Nice Flame Sweep reposition knockout on OG, and now they're going to be able to close out themselves another goal zone, 162-121. Cowboy, this is a fun match.
This is a crazy fun match. We almost have level 13 on Talonflame at the 5-minute mark, so this is going to get really scary. Huge mean look, and you know, we don't always know when it's coming, man. It just kind of flies in.
That's the best part. It's like, okay, we got a normal thing happening, and then Trainer's like, don't forget me!
Yes.
And just like, he flies in from nowhere and just explodes on the Orange Juicers. I'll tell you what, you can knock the pulp out your fruit, but they are just lighting the fruit on fire tonight. Rings are unbound, rolling, looking for the action, because they want this Basement Reggie. They're looking to stun down Curios, but here comes Overlord, going to kick through, try and get to the back line, as Curios is successful. OG going to take a KO on the backside here. Regice is at half.
Regice is at half, and it is going down to the side of the Juicers. Talonflame deciding to stay in the top path, but you have to imagine that every moment now the Juicers are worried that this bird is about to dive bomb in. Big time Blissey Unite move. Mewtwo Y picks up a KO as they continue this push. Cinderace Unite move misses just about everything. Another nice Zoroark Unite, but it does go down to the Rabbit.
The Mewtwo Y putting tons of damage on top of Otter. KO Shrika 2 for Overlord, and now Overlord's going to need a little bit of support if they want to convert this knockout, and they do. Overlord finally making it on the scene, and these fire types are starting to take over.
Yeah, they are, and you see two great combinations here. Talonflame getting ready for a possible fight right here, and they do decide to back off. You've got Safeguard, which is great for Talon if they're about to crash land into a fight, but also you have Helping Hand, which is truly amazing for an auto attack-based Pokemon like Cinderace. Just I feel like Luminosity is firing on all cylinders here. This is the LG that we wanted to see today.
They are indeed. 58 points separate them, though. So the Juicers, you know, they're back against the walls, but their levels aren't bad at all, Cowboy. I mean, level 13, level 12, level 12. They are looking to fight, and the score differential isn't big enough to cause too much concern yet.
Yeah, we have Cinderace looking at the Zacian right here. Brave Bird connects with one, but they are not able to take them down there in the top path. It's interesting because we got the Safeguard Blissey, and we also have, you know, the Trick Hoopa, kind of two sides of the same coin almost for these two supporters.
Yeah, my, how times changed. Before, if you walked into Theosky Ruins without a healing support on your team, you thought you were down and out. But now we are into a new level of battle here in the Theosky Ruins with the Basement Reggie about to populate.
Here we go. We have the Talonflame ready to go. Brave Bird comes in. Talon lands. Zoroark goes down. We have this, like, perfect Shedinja doll, but they still finally go down as Juicers are looking for a fight here, worrying about Brave Bird.
Worrying about Brave Bird because you have to. There it is. LG comes in, or excuse me, LG Trainer comes in, can't find a target, eats a wish, and now they've got spacing on Zugrug, who's the only player still there. Look at the rest of the Juicers, though. They're positioning in the middle, getting ready for this Rayquaza.
getting ready for Rayquaza, and you have to imagine that the Juicers are worried about this Talonflame. It feels like at any moment it's going to land into this fight. Slash can with the wish. Here comes a mean look. Brave Bird looking for its possible opening, but it looks like they're actually engaged in the top path.
The 2 players down instantly. LG with the bait and switch. Slash walks right at them, forces the engagement, and then they just start buckling them. Roland was trying to delay the Rings Unbound to try and pull more team members through. There's 3 down, and it's the Mewtwo Y just chucking fireballs at them, psychic balls at them, to try and get some knockouts. Miraidon Unite reigns through. Rayquaza's so low. Roland is there. They're going to try to make another hero play. No! Luminosity Gaming, Hundo Burger time, revenge extracted and exacted, and they're looking to win.
Yeah, huge plays by LG as the points rain in here, completely dominating the Orange Juicers in that engagement. And here comes Talonflame from downtown. Boom shakalaka, and he decides to dance on him a little bit.
Yeah, just the spin, the disrespect there is interesting. An interesting call, because it kind of felt like the Juicers has had LG's number these last couple of weeks, but that was a return to their dominant ways for LG against the Orange Juicers in these losers finals.
It does feel like with LG, it's always a little bit of a few steps forward, few steps back. They're deciding to play the heel a little bit and dance in the face of the Orange Juicers who took them down last week. Well, here you go. Luminosity, you're heading back to the grand finals here, this time from the loser side, and you've got to deal with the team that dispatched you earlier in Nemesis.
Well, I'll tell you what, they weren't pulling out this bag of tricks against Nemesis. So if this is where they're going to be residing, I think we're in for another awesome grand finals. And I know LG wants to reset that bracket and win themselves the December Cup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I got to tell you, Dupe Snacks, today has been such a fantastic day at Unite, man. I just feel like we have had crazy good games all day, watching the best of NA go at it, and this grand finals is going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting, no exception here. Luminosity Gaming 2-0s the Orange Juicers, which means that Luminosity Gaming will be facing Nemesis in the grand finals. And something we didn't mention before when those teams squared off, Nemesis used to be the home of Luminosity Gaming's trainer. Nemesis beating their former teammate to send them to the losers, and now Luminosity Gaming, trainer with his new team in tow, has the opportunity to win over his previous team.
Yeah, this is just such an exciting series. I mean, Juicers, LG, I think all season we are going to see these two teams clash. They are both so incredibly good. Last week, Juicers had LG's number. This week, Luminosity Gaming flame sweeping them in a perfect 2-0.
Yeah, Flames sweeping them, cleaning them up, whatever you want to call it. The Juicers were not ready for this Talonflame pick, and what an exciting match we saw. Orange Juicers, however, certainly had their moments, and while Luminosity Gaming was ahead and in a... Gee, that was so good.
Dude, these Brave Birds were a thing of beauty right here. It really, I felt like we were an NBA Jam with things coming from downtown. It was so perfect. I love every time a mean look got set up, you just didn't know if the bomb was about to go off.
Oh, yeah, it was terrific. This was a great mean look and then into the counter Unite move to survive, getting a knockout on Trainer, which was pivotal in that moment.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Another huge Brave Bird landing in. What you're seeing there, if you're unfamiliar with the moveset, I know a lot of players don't really get to see Brave Bird Talon too much. The mark that Talonflame is putting on their opponents there, you can cleanse that with a boosted, giving you a reset on your second move, oftentimes it being Aerial Ace. So you just kind of have this combo where you land in, you Aerial Ace, you boosted, you Aerial Ace. It's just a great combination for Talon, especially with the new amount of damage reduction that you get with Brave Bird Plus.
Credit to Luminosity Gaming here, obviously securing this Rayquaza. I actually want to talk about the moment right before, and it's where Slash ran into the bush and kind of stood there, right? Drawing the attention to them. Orange Juicers thought they had themselves a pretty clean pick, but really what they were doing is they were just trying to get the Juicers out of the tall bush so then they could collapse on top of them, which ended up being Slashcan hanging themselves effectively out to dry. So as soon as the Juicers collapsed on them, it was like a counter collapse, and you actually saw the Talonflame going for the backdoor there as well. So very well executed, another unique approach to how to take on the Ray fight, and Luminosity Gaming plays their style of Unite and finds themselves a win. Didn't let themselves get drug into the classic NA style.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it feels like when Luminosity is throwing something at their opponents that they haven't dealt with, they are just so difficult to shut down. It's a newer strategy, it's pretty incredible, and you have your opponents just on the back foot the whole time, not exactly sure how to engage it, not exactly sure when to move in for a fight, not exactly sure if they're safe at any moment with Bravebird. Really impressive stuff here, really impressive, as LG is getting ready for those grands.
They are getting ready for the Grands, but something I'm excited about is how good Orange Juicers, Nemesis, and LG have all looked today. I mean, that bodes well for North America, and especially when you talk about all the teams we've had, a lot of new teams to the top 8. So that means NA region is growing, it's strong, and that's exciting for the strength of the region overall. But we have an interview with Kyrios, so let's kick that off. We're doing it. We're interviewing Kyrios. I feel like we've done this 100 times.
Yeah, we've talked to Kyrios a lot. What's up, buddy? Welcome back to the Grand Finals once again for Luminosity Gaming. Congratulations. I've got to ask, it feels like you are taking the role of attacker for your team and using it very loosely. Are we done playing attacker Pokemon?
Well, I just played Mariah in the last game, But yeah, the attacker run is definitely very flexible. There's a ton of different things the role wants to accomplish. But yeah, I mean, I think I would consider myself as one of the players that has a ton of Mon under their belt. So definitely trying to showcase that today.
Kyrios, let me ask you, after 2 weeks ago in the AOS Cup play-ons, falling to the Orange Juicers in the bracket reset, you just had a very dominant performance against them, similar to the one you had in the winners finals previously. What was some of the we'll say off-season work or in-between tournament work that the team has put in to kind of get themselves back into this position?
Yeah, I mean, looking back at it, they're very, very close games. There's a ton of things that could have went differently for the games to go either side. I think we kind of reviewed, and then also I think we kind of remembered what our greatest strength was as a team. It's not just, running them over in the first couple of minutes. It's not just like Overlord carrying, but it's rather that all of us are really flexible and we can play a ton of different Pokemon and make a ton of different comp works, which, you obviously saw there are a ton of different comps. We still have some left to show maybe in the grand finals, but yeah, that's our greatest strength, and I think we really worked on that a lot in the past couple of weeks.
Well, before we let you go here, I gotta ask. I mean, a whole lot of dancing going on at the end of that match. What's the rivalry like between these two squads?
I think there's just like a lot of friendly, maybe bordering a little bit too much banter between the two teams, but obviously, we're really close teams in skill. We have back and forth results, and I think we both consider each other, our biggest rivals in the region so far. So I mean, yeah, it's just a kind of continued thing between us, but no, I mean, Orange Juicers have a ton of respect for them, and they're a very good team.
Kyrios, how motivated is your team, Luminosity, and of course Trainer, to kind of exact some revenge on Trainer's behalf? He's staring down a bunch of former teammates, and I'm sure he would like to win here. How strong does he feel about that, and how well does LG have Trainer's back?
Yeah, no, I think Trainer obviously wants to win the most, and honestly, against this team in particular, a lot of people that he knows. But yeah, I mean, he's very, very motivated, and I mean, he had an incredible performance in this last set, so I'm very confident in Trainer for this upcoming grand finals. And yeah, all of us, showing a lot of support. Every time he made a good play, say, good stuff, Trainer. You did great, man. Good play. So yeah, we got his back, and we're gonna do our best to take it home.
Absolutely love to see it. Once again, LG heading to the grand finals, this time through the losers bracket against Nemesis. Thank you very much, Kyrios. Good luck, my friend. That is going to be one heck of a series, Doob Snacks. We are going to be watching Zoinks and Wonder Chef cast that here in just a moment.
Yeah, absolute banger. Are we going to break? We are
going to break. Yep.
with your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Chan?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match.
The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness.
The number 1 team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
It's time for grand finals here at the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series December Cup, and I'm Wonder Chef, and you're Zoinks? Hold on a minute, this is a little bit different than usual.
Yeah, big apologies to all you Grand Finals fans out there who are normally expecting the content Cowboy and, of course, a lowland version of said caster. But we're here to bring you the Grand Finals action between two incredible teams. We got Luminosity Gaming versus Nemesis, a new look for our Grand Finals since that AOS Cup play-ins tournament, and it is a bit of a salty run back, so I'm excited for this matchup, Wonder Chef.
Yes, this has been an incredible day of what many may consider upsets, many may not consider it upsets,
Right.
but that's because it's just been all weird across the board. The comps have been wild, the play has been wild, and honestly, I think this is a complete up in the air guess as to who's going to win this. But so far, neither of these teams have won so far. Obviously, only one event in this season, so one of them is going to be our first-time champion. I guess technically LG won LAIC, but I don't think that really counts as far as this goes. Regardless, I'm super pumped that these are our two teams in grand finals. Let's take a look actually at how they got here, because we had a lot of great teams today. 6 new teams in our top 8 and 2 returning, which now one of them's out, one of them's still in.
Yeah, I don't think a single member of the community had a perfect bracket prediction. I guess there is. If anybody does, there's one more match keeping that on the line. But Luminosity Gaming making it through in their first couple of matches, dispatching Sanguin, Ignorance, but unfortunately losing to Nemesis, which will be their grand finals opponent. For the other side, Nemesis taking down Zephyr, Orange Juicers, and Luminosity in a previous match. I mean, a very difficult bracket by any measure. 2 top 4 teams all in the path to make it into the grand finals. A very difficult road for Nemesis, but they have been walking it well.
It's ridiculously difficult bracket in general for
Yeah.
everybody. I mean, even just looking at teams before this top 8, right? We didn't get a chance to see that first round up in the top left on broadcast, but there's teams like Brouhaha in there that we didn't get a chance to see technically in the top 8 that are amazing as far as things go. So this has been difficult for everybody the entire way through. There are teams that we know, teams that got top 8 last, event, one fortnight ago, that were out at like top 16 or even past that because it's been such a difficult region to play in. However, it cannot be underestimated how incredible the consistency of Orange Juicers and Luminosity are. But Luminosity, Orange Juicers is out, and Luminosity is in the losers bracket as Nemesis sitting in the grand finals. So what a ridiculous storyline for today.
Yeah, what a great showing from them in this tournament in particular. We talked about it at the beginning of our broadcast, but a couple of new additions to this roster. One that I think has been working out so well for them is this addition of Machizel. It feels like he is just slotting in so well to this team. Metallic and him really have a similar Pokemon pool, but it feels like they cover each other just enough to make this a really, really exciting team to watch. Their drafts have been so interesting. The mechanical outplay has been amazing, but Luminosity Gaming has been picking up steam in that losers bracket, to say the least. So this is going to be an intense one, Wonder Chef. Let's get into it. First draft of our grand finals.
We can take a little bit of a look at what was going wrong in the matches before in winners finals, where Nemesis had really successful Gyarados picks that were just evolving so quickly. You want to see at least like past the 8-minute mark if you're trying to defend against Gyarados, but we saw 830 almost every single time a Gyarados on board. So we'll see if that ends up getting dealt with or picked again by Nemesis or whatnot. But LG, they have so many different little tricks in their pockets, and they're going with pretty similar bans with the Blissey gone this time around, which is something you really wanted to see when they were in Winners Finals.
Yeah, geez, I really wanted to see that ban away. We've not seen Uguay play too many other supports outside of this pick in particular. A little bit of Eldegoss, but that Blissey has been a mainstay for the Nemesis strategy for a long time. Luminosity Gaming kicking off this draft with an interesting pick of the Zacian, mostly because that is a Garchomp ban towards Machisel, and then a selection of the Zacian to take yet another pick away. All the while, Leafeon still available, an iconic pick for Trainer.
That's a very scary thing to leave on board. We've seen a few teams, when they do leave it on board, it is a big nightmare. The problem is Trainer plays so many Pokemon so well. I mean, we just saw some Talonflame play that was absolutely blowing everybody away. It's impossible to guess, is this going to be a real pick? Are we actually... Okay, no. I was a little bit excited to see how that was going to go, but unfortunately that's not the case. We are going to see a pretty similar draft from Nemesis from what they were going for in the Winners Finals set, which is going to be just slightly different because they got the Eldegoss, which is something that they did have to shift to one time, and they obviously won.
Okay, interesting. We haven't talked too much about Slashcan's Mamoswine pick in this draft in particular, but it's a two sort of dive-oriented Pokemon. That is, of course, if Miraidon goes with the Electro Drift style of play, Ice Fang becomes a really phenomenal move. But look at this. Luminosity Gaming building up an extremely tanky composition. They don't have a traditional healing support, so instead trying to make up for that with high defensive stats and high HP pools.
This could be a little bit scary with how much poke damage you could get from that Miraidon, which does not look like it's going to be Electro Drift. I'm not 100% sure.
I agree. I think we're looking at Beam for sure.
Which makes sense because, yeah, the beam is going to do basically permanent damage. It's very, very scary to go a comp that's not going to be all-out aggressive, but also doesn't have a full committed healer because you're going to slow lose the Pokemon, even though you do have Mew to be able to challenge it back. Some of these Pokemon will be able to tank it a little bit better. That could be a big, scary part of just slowly getting poked down. I mean, Slowbro can do a little bit of poke. The Eldegoss can do a little bit of poke. You just got to be careful when you're engaging and maybe make some big, full commitments. But still, we've seen LG make that strategy work before a lot.
That's true. And ooh, some interesting item options. I've already talked about what I think about the Energy Amplifier X attack build of the Sairledge, but Uguay also rocking the Rescue Hood on the Eldegoss, an item that we see on almost no Pokemon. Comfey sort of the only exception to that rule, but Eldegoss does have some variety, and it most likely means that we are looking at a Cotton Guard Eldegoss instead of a Cotton Spore Eldegoss. So Uguay going with a bit of the healer-oriented build of this Pokemon instead of kind of the counter dive build. Not a bad option when you're looking at a lot of all-rounders instead of maybe some more speedster threats that Luminosity has brought out before.
They are going to have a considerably slower team than what we've seen a lot out of LG. LG, of course, they have the ability to really flex around to a lot of different ranges and paces, but this is kind of a middle ground one for them. So once again, I'm curious how it's going to work out, but here we are, Grand Finals, Luminosity Gaming on the left, Nemesis on the right. This will be a best of 3, but Luminosity Gaming is in the losers bracket, so they will have to win one full set and then another full set if they want to take home the championship.
Against a team that is, of course, already bested them in this bracket in the Winners Finals, but Luminosity Gaming is clearly bringing a lot more tools to the job this time around. Nemesis playing some old favorites, maybe the Sairledge, the one new look out of this roster. Luminosity Gaming making some very interesting adaptations. One thing we didn't talk about too much in that draft screen, Wonder Chef, is this Glaceon. I don't think we're looking at Icicle Shard Glaceon, specifically not when Trainer is playing it, an Icy Wind Enjoyer. So we're probably looking at a more secure focus, a bit more long range build of this Glaceon. And there it is.
Well, yeah, exactly as you were saying. That will help them a lot. Like we were saying, they lacked a little bit of sustain, so being able to help with pokes that they can at least challenge in that long-range game is going to help them in the long run. And one thing that, again, we were talking about before is how much we have to look at this Magikarp, how LG chooses to deal with the Magikarp. They got a lot of KOs on them up in this top path in the last sets, but right now, they're looking like they're putting on the pressure. There are a few low Pokemon Pokemon trying to push, but it looks like Nemesis just a little bit too low to try and continue that fight.
Yeah, they don't really have the backup there. The Magikarp does fill up a lot of its effort gauge, not really with getting any KOs or assists, but rather wild Pokemon getting knocked out in favor of their team is going to slowly climb up that gauge. So maybe we're not looking as quick of a Gyarados as we saw in the winners finals, but still we do have Metallic on pace to get to that level 5 evolution.
Slash, by the way, trying to steal everything from this other team. Does not manage to steal either. Is gatekept at that pre-evolution stage and gets KO'd. It's going to be really nice for Nemesis. They didn't have to waste all that much time in getting that. If there was the evolution, it would have been a little bit more. They're going to have to back up, probably not challenge this 8-minute spawn, but overall, they do have the chance to maybe get some picks if they can find somebody circling around the outside, and they already got so much XP from the center area, they're probably feeling pretty decent.
Yeah, Metallic with a really big score there on the bottom path as well. They 20 points kind of uncontested. Nobody on defense duty around that bottom goal zone. Instead, Curios hovering around that middle spawn of the birds, seeing if they could pick up a wild Pokemon. No such luck there. Metallic able to sneak in a decent amount of points earlier on in this game. Luminosity Gaming still holding on to that points lead though, as we see Overlord waiting on the wings. I feel like the first time we've seen them on Zacian in this tournament, a Pokemon that's been really hit or miss.
Right now, everybody's just jumping on that hit or miss Pokemon. Overlord going down very quickly. Slash following in suit. And now, I think they should have enough to break this. No, they're actually just a little bit short. And one more person up there could have broken it, but that's still a ton of points in, as in the meantime, LG is going to be trading out for that bottom tier 1. So they're within 1 point of each other as these Reggies are spawning. Bottom Reggie being completely uncontested in LG's favor. Regieleki going uncontested in Nemesis's favor. So this is about as close as a true trade as you can get, as they do also as well take that top tier 1.
Yeah, a big gamble for Nemesis to give up this basement Reggie into a composition that does have a lot of scaling Pokemon, that Metagross in particular. You saw Nemesis trying to hedge their bets a little bit, trusting that the Gyarados and Miraidon were able to take down that objective, and instead the Eldegoss and the Ceruledge roam into the enemy central area to try to steal some experience. But in the end, it is Curios being able to walk away with that final evolution. Metagross is now available at level 9.
We've seen Metagross really get a lot of love lately, but right now it is trying to find final 3 members, and it's doing a great job with the Unite, able to kind of split up the team of Nemesis as they're going to take out 2 altogether, forcing the rest of the team to retreat. It's going to be really hard to get a KO on the Metagross. I feel like we didn't maybe talk about that enough, as we're going to see 26 going in from Metallic, but its defenses are going to be so hard for all their attack damage carries to deal with.
Yeah, Metagross as a Pokemon is so interesting in this metagame. We see it very, very rarely. Quite a rare pick, and I personally love the Pokemon, but statistically in the Championship Series, it has been a pretty tough Pokemon to find wins with. I think in an ACL, looking at under 40% win rate, a very challenging Pokemon. However, in the right draft, it can look great. We do have Luminosity Gaming looking for a bit of an offense. Relics is kind of on a roaming mission to try to buy as much time and maybe get some space. Parabolic Charge for some HP recovery, but 3-on-1 is not great odds, and they will eventually fall. Metallic able to get a KO there. That is really big, but they gotta win this 1v1 versus Overlord. Sacred Sword's gonna do a lot of damage, but Metallic walking away with 2 KOs. Gyarados scaling back up, trying to catch up to LG.
Beautiful 1v2, and Gyarados just seems to be a little bit of a kryptonite for LG. Obviously, it's not as far ahead as it has been in the previous games with them. It's still 1 level behind, but, well, no, actually now up to even level. But it's still looking like just a Pokemon that LG has dealt with a little bit worse than a lot of the rest, considering how strong of a team they are, how well they're ready for pretty much every Pokemon that could be on the field. The Gyarados is kind of a little bit off guard, and we're actually going to be switching the priority of the Reggies from the first set of Reggies. By the way, exactly tied score, 172-172.
Yeah, I think Luminosity Gaming kind of taking a peek. They see vision on a few targets, and they think, well, maybe we could try to push for both objectives. But seeing all 5 members, we actually see the rotation in the middle, so Curios can get a bit more experience. Compute and Crash is utilized for Curios to get that long dash that chases down an enemy, no matter where they go. They only bring up those rock walls, that kind of Coliseum as we see it, when there's 3 or more targets caught by the computing portion of Compute and Crash. So it's a big long dash, and now they're going to try to see if they can take yet another fight, but it's Relics on this Miraidon that's dealing the damage the other direction.
Yeah, you can just see the tankiness of Kyrios on that Metagross, though. Just unable to go down. Just walked away slowly from 3 members of Nemesis. And we were talking about earlier, I'm surprised that we're going to see the Electro Drift in general. I mean, it's going to be a good amount of damage, but it is going to put you a lot closer to what is a very scary close-up team. So it's going to be a lot harder to stay in that fight as long as maybe you want to. Plus, they don't get the opportunity to kind of win the game with just the poke strategy.
Yeah.
However, they're doing pretty good. This is looking like a very even game so far, as we're immediately going to see Relics go down. Slash is going to slam Oogway into the back line, and LG looking pretty good. However, it looks like Machisel is going to be ready to try to take the fight. Maybe successfully. Bitterblade coming out to at least just let him survive.
Yeah, a Unite move used just to retreat. Energy Amplifier makes it so that is not too punishing, but still, it's not great in terms of momentum. Right now, it feels like Metallic really the only one putting up some damage numbers, but right behind them is Relics on this Miraidon. They're trying to chase down, but Kyrios basically treats that as a sneeze in their general direction, walks off that damage, no problem. Nemesis take the point lead, if barely, with a scoring push there on the bottom side in response to that big offensive attack from Luminosity.
Oh my goodness, just a melted Slowbro, just not having a good day. I don't think anybody's dealt any significant damage to Kyrios so far at this point in the game. This is going to be something they're going to have to deal with in some way. And honestly, I mean, I don't want to say that they kind of have to rip, but it doesn't look great for Nemesis in these fights so far. They haven't been able to group up. They do have some really great big unites that they can pop. A combination between the Gyarados unite and the Bitterblade coming from the Sterile Edge is a great combination that can take out an entire team. They've got the Slow Beam, which is always going to be infinitely valuable, but I mean, to really pull that all together is going to have to be really clutch.
Yeah, okay, Asable does find the Metagross with the Surf. They're going to be forced to Slow Beam pretty soon here if they don't get any HP. They do grab the Zacian. Sterile Edge lines up the Unite move with the help of that attack, and it will be Overlord getting knocked out, but it's a trade 1-2 to Luminosity's favor. Glaceon picking up yet another KO. We have Trainer in the backline, so safe and protected by the rest of the team. We do have the Magnet Rise, allowing Kyrios to chase down this Gyarados. Metallic following along with the Mew, but does not have enough damage to take out not even 2 of those targets. Mammoth 1 covering Sterile Edge on the top side, and Nemesis going to be looking for yet another angle to approach this Rayquaza.
Kyrios is literally so strong that they're just seeing him and running away. I think at this point, well, actually, Olin, I mean, at this point, Nemesis is up by 2 points, which is obviously basically nothing, but that is the most important 2 points you could possibly have. And Luminosity not really focusing, looking like they're going to focus on Rayquaza, not putting any pressure onto it.
Yeah, but with this Mew scoring attempt, they will likely try to take the lead, but Machisel in a very defensive position is hanging out there. Otter is going to recall mid-Mew Unite move. They'll be safe. No one can contend and stop that reset. Rayquaza does get poked a little bit, but Luminosity Gaming's composition is not incredible at Rip, but they are taking out target after target, making it a little bit easier. Right now, Nemesis is the one focusing on this Rayquaza, and they're going to try to secure, and they will take it! No one from Luminosity Gaming is even close to the Rayquaza at the time, and that's going to allow Metallic to take down Ray.
There are a lot of points in the pocket from Luminosity Gaming, though. That's going to be a Hundo Burger Raid. Metallic certainly going to land another one. 29 seconds left, but LG just trying to find their way over to the other side, and I don't think they're going to be able to make it there in time as we see some respawns. That is a big KO, though, onto the Miraidon. Otter going down, though. That's going to be another set of points. Metallic still holding on to a lot of that shield, still scoring in that main goal zone. A bunch of points. Looks like Machisel going to use the Bitterblade just to get even more. And with that amount of time, Nemesis manages to clutch it out.
Wow, yeah, I think Machisel using the Unite move for more momentum and movement-based abilities rather than damage in this game with those 2 examples we saw on stream. But wow, Nemesis, I mean, I am not going to lie, when they started doing a lot of damage to Rayquaza, it felt like they were giving the best gift possible for Luminosity Gaming. Happy holidays. But with nobody from Luminosity Gaming within the pit to really contend, they were all too busy trying to shut down the targets of Nemesis outside of the Rayquaza pit. The Nemesis were just left free to be able to take that final hit on Rayquaza. Kyrios really the only one there to contend, who did have a phenomenal game on this Metagross. 89,000 damage and 9 KOs, but not enough to take down this Nemesis squad.
I think it was a perfect pick. However, it does seem that a few games now that we've seen, specifically Luminosity up against Nemesis, Luminosity has, in, I would say, an uncharacteristic way, hesitated to make a decision during the final 2 minutes. And one time we saw that they walked away and then it just got burned down, got ripped and flipped against them. Another time was this time, they just didn't really have one way or the other that they were going, which is, again, very uncharacteristic of them. They're usually a squad that it knows 100% what they want to do all the time, but they just didn't seem like they had that level of, I don't know, preconceived strategy this time around. And, we've seen Nemesis take advantage of that perfectly.
Yeah, it was such an insanely close game to lead up to that point, though. So some of these replays, I think we could see why it was so contentious throughout that match. Yeah, maybe Asdabal goes down, but buying space for Force members, Metallic always making these KO trades seem in favor of Nemesis, despite how good some of these Luminosity Gaming damage players are. We know what Curios, Overlord, and of course Trainer are capable of, but still, Nemesis always keeping this close.
Sarah Ledge altogether was really interesting. Like you said, the Unites used, there wasn't any huge Unites, which is really what you want to see. Right there, we got to see one of them that did a little bit more damage, but it didn't land on as many Pokemon maybe that were really high targets as you wanted to see, but overall it did have a lot of impact regardless. And this was the end where, like you said, there just wasn't enough members, or weren't enough members of Luminosity Gaming around to be able to kind of steal that away. There was an attempt, though. That was actually pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, Overlord was channeling the Zacian Unite, that Sovereign Sword, right in the face of Rayquaza, one of the best secure tools available, but somehow Relics is able to do enough damage with the Electro Drift to take them out. So a quick start to our series, and we're going to get even quicker into game number 2, as we are already into draft phase. Nemesis going to be on the orange side yet again. Luminosity Gaming choosing first pick 2 games in a row.
Nemesis also now on tournament points, so this is huge for them. Not even maybe potentially getting that bracket reset, which we had on every single region in the last event that we had. Not all of them have happened this time around, but there's still been a good amount. The bans look like they're going to be relatively normal, except for the Slowbro bans, probably one of the first times that we've seen that today.
Interesting. I mean, Asdabal has been playing a whole lot of that Pokemon. I think Snorlax is still available and one of Asdabal's best pocket picks, and their Crustle has also been showcasing a lot of talent, even on the world stage. So I don't think they're too upset, but you can see Luminosity Gaming starting to shift gears. Their draft strategy less all-in focused on Machisel and a little bit more widespread.
I'm surprised that we actually didn't see them pick up that Snorlax really quickly. I feel like we may see it stolen away from them, and you can already actually see it being highlighted. Not sure if that's exactly the path they want to go. They could go prioritize something a little bit more their speed, but nope, that is going to be the Snorlax stolen away.
Okay.
So now we'll have to see what gets picked up on the other side. Support Mew, most likely for Otter. And now they're going to have the potential for Double Beam. I don't know if I've seen too much Electro Drift come out of anybody on LG, but you never know. We're seeing a lot of Electro Drift recently.
Yeah, maybe with the poke damage that Mew can provide to support Mew, maybe Electro Drift feels a little bit cleaner in some of these mid-game fights, but I guess we'll have to see. Nemesis highlighting a couple of options here. We've been talking a lot about where Asdabal might go, and I think we said every suggestion other than the Mamoswine. So, Asdabal really going deep in the tank, gonna bring up the Mamoswine. It is a pretty good deterrent to the Electro Drift Miraidon. We saw Slash really shutting down a lot of plays of Relics in those early, kind of Ray fights with the Ice Fang.
Ooh, are we going to see a Pikachu here? I mean,
Looks
it's
good.
not like it's an uncommon pick, but I feel like Pikachu is almost undervalued because it is ridiculously strong all the time, and it doesn't get picked up as much as I kind of expected that it would.
Yeah.
However, there are a lot of really good special attacker options, so I do get that, but it brings its own special brand of being annoying, and a lot of auto hit potentially with the Volt Tackle is going to be really strong against a lot of the targets on the side of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, it looks really incredible. I am curious where Relics decides to go with moveset, because into Dodrio and Mimikyu and Miraidon, which with those items moving around on Curioso's pick, I think we're probably going to be looking at the Charge Beam style of build, but either way, the Pikachu having a little bit of crowd control availability with the Volt Tackle does look pretty solid into a couple of the damage threats, but also Nemesis playing this kind of pseudo dive composition with Metallic on Gyarados would likely really benefit from some poke damage at the Thunder build. So I think there's going to be some tough choices for Relics to make on this Pikachu in the bottom path this game.
At the very least, I think both of them seem good. It's not like
Right,
it's a
that's
bad
true.
decision either way.
Yeah.
It's like which one do you prefer? So I do think that the Pikachu pick was a great choice, and of course, its Unite is going to help in either direction. So I really like draft from Nemesis. They've only got to win one more game. I think LG though as well drafted really well, and I do think that the last game was so close that it was impossible to say that one team kind of outplayed the other in a significant enough fashion that it's like they're going to have to really deal with this. The Gyarados, they still need to deal with it. They haven't done so far. I like that it's been a 100% pick, but here we go. Tournament point for Nemesis on the orange side. They need to win one more game. Luminosity has to win 2 straight, then another set. We'll see if they make it a short day.
Yeah, long road for Luminosity Gaming, where Nemesis are already sitting on the finish line, potentially. Slash Cannon can try to contend with this early farm, as Relics right now is just doing their best job to be the best electric-type Pokemon in the game. A tough task when Miraidon is on the battlefield.
Oh, can't beat Zeraora. Come on.
True.
Don't be, yeah.
Regieleki.
Especially Suicune. Oh, ooh, Regieleki. Formerly Zapdos. But speaking of electric, well, not Pokemon, but electric attacks, we see the Electro Ball coming out doing a ton of damage to Aznable, trying to stay alive. This is a pretty weak path, I would say, right now. Yeah. And this is a really strong path to run against it, in my opinion. I think this is really smart from LG. Maybe they're finally finding some answers up against this currently Magikarp.
Well, it will be tough to contend with, but Shizu, who does take the central area rotation first and foremost, which normally we don't see Zacian able to take that, but it does mean they get to level 5, which means they have access to their passive. They can enhance their moves. You saw that enhanced Metal Claw basically one-shotting that Mew. So an early success for Nemesis, and they're taking that all the way to the bank. Metallic already at level 5 on the fish.
I know, out-leveling everybody else. If they can find one more pick here, ooh, wow, just barely able to escape getting KO'd there. Great movement from Aznable. But if they can find one more KO or one more big score for the Magikarp, then I think it's going to be evolving. It's not as fast as it has been in previous games, but in my right now, Otter getting extremely low. License check button to get out of the way. Sunup will go down, and apparently Machizel's going to pick up a KO and then get KO'd in return for it. Doesn't look like all that credit went to the Magikarp because it's a little bit slow, a little bit far away. So it does look like Magikarp maybe a little bit slower this time around as we're hitting the 8-minute mark, not yet evolved.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming have made the proper adaptations to try to contend with this Gyarados, I think. And 8 minutes is the breakpoint we normally say we like to see the Gyarados hit, but, you know, in games past, it has been a little bit more tragic for them. So, these wild Pokemon in the middle of the map are already gone. Luminosity Gaming with a very quick rotation. Curios's Miraidon has been doing very, very well. And I believe with that dash across that wall, we are looking at Electro Drift Miraidon.
That does make tons of sense to me. More so than I think we saw the opposite direction in the last game, but they won, so Electro Drift getting very popular, very nice KO, and Machizel's really starting to pop off this game.
Yeah, I mean, that early level 5 feels like it has been soaring for this Pokemon, able to take down so many targets. They did get KO themselves one time in sort of an unfortunate situation, but since then, Machizel's been able to kind of walk all over the enemy composition. This Sword Dog looking fearsome already.
Ooh, we see a KO managing to get picked up in the back. Metallic defending this goal zone. I was already 75 points in, but there weren't any extra in that moment. They had 75 before, and Regieleki spawning on the bottom. There's going to be a fight where Machizel's getting walled off by Slash, getting completely caught down in the bottom. Also united by the Mimikyu. Everybody targeting Machizel is going to go down. Uguay looks like they may be next as they're extremely low. Trainer going from Pokemon to Pokemon, getting those resets, and doesn't even need to get the final one. Huge win for Luminosity Gaming in that bottom goal zone, taking on the tier 1. Regieleki certainly going to them, and up top, Regieleki hasn't even been contested yet.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming really feeling it. Obviously, that main threat of Zacian has been ever present, but everywhere else, Luminosity Gaming has kind of been succeeding, and this Mimikyu really showing up for the first time in a major way. KO streak at 3, Otter with a bit of poke damage, but Metallic has only one thing on the brain, and it rhymes with Regieleki. It's just Regieleki, and they did really well taking it.
What else rhymes with Regieleki?
Yeah, name one thing, chat, that rhymes with Regieleki. You can't.
Yeah. Chat, this is up to you now. While the defense is up to Luminosity Gaming, it does look like Nemesis wants to push in. Machizel diving into that backline. Aznable getting very low, not yet fully evolved, so they're not going to be at that full strength. They're going to get KO'd very quickly. The rest of Luminosity Gaming running in from the back. Dodrio, Overlord on that Dodrio, able to close out a few KOs, doing a ton of damage as their front line is kind of going to have to retreat. Electro Drift in the back, trying to close a Metallic. They're going to get a chance to. Overlord actually picks up that KO. as Machisel looks like the next one getting united by Mimikyu. They're still just running members in to try to defend this goal zone. Finally, it goes down, and they do get at least the counter KO on Mimikyu, but Nemesis not looking so great, just running in one at a time there.
Yeah, kind of exposed to even some really late Bliss assistance used while Nemesis was kind of calling for the retreat. You saw Machisel and Metallic were making their way back to the goal zone, and Bliss assistance was used to bail out, and so they didn't have it to kind of re-engage, and despite that, Metallic still jumps back in, but without that support from the Blissy, they just really didn't have any answers. So Nemesis was kind of a wash on that top side. Luminosity Gaming really holding on to their lead because of that.
They've got a long road ahead, as you said, and they're taking some pretty quick steps here, I would say. Kyrios just sitting there, ready to ambush, very scary. Does get some great vision, and yeah, you're going to be able to run away very quickly or just steal all of their experience or score even. That's big. They are going to get that 25 in, which is going to bring them up to an over 200-point lead. A great Icicle Fang, though, on Slash, who's going to immediately unite. There is going to be some backup here. Overlord coming down. Kyrios still just sitting here, waiting for a little bit of damage, and they're gonna have to back up as we're gonna see honestly a weirdly heavy retreat, I would say, from Luminosity Gaming. I thought they were the ones that were gonna go in, but Trainer does hit the Shadow Sneak and is gonna go in as Regice gets confirmed by Zashin. That's gonna mean no way to continue this fight, especially with the Mimikyu getting KO'd as well. The Volt Tackle is gonna stop a little bit more damage. Overlord trying to get out, does not manage to escape, and finally Nemesis is starting to find their footing in some of these fights. That's gonna continue though with the Mew unite on top of the goal zone. They might not be able to break this thing.
Yeah, geez, Nemesis doing everything they can to get some points on the board. It has been a very challenging task for them. This 50 points from Pikachu will land, not a gigantic overdunk, but with the way that this map has been playing out, you need every little bit of points that you can get, especially as we head into the final 3:30 left in this matchup. Only Pokemon with Unite moves available at the moment are Mimikyu and Bellissi after a huge investment of both these teams. Otter going to recall in the enemy home base, but Machisel not going to let that one slide.
Just fed him a free Mew right there. And this Regieleki is going really uncontested. I think Nemesis would very much enjoy to be able to take that, push it in, tie up the score, and then they're going to be looking really, really good for the end game, as Nemesis is now actually ahead on levels, despite the fact that they were behind by so much for so long, and they're actually just going to ignore this Regieleki. That means I think that this is a pretty heavy commitment to just winning the final fight, which it does seem like they're doing a pretty good job of winning the actual combined team fights. However, it's not going to be easy. They're behind by a lot of big ambush as the Mimikyu is just going to get dunked. Trainer walking away with about half life, but now it's Kyrios who's in a little bit of a dangerous situation. Electro drifting out. You can always get a pretty good escape, and this is a weird time to fight. I think that we're starting to see Nemesis realize that. They're like, okay, I could chase you right now. I don't want to chase you, but hold on. Look at where the two members on the northeast side for Luminosity Gaming are.
Yeah, what a flank setup currently by Otter and Overlord. Otter is going to serve to try to get the safety. Metallic can't bounce over that wall. Just get stuck on that corner. Does not have the chase on. That Slash is going to try to ambush them, block them up against the wall. That's a lot of buddy barriers. So Unite moves already utilized by Nemesis, but it's going to be the Miraidon striking first. Kyrios actually picks up 2 with the Bright Future Meteor Storm, and now it's going to be up to Metallic to try to bring this thing back around. Machisel from the top side, Metallic from the bottom. Mimikyu has grabbed the support player. Oogway has a chance of Bliss assistance though, and Metallic does get a bit of shields, but it does not matter. Luminosity Gaming cutting through them regardless. 2 KOs from the trainer so far. Now Machisel on the run. Mew boosted auto attack's going to deal a ton of damage, but Chisel will live to fight another day, but they will be fighting from behind.
Will there even be another day is the question. Only really one member here, and that's Asdable. Needs to steal away the Rayquaza, not going to be able to do it. Confirmed by Kyrios on that Electro Drift Miraidon, and they've got all the shields in the world. Nobody's up on the side of Nemesis. 1 minute and 20 seconds left is quite a bit, but with all the Eos energy in pockets, this is going to be Hundo Burgers across the board, or at least somewhat close to, up by over 200 points now. This is looking pretty good for LG. However, there is still a minute left, and they're all respawning soon.
Yeah, and this is one of those that is technically true situations, but no, I think this match is as good as over. Luminosity Gaming with an absolutely phenomenal team fight. Trainer playing out of their mind on this Mimikyu. It seems like I've said that 1,000 times on 1,000 different broadcasts. This Pokemon works so well when in their hands, and they are absolutely crushing it in this one. A few weird commitments, but that flank from Otter and Overlord pay off. Kind of takes Metallic out of that team fight. fight, forces them into some weird situations. A lot of Unite moves have to be utilized by Nemesis to quickly respond. The entire time, Miraidon is able just to free fire damage from the backline, uncontested and kind of unhithered, but doing all of that damage to the rest of Team Nemesis.
Now, I'm actually going to be a little bit of a negative Nancy here and say that I think that Mew flank could have been disastrous for them. If that jump, if the bounce had gone over the wall and Metallic had been able to land a fully charged bounce onto a Mew and then just get that early KO, I feel like that is an over team fight already for the side of, Nemesis's favor. But that didn't happen, so we don't really even need to talk about it. However, just one thing to look at, it could have been very, very scary. But I'm glad that we're not going to get a quick 2-0 in Grand Finals, as a very dominant game from Luminosity Gaming is going to take us to a Game 3.
Mimikyu, Trainer, 12 KOs on this Pokemon in particular. Overlord with 7 knockouts as well on this Dodrio. Not an easy task to play this Pokemon in the top path versus either the Gyarados or the Zacian, which feels like was constantly threatening damage up there, but they still managed to put up almost 100,000 damage. 98,000 damage on this Tri-Attack Dodrio, looking really, really good. Relics on this Pikachu was able to land a couple of big Unite moves, but it felt like the Volt Tackle choice was a little underwhelming, not locking down as many targets as they were looking for throughout this match. We'll get another chance to take a look at this game, though.
Yeah, it did seem like there were some really good Volt Tackle hits, I should say. Not that you can miss it, but there were really some good target selection. But I think maybe due to the nature of Nemesis and their team comp, they didn't really have that much to follow up, because you need to be really close to follow it up with their comp, or you need to follow that up with a bounce. However, it was a lot of times, I think, after the initial initiations had already happened, and that's why we saw it hit Overlord a few times, and Overlord just ran away, and there just wasn't really the ability to get as much of a follow-up. It's not like you can follow up with a Miraidon Beam or an Intelligent Snipe Shot or anything like that. However, I agree that it didn't look all that impressive in action.
Yeah, I don't know. Pikachu, it's a pick that gets passed on by sometimes. It's one that is high priority in some metas. It really feels like it's tough to nail down what this Pokemon's place is in the manner of competitive Pokemon Unite. But Nemesis still made it look good from time to time. This was one of that moment in the match, though, where it felt like Nemesis got caught in a really difficult position, Slashcan making it so they had no retreat towards the Rayquaza pit. Instead, they had to completely bail, and Luminosity Gaming knew exactly where to apply the pressure and shut down Nemesis's options to escape from that entire moment. As we'll hear, you're hoping for the best, but a Surf Mew is going to make sure that you don't even have the opportunity to try to take that Rayquaza, and we are all tied up at 1-1, Wonder Chef, in our grand finals.
This is the best for sure, without a doubt. Well, obviously it's the best looking that they've been against Nemesis, because it's the only game they've won against Nemesis so far. But it was a pretty big shift, a very noticeable one in how they decided to approach basically everything from draft to playing the actual game. And I feel like this is a really good sign for them. We do know that LG, no matter which iteration of LG it is, tend to be a little bit of a demon when they come from the losers bracket. They're just people who don't like losing, I think, which is a totally fair thing, given the fact that there were a lot of seasons where they just didn't lose. They just won the entire season. So when they get down there, they're like, no, we can't let this happen again, and that's certainly looking like that could be the case. But Nemesis have built themselves up a pretty good, a buffer, right? A buffer 100%. Window here, so that they can at least spend a little bit of time figuring out how to counter the counter. And with two smart teams like this, something like that happens.
That's true. I love Grand Finals for that very reason. The more games we get, the more chance we have for these players to respond to each other, not only in the draft screen, but of course in some of these team fights. You can see how they approach it, what player they specifically target. Those things can constantly change as a Grand Final series continues, and looks like this one might be one of those goes the distance style of games. At the very least, our first series as best of 3 has gone to match point. Reminder for everybody, if you have not seen this style of format before, a double elimination bracket, Nemesis have the chance to win the entire tournament in this next game, but if Luminosity Gaming wins, they reset the bracket. Both these teams will be at the same win-loss record, and they will go to a brand new best of 3 to compete for the title. But Nemesis, they want to shut this one down as quickly as possible.
Right, which would be ideally one more game, but I'm starting to feel, I'm like, oh, this is what Dupsax and Spraggles get all the time. This is what it feels like to be them, where you're like, oh, hold on, we're pre-reset and we're going to game 3. We have a chance for probably getting like 4 more games, because that's just how it ends up going in Pokemon Unite all the time. But we're gonna go right into this 3rd game pre-reset. Again, if Luminosity wins, the brackets reset. If Nemesis wins, then the tournament is over, and the bans immediately with the Blaziken ban. Interesting.
Yeah, and Nemesis choosing first pick as well and going to lead in with the Blaziken ban. I think this means that we're most likely going to see a Zacian first pick out of Nemesis in this situation. However, I'm not too sure about that. We have the Slowbro Psyduck bans from Luminosity Gaming on the other side. Of course, though, that Mimikyu ban always targeted towards Trainer.
It was really hard to figure out the first pick. I mean, Rhydon's still available, Zacian's still available, Umbreon has been banned constantly. There's so many different options. Of course, Trainer being able to pick up this Leafeon early is specifically for Luminosity a huge pick. So they are going to be able to pick up the Rhydon as well. I feel like LG's got to be pretty happy being in kind of the 2nd position here. I think they'd rather take those 2 over the Umbreon, but who knows, as we're going to follow it up with a Garchomp, which has been banned a lot this weekend, and the Blissey 2 back that up.
Exactly. They got that Blissey Garchomp duo that we've seen work out so well for them. I know that Uga was on that Blissey in game number 2, but it's not quite the same when it's not paired with that Garchomp pick. Luminosity Gaming are going to pick up the Comfey, so Trainer LGC will have a little bit of support riding along with them for the entirety of the match. We're going to see what Overlord picks. With a Comfey, we often do see some kind of double speedster style of game plan, but it doesn't have to be necessarily. It's going to be whatever Overlord wants to contend with Machisel's Garchomp into the top path. That's going to be the real question.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Comfey was going to end up on Overlord. It just feels like maybe I haven't seen them as much putting it on a Leafeon. But again, who knows? We're seeing a lot of Azumarill highlights, which I do not believe will be the answer. The Serena finally! It took us until maybe the final game of the tournament to see the Serena finally show up in North America.
Yeah, and I have a small correction to make on myself for my analysis around Zarina at the beginning of our broadcast so many hours ago. I was mentioning that Zarina had kind of a hit or miss performance in EU. They actually had a 0-hit performance at Zarina with a 0% win rate on broadcast at the very least in the European tournament earlier this morning. So Overlord going to try to make an NA spin on it a little bit different with this Zarina. A pick of Comfey with this Pokemon is exceptional, but it does break my heart a little bit to see Overlord Zarina not paired with that iconic Blissey. I think back to the very first World Championships of our game ever, and when Overlord won it, it really felt like that Blissey Zarina combination was the secret sauce. So a new look for year 4 in the UNITE Championship Series, I suppose.
It's a flat circle, you go all the way around. It's just slightly different every time you make a rotation. It's like, this is familiar, just one thing different. I will say, though, that I'm really excited to see the Comfey with the Serena after the Serena buffs, where Serena's going to be a lot better at kind of self-sustaining a little bit, or at least being a little bit tankier. So it could be very hard to take down that Serena. On the other side, though, Nemesis's draft, which I don't think we talked about as much in full, it looks like a real big mix of a lot of their strongest Pokemon, and I think it's just a great, solid comp that they're probably very confident with going into this final game.
Yeah, the only concern I have is that the Pikachu is returning, and I wasn't a huge fan of it in that game number 2, but of course we can see things shift for this game number 3. Poor Cubfu from Metallic is going to be wielding that Pokemon, by the way. Machisel going to be hanging out in the top path with the Garchomp. So again, another role swap between these two players. Just with how the draft goes, it feels like Nemesis very comfortable rotating their players to different roles.
And this is what we saw before from LG, where we're going to see Trainer take that first set of center area experience. Oh my goodness. They stayed to try to finish that, and Machisel almost got KO'd by the Comfey in the tall grass. But then we're going to see a rotation down where Trainer kind of stays up top for a while and does have that Comfey on them, which is going to be a terrifying path to deal with, while currently the Serena is sitting in that center area, getting as much experience as possible.
Exactly. They are getting buffed up. They are evolved into the Steenie. Now, Trainer Trainer does have the Leafeon with the red buff, so, and the Comfey, not to mention. So they are going in 2v3 in this situation. Maybe not advantageous, but it's just Chansey and Gibble on the other side, so they have a chance to bring this in their favor, but they will not have that opportunity as Metallic cleans up most of those KOs.
It's going to be really good for them. And also, man, note the first time that we've not seen Metallic up against LG with Gyarados. I said that a weird way, but they're going to be obviously not on the Gyarados this time around. Trainer not able to really get all that much going. Obviously going to be very hard to take down, especially early on before we see some evolutions, but they haven't been able to find any big picks. They haven't been able to farm all that much. So things looking pretty decent for Nemesis up there. Down here, it's looking a little bit more difficult. Overlord just kind of running all over the competition. This is a tough two to be able to fully attack against, to be able to score against, though, and they're very hard to take down. So it's looking pretty good, I think, for Nemesis as well down here.
Yeah, it feels like we're just kind of trading all over the place, even Stevens, where these teams are fighting. Metallic does get one nice Wicked Blow in, but unfortunately, it does not land on the Leafeon. Your intended target means that Trainer's got a little bit of space to get a chase. Doesn't have enough space to get a KO, but certainly making Metallic think twice about re-engaging in the next fight there.
Well, we are going to see pretty split, I would say a pretty peaceful game as far as things go. There have been a few KOs, but altogether the scoring is pretty low. The farming has been prioritized over trying to fight. Not that many goal zones being broken down, and we're going to be just chilling, I think, for a while before this first objective. We are pre-positioning, and it looks like LG is going to be the ones pushing in, immediately taking out two members of Nemesis, both Pikachu and Umbreon down. I said this was a more peaceful game. They immediately proved me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming have chosen no direction of peace. I mean, the opposite of pacifism for this squad. Trainer going to be threatening a 40-point dunk. Auto having 26 means that they would break the goal zone a little bit earlier. So Trainer going to take that 40 points in and immediately focus on the Registeel. They're going to be the only player doing so because Luminosity Gaming wants to have the best chances at the other objective on the map right now, as Regieleki has spawned in a full 4-player rotation up towards the top side.
Oh, a big heavy slam to initiate from the side of Luminosity Gaming, kind of splitting up some of the members as Asnable getting pushed down to the south side, and we're going to see Machizzle get KO'd. So this is going to be another goal zone down. Not a very big overdunk, a very minuscule overdunk this time around, but when you're leading by almost 200 points, I don't think you care all that much. Luminosity going from pretty much tied to taking a gigantic lead, both in points and in levels. Everything suddenly going their way.
Yeah, wow, and Overlord making this arena look good all at the same time, too. You know, a Pokemon that did get buffed quite a bit in this next step patch that we are playing on, but notably, I feel like Triple Axel, the move that definitely received more love. This is a drop kick stomp build of this arena, and Overlord saying the changes don't need them. I'll take down anybody in my way, as they are stomping down multiple targets. Slash Can paving the way for the rest of their damage squad with that block to earn a little bit of space. Heavy slam over the wall, Flowery Fields forever, and Luminosity Gaming gets away from the crime scene.
Slowly walking away. Hold on a minute. Oh, they didn't stop it. Oh, no. A great escape there from Slash. Over 200 points of a lead. You can see the levels are relatively even, except for Trainer, who is level 12. It was 2 levels above anybody else in the game for a while, and you can immediately see just gathering even more KOs, a double. Relic saying, I don't want any piece of this. You're way too high level for me. Please leave me alone. Slash trying to one more attempt at that heavy slam, but boy, Nemesis has to catch up, and from behind, I mean, obviously we're only halfway through this game, there's still plenty of time to catch up, but we do have to look at the fact that once again, they've got a really amazing rip and flip comp.
Oh, that is true. They do build a lot for these things with their Urshifu and Garchomp, feels like, and match made in heaven in here in particular, but one adjustment Nemesis has made as well is this Pikachu has leaned into the more Mage Pikachu build as a Thunder Shock Pikachu, but Overlord does get the Unite move at the edge of that mean look range. They pull up Asnable just for a moment. Asnable able to Unite move and get a little bit of space though, as Miraidon trying to strafe and do some damage, but Garchomp the one to take him out. Kyrios taken out of this fight as Machizzle gets 2, make it 3. Machizzle on a KO streak of 3 with the support of that Blissey the entire way. Safeguard, helping hand, Garchomp tearing through your squad.
That was exactly what they needed, and they're going to continue to try to take even more. I mean, that's really what they need next. Now that they've started to catch up in level just from that fight alone, they need points. They need to get past this 200-point threshold. Trainer, though, immediately going in with the Emerald two-step, getting a KO on their Shifu, and they are all going to jump in as the bull getting extremely low, getting KO'd by the giant group. We're trying to run away. Machisel can get over this wall just barely in time to escape the wrath of Overlord. So not as many KOs as it maybe as it could have been, but an amazing ambush after a lost fight to try to steal back this lead of levels. Obviously, they got the point lead, and this is just beautiful LG play.
And this is the difference when playing against high-level teams and not, folks. In this position, normally you're calling for your team, hey, play it safe, get farm, it'll be fine. But nowhere is safe against a team like Luminosity Gaming. Your enemy central area, easily a spot that they can try to contest. Machisel with a nice push, but Overlord is going to walk away from that fight. Otter with some amazing support on the Konfei means that this arena does not get KO'd. We do have Relics finding their way into the backline, so a bit of an electrical duel on top of the goal zone, but it looks like Maridon and Pikachu, neither one have found the fall. They have a bit of a stalemate on that side. Otherwise, though, Machisel has finally found a way to KO this Konfei Arena duo. All that might be for naught, though, Wonder Chef, as Nemesis is going to have to take this Regieleki to keep up with score, as Luminosity Gaming has broke that tier 2 on the bottom side.
I mean, aside from the horrendous score lead, those were huge KOs. Look at this. Highest levels in the game are now tied between Garchomp and Leafeon. And, I mean, Machisel Garchomp being tied for highest level in the game, potentially getting to 15 within that final fight is huge. That's exactly what they needed on top of this Regieleki, trying to get as many points as possible. The slow one-at-a-time score. I'm assuming there was some stacks maybe earlier in the game, and they were just taking one at a time. That's huge, though. They got like 4 or 5 in at the exact moment as we're going to now see LG go down for the basement red.
I think it was Ao's Cookie as well, so that Umbreon going to be a lot beefier for this final fight. My favorite thing in the world, I think, is watching top teams not go to Regieleki and then stand in front of a goal zone for a solid 2 to 3 seconds to figure out the math about who should be scoring when. I really like it. Hey, great patience and great teamwork. Rayquaza entering the map. All Nemesis have to do to win this tournament is knock out this objective and bring it all the way to the goal zone. Luminosity Gaming want to reset this bracket, and Rayquaza a great way to do just that.
Last Rayquaza guaranteed of this pre-reset bracket at least. We'll see if we go past that. Slash, though, getting jumped on, using the wall to live a little bit longer as we're going to see the Electro Drift going in. We're uniting on the Snorlax to live a little bit longer. Urshifu goes down. They really need that for the rip and flip. A lot of members of Luminosity starting to get low. However, they're being chased down by Machisel. They're going to be able to KO Trainer. That's gigantic. We are going to back up a little bit. Overlord still being very hard to take down and trying to 1v2 here, though. Machisel getting a huge amount of damage to Overlord. They're going to have to run away, and the chance to potentially rip is certainly here. Slash starting to get a little bit low as we're going to see Machisel go in. Curios just spacing out as much as possible. This Rayquaza is starting to get low.
Yeah, Machisel could finally hit this Rayquaza because Urshifu has returned. We got Metallic within range. Wicked Blow's going to land, and they take the Rayquaza. Nemesis with a perfect execution of the team fight you were calling out, Wonder Chef. Garchomp, Urshifu, absolute dynamic duo, and they're going to put it together. These scores need to rein in, though. Luminosity Gaming had an incredible point lead headed into that final fight. 44 seconds remain. Nemesis got to put some numbers on the board, and they got the lead.
Got to lead by a huge amount, 152-point lead, 35 seconds left. Everybody's on the east side of the map. LG hunting down for Oogway. This Blissey is not surviving very long, but do they have enough time to even make it to the other side of the map? It's looking unlikely. Machisel, just for extra damage, gets another 76 points in, and I think, Zoinks, that this is looking like it's over for LG and Nemesis with a surprise, not only top 8, but a victory for our December Cup.
Yeah, from out at top 16 in the qualifiers of AO's Cup play-ins to the December Cup champions. What a glow up for Team Nemesis with some really interesting drafts. And I mean, in this game number 3, it felt like they got absolutely everything they could have ever wanted. Well done from this team. 530 to 302, knocking out Luminosity Gaming.
And may I note, playing from behind the entire time by a significant amount. They were down by 300 points, I believe, at one point in this game. They were behind by multiple levels, like two plus levels, and they caught back up. I gotta say, a lot of it, Machisel, Garchomp popped off. I mean, at one point, obviously, I mean, Uge was there healing a little bit, but it was like, there were several points, in fact, that it was Machisel 1v2ing Overlord and Otter together and winning. That is why we saw so many bans on that Garchomp, and the one time they didn't ban it, LG was banning it in Winners Finals. They should have maybe banned it again because it surely popped off. Look at that, it's almost as much damage as the rest of the team combined.
Unreal. Yeah, Machisel, the hard carry. Metallic's performance, I know we could ask some questions about it, but hey, reminder, they got the Rayquaza, right? Urshifu shows up for one job, and they're able to pull it off, so well done from Metallic in that situation. Luminosity Gaming, they made this composition look really, really good. Overlord basically able to take a fight against absolutely anybody on the opposing roster, thanks to Otter's constant support of that Comfey. Trainer making it look great just solo, because that Leafeon is an amazing duelist, but in the end, Nemesis find a way to shut down everything in that final team fight, and you are absolutely correct, Wonder Chef. The glue guy out there, Machisel on the Garchomp, really making sure that this entire game was shored up. Yeah, the points lead might have been pretty terrible to deal with, but always you can count on Machisel's Garchomp to keep you in the game.
And that's just something we can look at as far as the meta for a lot of teams today, getting some strong, secure Pokemon, whether it be the single strike Urshifu, or whether it's the Blaziken, or really whatever you want, alongside this Garchomp that is just doing so much. I mean, how does it feel, Zoix? I know you're a Garchomp fan, you've been a Garchomp fan for a long time. How does it feel to see Garchomp? I can say confidently that it's at the top of the meta.
We used to pray for days like these, Wonder Chef, we truly did. Oh man, it looks so good. This is that final moment, by the way. Miraidon trying to get in range. That stomp from Overlord, literally so close to securing that Rayquaza. I mean, fist versus boot. And in the end, it is going to be Urshifu taking it down. But that could not be a closer, secure contest between those two players. I'm really glad we got that replay because I did not realize how contentious that final moment was around the Rayquaza. Looked like everything was coming up Nemesis, but in the end, they barely take down that Ray in time. And well, with that, they're able to pull back that points lead that was so tough for them. Great final fight. Shout out to Machisel and that Garchomp buying enough time for the Urshifu to respawn, by the way, because Trainer did find that Urshifu immediately and KO Metallic before they could even get in the fight. It really made things tricky, but Nemesis play it well, cooler heads prevail, and they're your tournament champions.
And that sets us up for a really cool story in North America. We had, you know, obviously it's kind of hard to count LAIC, it's like its own thing, but there have been 3 tournaments that American teams have entered so far this season, and 3 different teams have won, and they were all within the top 3 of this tournament.
Right.
So now we have originally LG winning LAIC, Orange Juicers winning the AOS Cup play-ins, or play-ons, whichever you choose to call it, and then now Nemesis winning this. So this is a very, very evenly split kind of top path, and we've seen some other teams that have gotten very close as well. T3 did really great last event, and not quite this time, but it's just one of those things where you can see that these teams that are within the even top 16 area, any of them could pop up and make it into the top 4, because that's just how close in strength I think a lot of the teams from North America are, which is leading us to, in my opinion, one of the most exciting seasons. And I'm loving how all the top teams are playing. It's not like just like one team. It's like, oh, why can't anybody deal with it? It's like, oh, everybody's bringing something new to the table this season, and it's all good and all unique.
Oh, it's so fun to watch too. I think the phrase iron sharpens iron has never been more true than in the North American region. It's definitely one of the bigger regions in terms of competition, which just leads to tighter and more fierce moments and more fierce competitions throughout the year, and we are seeing the results in real time. Like you just mentioned, we have 3 different champions now, for including LAIC in that one, and all 3 of those teams have been extremely consistent, maybe Nemesis notwithstanding from that last tournament, but it's okay. They make up for it in a major way with a tournament victory here, beating Luminosity Gaming, one of the best teams in the world by any margin, twice in one tournament. That is so hard to do. We talk about that a lot when it comes to grand finals and bracket reset situations. It is so difficult to defeat a team twice in one day, to, you know, have enough information, have enough strategies that you can constantly outwit and take down your opponents. It does not happen that frequently in esports, let alone Pokemon Unite. So very cool to see Nemesis find that secret recipe against LG.
Especially against a team like LG, right? Where I was mentioning it earlier, they're so extremely strong. They're arguably stronger once they hit that losers bracket. They have this huge comeback factor. They feel like everything's on the line, and they just change their strategies perfectly, which we did in fact see, right? That's why they got that one pretty dominant game in the grand finals, but the adaptation just turned around, right? The first game that we didn't see the Gyarados strategy is kind of the main strategy going into it, was a really big win altogether for Nemesis, and they were able to switch around, take the Garchomp instead, play around that, play around having secure, and they just executed that perfectly. So you really do love to see when teams make a big adaptation and then a return adaptation. And gosh, I'm so glad, right? I'm so glad that we've got a good season with a lot of strong teams this time around. I really am excited for next Cup. Can we just do an event once every 2 weeks? Do you think they'll let us do that?
So far they have.
They will, right?
Why not now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly that's how it goes, right? If we just say as well, if we just say, yeah, the next event's in 2 weeks, they'll just do it, right?
Exactly. Well, unfortunately, we don't have any members of Nemesis to come onto the broadcast and talk to you, but we got two incredible stand-ins. We got Spraggles and Dupe Snacks, who casted some legendary games. Guys, this might have been one of the most fun tournaments that we have ever got to cast. From meta to storylines, from teams emerging, it felt like we had absolutely everything. I mean, what a showing from December Cup here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, what a tournament we had. I fully agree. This was an absolute blast, and you don't know exactly where we're going to land after the highs that we got to experience from the play-ons and LAIC, but this was just some amazing gameplay from NA. I want to hear some final thoughts from everyone before we close this thing out. Doob Snacks, what do you think, buddy?
My mic was muted because I didn't want to cough and all this other stuff.
I was wondering what was happening.
But I have thoughts. I assure you I do.
Put the wig on.
No. That's yeah, all my brain juice flies out of the top of my head if I don't have wait, what wig? No. Nemesis, a great run, great show. I mean, the level up from those players that we've seen, getting to battle it out against Trainer as well and really prove their own mettle and stake their own claim is in and of itself impressive. Metallic looked awesome, bringing back great Gyarados games. Juicers looked great. I mean, the whole NA top 8 was a blast. These games were close. They were fun to watch. That's great for a region. We just had Luminosity win LAIC and not win in their own region, getting beat by teams that just couldn't attend LAIC. And I'll tell you what, if you're a fan of Western Unite, that's got to make you feel pretty good.
Yeah, Wonder Chef, what do you think, buddy?
I feel like I've already said so much. I'm so happy that it's been good play throughout the top 8 as well. Like, even the fun teams where we're like, wow, that's wacky. They chose, Phalanx and Gengar. It was like, oh, that was actually like a real strategy for a real reason, and it actually worked. It's like, okay, nobody was throwing, not even, sometimes we get some of those matches at the outside of the top 8 where you're like, okay, it was an okay match. We didn't get at all this time around, so I think it's a great showing. And also, my last shout out is Machisel on Nemesis is looking like such a perfect match.
Yeah, Machisel looked fantastic today. Zoink, some final thoughts.
Yeah, I want to echo a little bit about Wonder Chef is saying with the metagame being so interesting. Like, listen, in the world of esports, fourth year of a game, you tend to start getting the game is solved, you know? The metagame's kind of wrapped up. We get how to win. I mean, Unite is evolving at a wild pace. Pardon the Pokemon pun, but like, we are seeing such interesting metagame shifts, not only in Pokemon selection, but play styles, where is succeeding. I mean, oftentimes we see kind of a strategy emerge from one region to be the dominant strategy for the entire region. North America is not a monolith. We have so many teams that are playing completely differently, and it is making these tournaments so exciting. So I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I was going to say the not a monolith thing as well. You took the words right from my mouth. That is not a monolith. I love getting to cast Unite, and I am so stoked that we are casting North America this season because it is so unbelievably competitive. I mean, just when you think you know what the top teams are and how things are going to play out, it keeps switching around. You see teams making really interesting choices, which I absolutely love. And as you guys had mentioned, it feels like the game is in no way solved. Like we're watching it evolve every single tournament that comes up. So I absolutely love it. I've loved casting NA with you. Let's take a final look at our bracket here today and how things played out. Doob Snacks, you want to break it down?
Well, of course, we ended on Nemesis 2-1ing Luminosity from that winner's position. Luminosity getting sent downstairs by Nemesis, but really the story to me is Nemesis in and of itself, doing a great job, not dropping down a loser's bracket at all, with the fresh-faced new teams of the brand new Sanguin or Sanguin Zeta, whatever you want to call them, this completely retooled squad, and then Ignorance popping up and Zephyr as well. This has been a great top 8, just amazing games, and I would break down more of the bracket, but you just watched it all and you see it on screen, so there you go.
Let's take a look at our CP leaderboard and see where we're at here in North America. You can see Nemesis on top, Luminosity taking 240 points. All the way down, you got the Juicers, Zephyr, Ignorance, Sanguini, Team YT, Don't Sleep, and it continues outside of our top 8. So that's what our teams were able to earn from playing here in the December Cup in North America. Amazing stuff, gentlemen. It's always wonderful getting to cast this alongside you. This has been the December Cup for NA. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. We'll be back here very, very soon, and I can't remember when. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Happy holidays!
All right, we did it. Did we do it?